Monday, Chapter 15. London, 0600 hours GMT. Tam's bones ached. He'd spent all night in position on the rooftop, keeping eyes on the back entrance to the Paradise Gym. The rain stopped at midnight, but his hair and the bottom of his trousers, those parts of him that weren't protected by his raincoat, remained damp until the small hours. He was dry now, but he was still cold, tired, and thoroughly pissed. And he still had eyes on. There were some comings and goings throughout the night. A couple of shifty-looking guys turned up at about 0130 hours. One of them left half an hour later. Tam knew from the voices of his unit mates over the comms that the front entrance to the gym was busier than the back.
"Geez,"
Webb said just before 0300 hours.
"This is Muscle Mary Central. You'd think these fellas would have fucked themselves dry by now."
But no, the Paradise Gym clearly did a good trade at night. The clientele started to drift away at dawn. At 0430, someone put a load of trash onto the pavement outside the gym. At 0500 hours, a refuse lorry made its noisy, beeping way along the street to pick it up. So Tam wasn't surprised to see an SUV pull up outside the rear entrance at 0610 hours precisely. Not surprised, but suspicious. There were three things that made him pay attention to this vehicle. The first was its expense. It was a new BMW X5 with all the trimmings, stainless steel engine guard, titanium effect grille bars. In Tam's experience, bad guys made this mistake every day of the week, showing off their wealth instead of choosing the right disguise for the right environment. That X5 would look fine in a better part of town. Out here, in this dingy back street of East London, it stuck out. The second alarm bell was the slight green tint of the windscreen, toughened glass, hardly a regular optional extra. And the third alarm bell was caused by the bulges under the jackets of the two guys who climbed out of the vehicle once it was parked up on the sidewalk, its hazard lights flashing. Tam spoke quietly into his comms. "We have movement of armed personnel to the rear of the building," he said. Tam focused in on the faces of the two guys. They didn't look British, Hispanic if anything, though Tam didn't jump to conclusions. He knew skin colour was a poor indicator of nationality. He considered himself to be as American as apple pie, though plenty of people disagreed. Still, there was something about these two guys. They seemed somehow uncomfortable in their environment. Tam would have bet pretty much anything that they weren't UK nationals. One of them stood on the sidewalk, looking up and down the road, clearly keeping watch. The other opened up the back of the X5. He called to his companion, and together they pulled out a large flight case. It was evidently heavy. As they moved it to the back entrance of the gym, they had to shuffle awkwardly with its weight. Tam spoke into the comms. "Our guys are making a delivery," he said. "I'm going to stick my neck out and say it's not a consignment of poppers." The two men dropped the flight case down onto the sidewalk. One of them thumped hard on the door. It opened almost immediately. The guys lifted the flight case and carried it into the building. Their vehicle still had its trunk open. Its hazard lights were still blinking. The guys re-emerged 30 seconds later, shut the door behind them, closed the trunk, climbed into the vehicle, killed the hazards, drove off. They'd been on site no more than 2 minutes. "Okay," Tam said. "Call me nosy, but I'd like to see what's in that box."
"You want to see what's in the box, bud?"
Webb said over the comms.
"You can go hang with the ring snatchers."
"You seen anybody go in last couple of hours?"
"Negative. It's still early."
"True that," Tam thought. "Let me know when the ring snatchers start turning up."
"Roger that."
Tam kept his position, eyes on, didn't move. The drone footage was monochrome, grainy, and indistinct, but it was enough to show that Spud was alive. Just. The remaining 3 members of the unit stood round Rav's screen. It was divided into 2 sections. The left-hand side showed several still photographs taken by the drone above the warehouse and saturated by the green haze of NV filters. The blast-damaged warehouse, a hooded man, Spud, being dragged to a car, several cartel boys, clearly wounded, being carried by their accomplices, a 6-car convoy heading west from the facility by the river. They appeared to be heading to the conurbation of Nuevo Laredo, directly across the border from the nearby U.S. town of Laredo. The right hand of the screen showed the convoy in real time. A map was superimposed onto the screen. The convoy had penetrated the outskirts of Nuevo Laredo, just across the Mexican border, and probably 20 miles from the unit's current position. Now it was heading to an area on the southwestern side. There were narrow, criss-crossing streets and more traffic than Danny would have expected at that time of night. After 10 minutes, the convoy hooked a right down a very small side street and came to a halt at what looked like a solid wall. Danny's mind was turning over, calculating, observing every square inch of the screen, taking in very precisely the environment Spud was about to find himself in. On the other side of the wall was a square, surrounded on 3 sides by buildings and no obvious way in. The square itself was in fact rectangular. Danny estimated it was 40 meters wide by 80 meters deep. It was hard, because of the darkness, to discern the geography inside it, but it looked to Danny like the northern half of the square, opposite the entrance, was thick with trees, an intense patch of urban greenery surrounded by concrete. There also appeared to be a couple of low buildings on the northwestern and northeastern corners. The roofs of these buildings were just visible because here there was no canopy. The convoy was on the south side of the enclosure. "We have 5% power on that drone," Hernandez said. "How tall are those buildings?" Danny asked. "The entrance to the square where the convoy is now is on a narrow road called Avenida Hidalgo," Kleinman replied, sparking his lighter with more vigor than usual. "It's a built-up part of town. I'd say 5 stories, maybe 6. Occupied? Probably. Do we have rappelling gear?" Danny pointed toward their storeroom. Kleinman shook his head. "We can get it, but 24 hours. Forget it." After a few seconds, it became clear that the wall at which the convoy had stopped was in fact not a wall, but a long, sturdy gate. It was hinged on the left-hand side as you looked from the street. It swung open, and the convoy entered the square, stopped. The gate swung closed again. "Can you zoom in?" Danny said. Rav, who had wisely barely said a word since the 3 SAS men had stormed into the ops room, tapped on his keyboard. The field of view grew closer, the image grainier. They watched as the car doors opened. Men emerged. Danny focused in on the blurred image of 2 guys pulling a third from the rear of the second vehicle. The indistinct figures dragged their prisoner toward the northwest of the square, but Danny soon lost sight of them among the thick trees. "I can switch to thermal imaging view," Rav said. "It'll use more power, but—" "Do it." Rav clicked his mouse. 3 minutes, Hernandez said. The screen changed. Heat spots of red and yellow appeared within the square. Danny could see Spud was still being accompanied by 2 guys toward the northwestern building. The rest of the square was deserted, apart from the area around the entrance gate. Here, the vehicles produced substantial heat spots. Around them, Danny counted 6 guys. 2 minutes! There was movement. They seemed to be helping other men out of the vehicles. The wounded? Danny reckoned so. They started moving slowly in pairs toward the other building on the northeastern side of the square. It took about a minute to install 3 of the wounded Zetas in that building. 30 seconds! The men helping them returned to the convoy. Most of them climbed into the vehicles. The gates opened, and the convoy left. Danny quickly counted up the remaining personnel in the square. Spud and 1 guard in the northwestern building, 3 wounded Zetas in the northeastern building, 2 guards at the gate. The screen suddenly went blank. "Okay, we've lost power," Rav said. "Why haven't they killed him yet?" Danny said. "He's valuable," Kleinman replied. "Spud's clearly an SF soldier. It would suit the Zeta's vanity to show off they've caught him. They'll have something special planned for him, I'm afraid. I think they'll move him from that city center location once they've decided exactly what to do with him. My guess is they'll move him tomorrow, after dark." "Why?" "Because if they were going to get him out of Nuevo Laredo tonight, they'd be doing it now. It'll be impossible for us to track him once he's out in the countryside." "So we hit them today," Danny said. "We need a chopper. We can fast rope into Spud's location." "That's just not gonna happen, Black," Kleinman said. "An operation like that needs to be authorized from the White House. If you think the Oval Office is going to risk an operation like that on Mexican territory—"
"What about Mexican law enforcement?"
Tyson said.
"The regular police are in the pockets of the cartels, but the federales know what they're doing."
Kleinman gave him an "are-you-an-idiot" look.
"You think the CIA is going to let the federales know UK Special Forces are operating on Mexican soil with the blessing of the US? Forget it, buddy. In any case, the federales need to keep their powder dry. They wouldn't chance a confrontation with the Zetas unless there was definitely a high-value target on sight."
"I disagree," Tyson said.
"I've known some of those guys. They hate the cartels."
"Of course they do, but for a handful of sicarios, the risk-reward ratio doesn't stack up. And even if it did, and even if there was a remote possibility that my handlers gave the green light to tipping off the federales, those guys would just turn up and shoot everyone on sight. They won't differentiate between your guy and the Zetas. They'd kill everyone on sight."
"Then we do it ourselves," Danny snapped back. "Can your border control units get us into Mexico?"
"That will take 10 to 12 hours to arrange."
"Jesus!" Danny slammed his fist on the table. "We haven't got 10 to 12 hours. If Spud dies, Kleinman, it's on you."
Kleinman removed his glasses and cleaned them on his tie. He spoke mildly, but there was a tear of sweat on the side of his face. He put his glasses back on and peered at them with his watery eyes. "Your quickest option is a regular border crossing," he said.
"They'll have a vehicle full of hardware," Rapp protested. "If they get searched by Border Control or Federales,
it's still the quickest option, boy. And they're leaving the U.S., not entering it, which means the checks will be fewer and further between. But I don't like it. There are cameras, facial recognition—"
"Jesus, Kleinman!" Danny snapped. "Don't you care we're a guy down? What's your fucking problem?"
He paced the room for a moment, trying to straighten out his thoughts.
"We'll do the border crossing. To hell with the cameras. We'll head straight for the location."
He realized his 2 unit mates were staring at him.
"What?" he said.
"Look at it, Black," Tyson said.
"It's daylight. It's surrounded by high buildings. Spud's got a guard with him. If those gates are as sturdy as they look, you're going to need a hefty charge to blast them open. The guy watching Spud is going to nail him the moment he hears that happen."
"Are you telling me you're happy to leave him to those animals?"
"No," Tyson said. "I'm saying we need a scalpel, not a hammer. We need to infiltrate that square covertly, otherwise Spud's dead in a second. We need to do it quietly, and we probably need to do it after dark. Right, Spike?"
Spike nodded, but didn't say anything. He looked uncomfortable with the disagreement.
"It's blocked off on 4 sides," Danny said flatly. "We can't grapple down, we can't fast rope in. There's no way of gaining access to the square apart from through that gate. You reckon those 2 guards are going to open up just because we asked them nicely?"
There was a tense silence as Danny and Tyson stared at each other. "I think maybe they will," Kleinman said quietly. The regiment guys turned to look at him. He had his back to them and was staring at a map on the wall.
"What do you mean?"
Danny said. Kleinman turned round, glanced at Rav and Hernandez. "Ana Rodriguez," he said. The other 2 CIA guys looked uncomfortable. "The Zetas have wounded men," Kleinman said, as if that explained everything.
"For this?"
Rav said.
"You're going to use her to get one guy out? Boss, Langley are not going to see that as a good cusp, and—" "What are you talking about?" Danny interrupted. "Who the hell—"
"She's an informant," Kleinman said. He limped away from the map into the center of the room. "In fact, she's more than that." He sniffed and looked as if he was deciding to tell them the next bit. "She's Z1's sister," he said. Danny felt a surge of anger.
"Why haven't you mentioned her before?" "Because before, boys, she was a dead end."
Kleinman snapped back. He gathered his thoughts for a moment while sparking his lighter. "Ana Rodriguez is a doctor. She works at the local hospital in Nuevo Laredo. My reading of her is that she's conflicted. She's always been split between loyalty to her brother and contempt for the path he's chosen. For the past few years, she's taken advantage of the fact Z1 has instructed his Zetas not to harm her. She offers medical help to anyone, Zeta or non-Zeta, caught in the crossfire of the cartel conflict.
A way of salving her conscience, I suppose. She also has a son, Miguel. I made contact with her 3 years ago. Told her I could get her and her son into witness protection, if she gave me information about Z1. She showed me the door. Blood thicker than water, I guess. "What the hell has this got to do with Spud?" Danny demanded. "She called me this morning," Kleinman said quite calmly, "to talk." "We don't have time to chinwag with your fucking narcs," Danny said. "We need to focus on Spud." "You haven't been listening to me, Black," Kleinman countered mildly. "I told you, she offers medical help to Zetas and non-Zetas alike. Well, not anymore. Z1 issued a threat. Unless she supports only Zeta personnel, people will die. The cartel members know who she is. She could approach that compound and gain access on the pretext of offering to treat their wounded men." "But you said she'd been showing you the door." "Up until today. Something's changed. She's scared for herself and her son. I think that gives us some leverage." "We haven't got time to play games," Danny snapped. "You haven't got time for anything else." He pointed at Tyson. "He's right. There's only one way into that location, and it's through the front. You need a Trojan horse. Ana Rodriguez can give it to you. One of you can enter through the gate. The other two can take up positions in the buildings overlooking the square to provide fire support. Do it once the sun goes down, and you'll at least have the cover of darkness." He shrugged. "I'm not going to try to persuade you. That woman could be very helpful to me in other ways. I believe she knows the location of Z1's safe house for a start. I'm offering you my best asset. Take it or leave it." Danny felt all eyes on him. He tried to get his head straight. Was this the right call? Was Kleinman's offer really the best way of helping Spud? He didn't understand the CIA man. Before, he'd seemed unwilling to have a British team on this job, borderline unhelpful. Now he was giving up his best asset. "How would she know the Zetas have wounded personnel?" he said. "Are you kidding me, boy?" Kleinman said. "Those kids will be on their cell phones non-stop. Half of Nuevo Laredo will know there's been a shootout by now. It'll be on the blogs, Twitter." Danny gave it a moment more thought. "It adds up," Tyson said. "It's our best chance of getting to him." "Do we call the head shed?" Spike asked. "No," Danny said. "There's no point. They don't have time to deploy, and we don't want them telling us to stand down." He turned to the CIA man. "What game are you playing, Kleinman?" They exchanged a long look. "I'm playing Hunt the Zetas," Kleinman said. "What game are you playing?" "No game," Danny said. "I just want my friend back." And Kleinman's contact, he realized, was the best way of making that happen. The only way. "Where do we meet this woman?" he said. Ana Rodriguez woke with a start. She instinctively checked if Miguel, who was lying in the bed next to her, was asleep. When she saw he was, she turned her attention to the vibrating cell phone on her bedside table. The caller's number was withheld. Anna answered anyway. "See?" Silence. "Who is this, please?" A monotone, almost robotic American voice spoke to her in English.
"Expect visitors. Do what they say. When it's done, we will make arrangements. Make sure you're ready to leave."
A click, and the line died. Anna realized she was sweating. She quickly climbed out of bed and started padding around the bedroom, her hands trembling as she silently started to gather together some clothes from Miguel and pack them into a small rucksack. She did the same for herself, then got dressed and went out into the main room. She retrieved her handgun from the back of the cutlery drawer, then took a seat, nursing the weapon and facing the main door of her little house. It was hot, but she couldn't stop shivering. She checked her watch. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. 0200 hours. Danny was preparing himself thoroughly. He felt the sickness of urgency. The longer he took, the more time there was for the Zetas to slot Spud, if they hadn't done it already. But if he went into a maneuver like this unprepared, he was asking for trouble. His ops vest lay on the bed. Next to it his rifle and handgun.
He'd replenished the magazines and replaced all the grenades and other gear in his vest in case the water in the tunnel had damaged them. He was now quickly putting on fresh, dry clothes. His head was spinning. Spud's safety relied on Kleinman's contact, but that contact was an unknown quantity. What if she wasn't up to the job? What if she messed things up? Too many things had already gone wrong on this operation. Something wasn't right. He felt a deep sense of unease. He moved into the bathroom. The shaving gear Kleinman had supplied was sitting untouched in the cabinet above the sink. He grabbed the unopened packet of razors, took them back into the bedroom, removed a med kit from the new dry North Face rucksack, and took a roll of sticking plaster. He tore off a 3-inch length and used it to stick 2 razor blades to his skin on the inside of his thigh. Experience had taught him your average tough guy didn't linger around the groin area if he was patting you down, and it wouldn't hurt, he told himself, to have a couple of weapons nobody knew about. He pulled on his trousers, then carried his ops vest and Bergen out of his bedroom. Tyson and Spike were already by the Tahoe, loading their gear into the trunk. Kleinman was watching them quietly. He limped up to Danny. "You know what you're doing?" "Sure," Danny said. Kleinman handed him 3 American passports. They were not only completely authentic, they were also well-thumbed and contained stamps from all over the world. The completely unsuspicious passports of well-travelled men. Danny shoved his into the pocket of his dry clothes, then walked over to hand the other 2 to his unit mates. He looked over at Kleinman. "You want me to deal with Jesus?" "It's already done," said Kleinman. "Where's the body?" Danny said. "Off-site," Kleinman said. He sounded slightly evasive. "You'd better go. The border crossing gets busier close to dawn." Danny loaded his stuff into the back of the Tahoe. The unit's weapons were stowed in a heavy flight case. They'd packed more than they needed, several rifles and shotguns from Kleinman's armory, plenty of ammunition of different flavors, night vision gear, the works. Danny shut it, covered the case with a blanket, and slammed the Tahoe shut. He turned back to Kleinman. "Who took the body?" "It's dealt with." They locked gazes. "Who else knows the details of our operation, Kleinman?" "Nobody. You think this would get approval from Langley, Black? I'm sticking my neck out for you. You know what to tell Anna Rodriguez?" Danny nodded. "You've booked the room. Holiday Inn, room 735, Kleinman said. "It's booked in the name of Sophia Ortiz. You better get moving. The border crossing opens at 0800 hours, but the line starts long before that. First thing in the morning is the busiest time, so you'll have the best chance of getting through without anyone checking your vehicle." Kleinman limped back toward the ops room. Danny watched him go. He felt very uncertain, but the clock was ticking. They needed to get across the border. He climbed behind the wheel, knocked the vehicle into gear, and hit the gas. Spud's world was spinning. Not that he could see it, because he was hooded, but he had a sensation of dizziness, nausea. Every time he tried to stand, he fell. His right arm and left leg throbbed with pain. It was here that the pit bulls had sunk their teeth into him. He'd felt teeth scrape against the bone in his forearm, and both limbs were still bleeding, which probably accounted for the dizziness. His wrists and ankles were cable-tied, and there was also a cable tie around his neck, tight enough to restrict his breathing slightly, not quite tight enough to throttle him. But his captors only had to tug at one end of the cable tie for him to be a dead man. What did he know? They'd driven quickly at first, but then slowed down. Lots of left and right turns in quick succession. Noise, car horns, sirens. So he was in an urban environment. That was good. More people around. If the opportunity arose to alert someone that he was being held, he would grab it. But until then... He'd been in this situation before, more than once. He knew how to deal with the fear. Accept it. Compartmentalize it. Put it in a little box in his brain. Draw strength from it, if he needed to. Easier said than done. Spud knew why he'd been taken alive. He knew what the Zetas liked to do to their enemies. He'd seen the pictures of guys with their heads and bollocks cut off, innards spilling out, multiple knives sticking into them. He also knew this. If Danny and the guys suspected he was still alive, They'd be doing everything they could to get to him. Spud's job was to stay alive long enough to give them that chance. No man left behind, the regiment's unofficial, unspoken mantra, which meant keeping quiet, feigning suppliance, not giving them any reason to finish him sooner than they intended. Cold comfort. He lay on the ground, breathing deeply, preserving his strength for the moment when he may need it. Sunrise. It hit just as they passed a green overhead sign that read, "International Bridges to Mexico." Now, as they sat in a slow-moving line of traffic on the bridge over the Rio Grande that led across the border checkpoint, the rising sun reflected violently off the line of vehicles ahead. Danny put on his shades and continued to scan the area from the passenger seat of the Tahoe. They were halfway across the bridge. Up ahead was a wide line of checkpoints, like a toll booth on a busy motorway. They crawled forward at a maximum of 10 meters every minute. Danny regularly cursed under his breath. Every minute they wasted here was a minute lost to their main objective, finding Spud. It was all he could do to stop himself from grabbing his handgun, storming up to the checkpoint and shooting his way through. The air stank of exhaust fumes from the trailing cars. Already the vehicle was like an oven, causing them to sweat heavily. Because the line was so slow, people were getting out of their cars, leaving their driver doors open to ventilate the vehicles, a mixture of Americans and Mexicans. But although people were chatting to each other and walking up and down the line, the two nationalities didn't mingle. Occasionally they didn't get back to their vehicle in time to move on, and there was a flurry of car horns and much waving of arms. Time check. 0810 hours. Danny looked in the rear-view mirror. Spike was in the back. Anxiety was written all over his face, which figured. Spud was his cousin, after all. Danny himself had a nasty, gnawing sensation in his stomach. He blamed himself. He had agreed to enter the warehouse when he knew something was wrong. He had left Spike there. It was his fault. "You're 2 o'clock, my 10 o'clock," Tyson said suddenly. Danny snapped his attention back to his surroundings. He could see 2 Mexican guys, each of them about 10 meters away, in the direction Tyson had indicated. They seemed to be looking directly at the Tahoe. Danny calmly leaned forward, removed his handgun from the glove compartment, kept his gaze on the 2 guys while unlocking the weapon by touch alone. Tyson was doing the same thing. "You telling me the cartel knows we're here?" Tyson breathed. Danny had no answer. He felt sweat dripping down the nape of his neck. Danny raised his weapon slightly so it could be seen through the windscreen. At the same time, several car horns sounded. The 2 Mexican men looked over their shoulders, turned, walked back to their vehicles. "This is fucked up," Tyson said. "It was probably nothing," Spike said from the back. "Not every Mexican that looks at us is a Zeta, right?" Danny didn't reply. He didn't know if he was being paranoid or careful. The car edged forward. "You don't trust Kleinman, do you?" Spike said. Danny sniffed. He didn't know who he trusted or what he thought. Earlier that morning he'd even suspected Tyson. Paranoid or careful. Maybe they were the same thing. It took 20 minutes to reach the border checkpoint. Up ahead, on the far side of the checkpoint, Danny counted 4 separate open-top Hilux vehicles, each with the words Policía Federales marked in white lettering on the side. Each vehicle had between 2 and 4 guys in the open-top section, Kevlar helmets, body armor, M16s across their fronts. Serious kit. Danny and Tyson stowed their weapons back in the glove compartment. "This is fucked up," Tyson repeated. "The Federales are good men and well-equipped. We should be using them, not hiding from them." But they all knew they didn't have a choice. Kleinman had vetoed that idea, and they didn't have time to argue. They pulled up to a border control agent. Tyson handed over the 3 fake passports along with their vehicle documents. A stony-faced customs woman examined them carefully, checked the photos, peered into the vehicle to check they matched. Hyper-aware of the hardware in the trunk, Danny clocked 3 CCTV cameras pointing in their direction from various angles. He kept his shades on, knowing it would make any facial recognition software less reliable. What was the problem? The woman was still flicking through the passports, looking at Tyson, then back at his photograph. Her brow was furrowed. Tyson simply maintained an easy smile. What the fuck was the problem? The customs woman handed back the passports, waved them through. Tyson drove carefully across the border. He kept the speed low. 20 meters to their 10 o'clock, one of the parked-up Federales vehicles was pointing toward them. Sunlight glinted off its windscreen, but one of the armed guys in the back was definitely following them with his gaze. Danny snapped his gaze away and looked straight ahead. He was aware of Tyson glancing in the direction of the Federales vehicle as he passed. "Welcome to Mexico," he muttered. Ana Rodriguez hadn't moved from the seat facing the front door of her house. She still clutched the handgun. She shivered occasionally, but not because she was cold. The sun rose. She'd been sitting in darkness, but now a grey light seeped in through her windows. She kept the shutters open, so she could tell if anyone was approaching. Nobody had. At 7 o'clock, Miguel woke up. She heard him padding out of the bedroom they shared. Sensed him standing at her shoulder. She made no attempt to hide the gun she was holding. "Go back to the bedroom, sweetheart," she said. "Get dressed. Stay there. Keep the door shut. You're not going to school today." "Where am I going? Are you coming with me?" "Go to your bedroom, sweetheart." "Is it because of Uncle Augusto?" Ana took a deep breath. "Go to your bedroom," she repeated. Miguel stood there for a moment longer. Then he turned and walked back into the bedroom. From the corner of her eye, she could tell he was clutching Buzz Lightyear by its good arm. Ana could hear the clock on the wall ticking. Her heart beat heavily in counterpoint. The voice at the other end of the phone had told her to expect visitors after dawn. But who were these visitors? How would she know they were friendly? Her head was muddled, confused. She continued to breathe deeply, trying to keep the panic at bay. The clock ticked. She thought that maybe she could hear Miguel gently sobbing in the other room. She resisted the temptation to go and engulf him in her arms. She had to stay alert, for his sake, more than for— It happened suddenly, unexpectedly. A hand clamped itself round her mouth from behind. A second hand covered her eyes. She was ripped from the chair, which clattered as she was hauled to the ground. She struggled and kicked, but a second set of hands ripped the handgun from her grasp and held her legs. She tried to cry out, but her voice was muffled. She fell silent and still when she felt cold steel against her forehead. The hand covering her eyes moved. She saw a tall man with black hair holding Miguel by his forearm, a pistol in his free hand. He was unshaven and had black, mirthless eyes. The person holding her legs and pressing a gun to her forehead was younger. He had piercing blue eyes and the remnants of acne on his cheek. She could not see the person covering her mouth from behind. Ana went limp, but something kept her from the cliff edge of overwhelming dread. These men were not Mexican. They were not Augusto's men. "You want your son to be safe," said the man with the black hair and the mirthless eyes. "Then you keep quiet. Nod, if you understand." She nodded. The hand moved tentatively from her mouth. The man with acne removed his weapon from her forehead. Are you Kleinman's people?" she asked. "Rule 1, the man with the dark hair said. You don't mention Kleinman to a single soul." He let go of Miguel, who scampered into the corner of the room looking frightened. "Get to your feet," the man said. What's your name?" she said. The man didn't answer for a moment. Ana had the impression this was not information he wanted to share. But after a moment he spoke. "My name's Danny Black," he said. "Rule 2, you do exactly what I tell you." Chapter 16. "Tyson, guard the back entrance. Spike, watch the front." Danny turned to the woman, Ana. "Kleinman says you're Z1's sister, that you have immunity from his Zetas." Ana flinched slightly, but she nodded. "He says you're under pressure to give medical aid to cartel members." Ana nodded again. "You need to answer me a question, and answer truthfully. Your life depends on it. More than that, your son's life depends on it. Does anyone know you're in touch with the CIA?" She shook her head vigorously. Danny believed her. "Your brother's men have something I want, a friend of mine. So this is what's going to happen. There's a Zeta enclosure on the southwestern edge of Nuevo Laredo. We're going to wait until nightfall. Then I'm going to secrete myself into the back of your vehicle. You're going to drive to the gate on the southern edge of the enclosure. We expect there to be 2 cartel guards at the gate. You'll tell them you've heard they have wounded men. When they let you in, you'll open the back of the vehicle, I'll deal with the guards, and you'll be free to leave the enclosure." She stared at him. Then, in heavily accented English, she said, "You're completely insane." Danny ignored that. "Before we leave, we're going to move your son into a room at the Nuevo Laredo Holiday Inn. The only people who'll know where he is will be us and Kleinman. He'll be safe. When we've left the Zeta enclosure, we'll take you straight to him. Kleinman will have a man at the hotel waiting to get you into the U.S. You'll both have a new identity in 24 hours. Where's the boy now?" "Miguel?" Anna called uncertainly. A boy appeared from the adjoining room. He was holding a Buzz Lightyear toy, which had one arm missing. Anna ran over to hug her son. For the briefest moment, she reminded Danny of himself. He understood the fear she was feeling about the safety of her child. He stepped toward her. "Does the boy speak English?" he said. She shook her head. "Listen to me," he said. "The Americans can hide you completely. After today, you don't need to worry about your brother ever again." "What if something happens to me?" Anna said. "What will happen to Miguel then?" "Nothing will happen to you. You'll be in and out of the place in less than a minute. You have my word." "But who are you? What is your word worth?" Danny glanced toward the boy. "I'm a father," he said quietly. "Nothing will happen to you. By tomorrow you'll be in the U.S., safe, both of you." Anna stared at her feet. Danny could tell a riot of emotion was surging through her mind. She looked up. "I can't do it," she whispered. "He's too dangerous. If something happens to me—" She looked toward her son. Silence. Danny took a step back. "Fine," he said. He walked toward the front door, but stopped halfway there and looked back over his shoulder. "He won't last forever, you know, your brother. One day, maybe soon, some rival cartel guy will kill him. And you know how these people work. They don't just kill off the head of the family. They kill the whole family." He looked meaningfully at Miguel. "Your decision, Anna," he said. He walked to the door again. "Wait," Anna said. Danny stopped. "How do you know there will only be 2 guards at the door?" "My friends are going to put in surveillance on the enclosure. If anything changes, we'll know, and we'll react accordingly." "What do we do between now and nightfall?" "We get Miguel into his room at the Holiday Inn. Then we put ourselves in position near the enclosure. We don't think they'll try to move my friend before it gets dark, but if they do, I'll be in a position to hit them. As soon as that happens, we'll go pick up Miguel. Meet with Kleinman's guy." She stared at him. Then she nodded. "When do we have to leave?" she said. "Now. We need to put in surveillance as soon as possible." Anna licked her dry lips. She hurried over to Miguel and started talking to him in fast, nervous Spanish. The kid listened carefully. He looked confused. She put one hand on his cheek, then hurried over to the window and started closing the shutters. "There's no time for that," Danny said. "Leave everything behind. Let's go." Spike and Tyson were waiting for them. There were 2 cars here, a beaten-up, dented old brown saloon and an old van. Anna led them to the van and opened up the back. It had a strange smell, a mixture of old paint and medical disinfectant, as if the vehicle was used for many different purposes. There were boxes of medical gear piled up and strapped to the right-hand side of the van. A solid metal panel separated the back of the van from the cab, and there were more boxes piled up against it. Danny turned to the others. "Let's get the gear," he said. Spike and Tyson opened the flight case full of weaponry in the back of the Tahoe. Anna's and Miguel's eyes widened as they started removing the hardware. Tyson and Spike took their respective rifles and started stripping them down into constituent parts. That way they would fit inside their North Face rucksacks. They could sling them over their shoulders as they made their way from their vehicle into the buildings that overlooked the square where Spud was being held. They stashed their helmets and NV goggles into the rucksack, along with fistfuls of cable ties and rolls of duct tape for suppressing prisoners. They double-checked their handguns holstered beneath their jackets, checked over their personal comms, covert earpiece and a tiny microphone clipped to their jacket. Once they were done, aside from not looking Mexican, they appeared pretty unremarkable. A couple of guys with rucksacks, nothing more. As he was doing this, Tyson eyed Anna up and down quite overtly. "Live here by yourself, darling?"
"With my son,"
Anna said curtly.
"You should call sometime when you need someone to keep the bed warm, eh?"
"Drop it, Tyson," Danny said. He kept his own rifle in one piece. He stashed it in the back of Anna's van, along with the ops vest he'd replaced back at the motel, and his helmet and NV goggles. Like the others, he kept his handgun on his person. He sorted his comms, then turned to Tyson and Spike. "Alpha 1, he said, pointing to himself. "Alpha 2, he pointed at Tyson. "Alpha 3, Spike. "Estimated time to the target location, 20 minutes. It's 10:40 hours now. Kleinman will have booked the hotel room. We'll check Miguel in, then get in contact with you. Let's get moving." Tyson and Spike closed up the trunk of the Tahoe, loaded themselves into the front, and drove away. Danny turned to Anna. "Ignore Tyson," Danny said.
"I've dealt with worse than him,"
Anna said. Danny didn't doubt it was true. "He and Spike are going ahead. There are buildings surrounding the square that we need to enter. They're going to set up surveillance and firing positions from the roof. They'll have the advantage of height. If there's any kind of trouble, they'll be able to supply fire support. If you hear gunfire once we're inside the enclosure, hit the ground and don't move. Is there anything you don't understand about that?"
"You promised nothing would happen to me."
"It won't. If there are only 2 guards by the gate, which is what we expect, I can easily deal with them. But we always plan for contingencies, so if you hear gunfire, you hit the ground, okay?" She nodded mutely. Danny removed a map of Nuevo Laredo and pointed out the target area. "Avenida Hidalgo. You know how to get there?" he said.
"Of course."
"Then let's go. We'll get Miguel to the hotel first. Then we can park up near the Avenida Hidalgo when it's time for me to get into the back of the van." Danny climbed into the passenger side of the van. There was a single long bench. Anna took the wheel. There was room between the two of them for Miguel. The kid was obviously nervous of Danny. He shuffled up toward his mum, clutching his Buzz Lightyear. Anna held the wheel tightly for a moment, breathing deeply before she started the engine. She looked back toward the house that she obviously knew she would never see again. Danny felt a moment of great respect for this woman. He knew she had very little choice but to follow his instructions, but this took guts, and most people would have crumbled. "It'll be fine," Danny said quietly. "You'll be over the border by midday tomorrow." Anna didn't reply. She knocked the van into first and hit the gas. The morning rush-hour traffic was constricting the roads of Nuevo Laredo. Anna knew them well. She drove down side streets and took innumerable shortcuts as she wound her way north. Miguel asked a few questions in Spanish as they went. Anna answered him with a pretense of calmness. Danny kept quiet. She was the kid's mum. She knew how to handle him. The sky was a fierce blue, the morning sun bright. It gleamed dazzlingly off the traffic. Shades were essential. Anna wore a fashionable pair of Jackie O sunglasses that hid her tired eyes. She was a good-looking woman, but Danny's mind couldn't really be further from such thoughts. He felt like he was on a knife's edge. He didn't know how much time he had to get to Spud. Maybe they'd moved him already. If so, he had no leads. It took 10 minutes to reach the Holiday Inn, a squat tower of glass and brown brick surrounded by scraggly palm trees. It overlooked a main road, and beyond it, the Rio Grande, glittering in the sun. A Federales vehicle was parked up alongside the river. It wasn't the first Danny had seen in the journeys to and from Anna's house. Several of these vehicles had been parked in various locations. His instinct was that they were there as a deterrent, more than for any real tactical reason. Anna caught him looking at the vehicle.
"They have the places where they always park," she said. "It's stupid, really. The cartel always knows where they are."
"Decoy vehicles," Danny said. "That's all." As they climbed out of the car, Danny saw Anna look across the parking lot over the river toward the U.S., half longingly, half apprehensively. Then she put her arms round Miguel and drew him closer to her. "The room's booked and paid for. It's in the name of Sophia Ortiz. Go and check in." Anna entered the hotel, hand in hand with Miguel. Danny kept a 10-meter distance and watched from the bland lobby as she checked in and took her keycards. The receptionist pointed her toward the elevator. Danny met her by the elevator doors. They were silent as they ascended to the 7th floor. Miguel kept close to his mum. As the doors slid open, Danny stepped into the corridor first and looked left and right to check it was empty. It was, so he nodded at them to exit the lift and led them down the corridor to room 735. Anna used one of her 2 keycards to open it. They entered. It was a very ordinary hotel room. A double bed, a desk with mahogany effect veneer, a TV with a welcome message in Spanish for Sofia Ortiz. A small shower room. The room had a faint smell of stale cigarettes, but was otherwise neat and clean. Danny stood by the door while Anna installed Miguel on the bed. She put Nickelodeon on the TV, then hugged him desperately and issued a series of instructions to him in Spanish. Miguel said nothing. He was obviously frightened and confused, but he seemed to be taking on board what his mother was telling him. "We have to go," Danny said, after a couple of minutes. Anna nodded. She hugged her son again, then kissed the top of his head, and left one of the keycards on his bedside table. Now, however, his attention was on the TV. Anna kissed him again, then moved over to where Danny was standing by the door. Miguel was staring at the TV. "He knows not to leave the room or answer the door to anyone." Anna nodded. "He's a sensible boy," she said. "Sometimes I leave him alone at home." She sounded like she was trying to persuade herself it was true. Danny grabbed the No Molestar sign from the door handle, then opened the door. The adult stepped outside. He closed the door and put the sign on the exterior. He could see Anna was trying not to cry. "We really need to go," he told her. They were back in the car 2 minutes later. Anna drove, but she kept looking in the rearview mirror for as long as she could still see the Holiday Inn. Only when it was out of sight did Danny feel her concentration was truly on the road. They were heading west, around the southern perimeter of Nuevo Laredo. Once, Danny supposed, this would have looked like a regular, slightly down-at-heel border town. Now, everywhere he looked, there were signs that Nuevo Laredo was a place that knew violence. The shell of a car, a burned-out, dilapidated house. Occasionally, they would pass under a concrete pedestrian bridge. Without exception, these bridges were plastered in cartel graffiti. The same graffiti became more prevalent as they headed toward the southwestern side of the town. It covered whole buildings. Danny didn't understand the Spanish, but he could pick out the words Los Zetas with ease. Their surroundings became more and more run down. The tarmac on the roads was split and broken. The buildings on either side were a mishmash. Some were constructed from bare breeze blocks, their pointing rough and eaten away. Others had once been painted in bright colours, though the paint was now fading and peeling. Other older buildings were made of timber. Some of the exterior walls were pockmarked with bullet holes, and although in places there were a few old men sitting together on rickety chairs on the pavements, Danny had a general sense that this area was less busy than other parts of Nuevo Laredo he'd seen. A sense that people were avoiding being on the streets even in the daytime. Danny felt his mind shifting into the cold, analytical mode that preceded such an operation, stripping away anything that wasn't necessary. Now was not the time to worry about the hit on the plane, about the disaster in the tunnel, about the fuck-ups that had preceded this moment. There was no point dwelling on mistakes. They had a situation that needed fixing, and Danny was going to fix it. End of story.
"Who is he?"
Anna said, the first word she had spoken in 5 minutes. Danny snapped out of his mental preparations. "I told you, a friend of mine."
"He must be a good friend for you to do this."
Danny saw her glancing at him from behind her sunglasses. He stared straight ahead. "We go way back," Danny said. It was impossible to explain, so he changed the subject. "Was he always like this? Your brother, I mean?" Anna made a disdainful noise.
"Did he burn villages, cut people's heads off, as a child? No, of course not."
"So what happened to him?" She didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was emotionless.
You want me to tell you some story of a terrible childhood? A great trauma?
She shook her head.
There is none. We were poor, but our parents looked after us, made sure we went to school, made sure we had food and clothes. They were very proud when Augusto joined the military. Do you have a brother, Senor Black?
Danny kept his voice level. Yes. And do you understand him? Danny didn't reply.
I guess not, said Anna. I do not understand my brother either. He is just a bad man, an evil man.
Danny felt a pang of guilt thinking about his own brother. How he'd dumped him in that police station. Truth was, he was just another victim of people like Anna's brother. Z1's influence was far-reaching.
I have to get away from him, Anna said quietly. He wants to bring Miguel under his wing. I can't allow him to have that influence over my son.
Where does he live, Anna, your brother? Where's his safe house? Another brief silence.
You were right, what you said back at my house, Anna said. One day, someone will kill him. It will be someone like you or someone like him. But I will not be the person who gives them that information. He is a monster, but he is still my brother. Family means everything to him. I suppose it means something to me, too.
There was a finality in her voice that brought that line of conversation to an end. Are you clear what you have to do? Danny said. Tonight, when we enter the enclosure. Anna nodded. Danny noticed she was gripping the steering wheel unusually hard. There was a tear on her cheek. He hoped she was up to this.
We're 2 blocks away,
Anna said. Pull over here. I'm going to take the wheel. This is where we sit it out until it gets dark. If I get word that they're moving my friend, I'm going to floor it to the entrance of the enclosure. You'll need to get out. She nodded mutely and pulled up into a deserted side street. Even when the car came to a standstill, however, she kept her hands knuckle-white on the wheel and stared ahead. You'll be safe, Danny told her. You'll be back with him tonight. Just do what we said, okay? She nodded again, said nothing. Danny exited, slipped round to the driver's side, and helped her out. She seemed very frail. He wondered if she was up to this. Time would tell. Danny settled in behind the wheel and prepared himself to sit it out until it got dark. 11:15 hours. Alpha 1, this is Alpha 2 and Alpha 3. Check? Check. We're in position. What's your status? Preparing to enter the target building. Over. Tyson had parked the Tahoe 1 block north of the target, in a regular parking place outside a shabby mini-mart. 50 meters along the road was an open-top Federales vehicle. Tyson had noticed a few of these artfully positioned vehicles around the city. Here, he could make out the shadow of 2 federal police officers in the front, but he didn't allow himself to stare too closely and attract their interest, not with an M4 rifle in his rucksack and a SIG 9mm about his person. Instead, he and Spike quickly headed south. They were now standing in front of a fast food joint. It was closed at this hour, a metal shutter pulled down over its frontage. The shutter was covered with cartel graffiti. The sidewalk was littered with polystyrene burger boxes. The 2 men stared at the building in front of them, their heavy rucksacks slung over their shoulders.
"Do you think the building is occupied by cartel members?"
Spike asked. "That is snowflake," Tyson said. "It's a dump. My money's on poor locals. They're probably terrorized by the cartel, so if the Zetas use their premises, they can be sure no one's going to grass them up. It makes sense for them to have places they can hole up dotted around the town." Tyson continued his examination of the building. It was 4 stories high, concrete render, securely shuttered windows, no visible entrance. This was the northern edge of the square where Spud was being held. The gate where Danny Black would attempt to gain entry was on the southern edge. To provide decent surveillance and effective fire support, he and Spike needed to be up high, preferably on the roof of the building, with one of them on the western side and one on the eastern, which was why they were about to split up. A homeless guy staggered past. Tyson waited for him to be out of earshot before speaking. "There's no external staircase to the roof," he said. "We'll have to try and gain access from inside the building. You go west, I'll go east." Spike nodded and instantly headed east along the road. Tyson strode west. took a right after 20 meters. He was now walking along the eastern edge of the building. It looked similar to the northern side, aging concrete, metal shutters, but also, 25 meters along, there was a door. Made from solid varnished wood with dull brass fittings, it looked oddly out of place against the concrete. It was locked, of course. On the right-hand side was a wide panel of intercom buttons, 40, 10 buttons for each of the 4 floors. Tyson pressed one of the 4th floor buttons, 43. There was a pause of 20 seconds before a voice answered.
"Sí?"
"Entrega," he said in good Spanish. "Delivery, for number 42, no answer."
There was a mumbled response that Tyson couldn't hear. A buzz from the door. Tyson kicked it open and slipped inside. It was dark in here and considerably colder. Stone floors and concrete walls sucked the warmth from the air. As Tyson's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw a rack of pigeonholes for mail on his left, and a wide flight of stairs to his right. He removed his handgun, unlocked it, and started to move upstairs. Spike's voice in his ear.
"Alpha 3, check."
Danny Black.
"Alpha 1, check."
"Alpha 2, check."
He encountered nobody until he hit the 2nd-floor landing. Here he heard footsteps coming from above. He swiftly moved onto the 2nd floor and waited by an open door until he heard the same footsteps descending to the ground floor. When all was silent, he moved up again. He wanted to get to the roof. When he reached the 4th floor, he found it was not going to be possible. There was no emergency exit, no fire door. He cursed silently. His backup plan was considerably more risky. He would need to gain access to one of the apartments overlooking the square. He quickly adapted his thinking. A 3rd-floor apartment would be best. Probably a quarter of the way along from the southern edge. That would give him enough height to stay hidden, but a close enough angle to provide effective covering fire if it was required. He hurried down the stairwell, hit the 3rd-floor landing and turned left. There was a very pronounced stench of greasy cooking along here. Tyson fully expected to find a poor, run-down apartment behind the door of number 33, which was where he was headed. Impossible to know, however, how many people would be living there. He positioned himself outside the door, listened in. He could hear a TV blaring, nothing else. He rapped twice on the door. No answer. He rapped again. Footsteps approaching. The door opened a couple of inches. Tyson shoulder-barged, putting all the force of his considerable bulk into the action. The door slammed open, and Tyson was immediately aware of a middle-aged man falling back into the room. He had a bit of a belly and wore baggy trousers and a string vest. Kicking the door shut with his heel, Tyson raised his weapon, holding it steady with both hands and aiming it directly at the Mexican, who stared down the barrel in utter terror.
"Quien más vive aquí?" he demanded in perfect Spanish. "Who else lives here?"
The man shook his head. "Nadie." Tyson quickly took in his surroundings. It was a bedsit, unmade bed against the left-hand wall, TV in the corner, small kitchen area with piles of unwashed crockery, several full ashtrays, an open window overlooking the central square where Spud was being held.
"Get on the floor," Tyson said. "Face down, now."
The man did as he was told. Tyson lowered his weapon and opened up his rucksack. He pulled out cable ties and duct tape. He bent down and cable-tied the struggling man's wrists and ankles. Then he wrapped duct tape around his mouth and head. He put his handgun to his skull.
"Make a sound," he said. "I'll kill you."
The man went rigid with fear. Tyson turned the TV up slightly, just in case his threat failed to work.
"Alpha 1, check."
"Alpha 2, check. State your location, Alpha 3.
"On the roof. I've got eyes on. You?"
3rd floor. Do you copy, Alpha 1?
No reply.
Do you copy, Alpha 1?
"This is Alpha 1, check."
The comms were scratchy and unclear. Tyson guessed Black was a couple of blocks away, so the short-range radio connection was flaky. He quickly pieced his weapon together and moved over to the window. The square was instantly recognizable from the drone footage they'd watched earlier. The northern half of it was covered with thick trees, a strange miniature jungle in the middle of the city. He could make out the roofs of the 2 small shacks in the northwestern and northeastern corners. Spud was being held in the former. The wounded Zetas were in the latter. He cast his eyes over the solid metal gates on the southern edge. It was covered in cartel graffiti. There was a tiny hut to one side of the gate. Tyson had missed that on the drone imagery. That was where the guards would be sheltering from the sun. He looked up toward the opposite rooftop and could just make out the form of Spike, lying on his front, his weapon covering the gates. "All quiet on the western front," he said into his comms, ignoring the muffled complaints of the Mexican man on the floor.
"Roger that,"
came the reply. Chapter 17. London, 1400 hours GMT. Status? Tam spoke into his comms.
"We've seen 9 guys enter the gym, 2 guys leave."
It had been a slow morning. Nobody had entered the Paradise Gym until midday. Only now did Tam feel he could risk entering without seeming suspicious. He stood up, stepped away from the edge of the rooftop, and removed his raincoat. The clothes underneath didn't look too bad, but he brushed them down with his hands anyway. Then he ran back along the rooftop to the metal staircase that led down to street level. He walked back past the rear entrance to the gym, past Webb, who was covering the rear at ground level, and hooked a left toward the main street. It was busy. The early afternoon traffic was queuing both ways. Somewhere in the distance Tam heard a police siren. He loitered on the corner of the road until it faded, the warning from their faceless handler ringing in his ears.
"Under the radar. We don't want the UK authorities to know you're involved."
Tam clocked Brooks and Dixon in the skate park on the opposite side of the road. He strode along the sidewalk until he reached the front entrance. The words Paradise Gym above the shop front looked even seedier by daylight than they did by night. Tam tried the door. It was locked, but there was an intercom to one side. He pressed the button. There was a 20-second pause. Then a voice came over the intercom.
"Yeah?"
"Hi," Tam said, making no attempt to hide his American accent. "I'm in town for a few days. Friend of mine told me this was a good place to relax." There was no reply, just a crackly silence that told Tam the intercom was still active. "So, what do you say?" he added. There was a buzzing sound. The door latch clicked. Tam pushed it open and walked inside. He found himself in a dimly lit hallway. There was a sweet, pungent smell in the air. Tam neither knew nor wanted to know what it was. Thin carpet, yellow walls. There was another closed door at the end of the hallway. Tam moved forward and opened it. He found himself in a reception area. There was a desk, a threadbare sofa, and a vending machine. Several pictures hung on the wall. Each one depicted a bronzed, muscle-bound, topless guy. Tam immediately noticed the security camera in one corner of the room, red light glowing. A young man sat at the desk. He had chiseled features and intricate, expensive tattoos on his right arm. He looked Tam up and down with a faintly lascivious expression. Tam smiled back. "Hi," he said. "Well, hi," the young man replied. "We love an American accent. Welcome to the Paradise Gym. We haven't seen you here before." "Like I said." Tam jabbed one thumb over his shoulder to indicate the intercom. "I'm new to town." "Nothing like fresh blood," the young man said. "I was thinking I could maybe use the gym," Tam said. "Then, hang out." "Yeah, hang out," the guy replied. "I know. So, you don't seem to have any gym gear." "Hoping you could sell me some," Tam said. He fished a wad of notes from his back pocket. "Happy to pay." "Most people are," the young man said. "I'm afraid we don't sell gear, but I'm sure I can find something for you to borrow, although it may be a little tight." He looked Tam up and down appreciatively. "Why don't you have a seat? You'll need to fill in a temporary membership application." The application form was a joke. A slip of paper, shabbily Xeroxed from the original, onto which Tam inscribed a fake name and fake address, before signing something that said he knew how to use the gym equipment. He handed it back to the young man, who didn't even look at it. "This way," he said. Tam followed him through a door at the back of the reception room. It led to another corridor. A door to the locker room was on the left, a staircase at the end on the right, a fire door at the very end. Tam deduced this was the rear entrance he'd been watching all night. "Just wait in there," said the young man, indicating the locker room. "I'll see what I can find for you." Tam entered the locker room. It was grim. Open urinals along one wall, an open shower along the opposite one, lockers along the third, and a bench with pegs along the centre of the room. It stank of sweat and piss, and maybe something else. 7 sets of men's clothes were hanging on the pegs. They corresponded to the 9-2 punters Brooks had seen entering. The door opened. The young man entered carrying a pair of shorts and a T-shirt. He handed them over to Tam with a wordless smile. "I'll leave you to get changed," he said, without showing any sign of leaving. "That would be swell," Tam said. Another smile. The young man turned his back on Tam. "Shout if you need anything," he said as he left the locker room. Alone again, Tam hung the gym gear on one of the pegs, felt under his jacket for his sidearm, cocked and locked it, then left it loose in his holster. He waited another minute before exiting the locker room. The corridor was empty. He quickly hung a left toward the staircase at the end of the corridor, hurried up it. The staircase wound back on itself at a half landing. Tam noticed a security camera here too. A lot of security cameras, he thought, for a simple gym. But by the time anyone looked through this footage, he hoped to be long gone. Heading up the stairs, he spoke into his comms. It was important the guys knew his rough location, in case anything happened.
"Roger that."
He stopped at the first floor, even though the staircase continued up to a second. A glass door set into a glass wall looked onto a very ordinary gym. Rowing machines, cross-trainers, free weights, the works. 7 guys were working out. Tam looked straight past them toward 3 doors on the far side of the gym, all closed and no indication what was behind them. He hesitated for a moment. Then he made the call to continue up the stairs. If he didn't find what he was looking for up there, only then would he risk trying to gain access to the doors across the gym. Half landing, security camera, red light. Tam carried on up. "2nd floor," he said into the comms. The 2nd floor was quieter, and for a good reason. There was a no-entry sign on the door that led off the staircase. Tam went through it. He found himself on another corridor that led to the front of the building. It contained 3 doors, evenly spaced along the right-hand side. Tam's sense of the geography of the building told him these doors led to rooms above the gym. He tried each of them in turn. They were all locked. He was about to remove his tension wrenches from his wallet when the door leading to the staircase opened. A thick-set man, with several days' stubble and a face like a bulldog, appeared behind him at the end of the corridor. "Can't you fucking read?" he said. Tam gave him his most winning smile. "I was looking for the gym," he said. "Fucking fag," the bulldog muttered under his breath. "Gym's downstairs." "Right," Tam said. "Okay, downstairs." He turned and sauntered easily back up the corridor to where the bulldog was holding open the door to the staircase. He fixed him with an easy stare, making sure the bulldog had absolutely no idea that Tam was going to attack the moment he was in reach. The 2 men were a meter apart when Tam performed a sudden textbook palm strike. He thrust the heel of his hand upwards against the bulldog's nose. It was Tam's go-to maneuver. A nose broken in that way was much more painful than a nose broken from the side. It would put pretty much anyone out of play. The bulldog let out a deflated groan and moved his hands up to protect his bleeding nose. Tam was already preparing his second hit, a strike to the carotid artery. The bulldog was a tough, sinewy guy, but nobody was invulnerable to violent strikes to vital, soft body parts like that. As soon as Tam's hammer first hit the artery, the bulldog crumpled to the floor with a solid thump. Tam worked quickly. He rifled through the guy's pockets and immediately found keys. He checked the stairwell to ensure nobody was coming, then moved quickly toward the first of the 3 doors. He found the correct key after 3 goes, opened the door, and looked inside. It was a dark room. The walls were painted matte black. There was an unpleasant, sticky carpet. No furniture, except a table against one wall, with a plastic box full of condoms. Against the left-hand wall, 3 glory holes at dick height. And against the far wall, a further locked door. Tam didn't need much imagination to work out what this room was used for, but he figured these were mostly nighttime activities. He grabbed the bulldog by his ankles and dragged him into the room. He could be out for anything between 5 and 15 minutes. He shut the door on him and tried the second. Same deal. The glory holes leading into the first room were on the right-hand wall. He backed out and found the key for the 3rd room. Bingo. It was an office. Desks, computers, in-trays, a Xerox machine, but against the right-hand wall was the flight case Tam was looking for. He tried to move it with his foot. It was very heavy. He wondered what he'd find inside. Weapons? Ammunition? Whatever it was had a good solid weight to it. He knelt down in front of the case and tried to open the latch. Predictably, it was locked. Tam was in the process of taking the tension wrenches from his wallet when his earpiece burst into life.
"Okay, buddy, we got a problem."
Brooks' voice sounded suddenly very tense. "Go ahead," Tam said as he picked the lock of the case.
"Aiden Bailey's here. He's got 5 guys with him. Motherfucker looks like he means business. I think you've been made."
"Armed?" Tam demanded as he raised the lid of the case and looked inside.
"Heavy coats, bulges at the back, each of them. They've got substantial firearms slung over their shoulders."
Tam stared at the contents of the case. He cocked his head. This wasn't what he'd expected. There was no military-grade hardware here. This was a trunk full of neatly packaged white-brown powder, approximately 100 kilos. Street value, Tam didn't know, but surely several millions. "How long have I got?" he said as he removed his phone, captured an image of the dope and closed the case.
"They'll be at the main entrance in 30 seconds.
It would take at least 45 seconds for Tam to get out of the building. If Bailey and his men were on a war footing, and it sounded like they were, he'd be confronting them anyway. There was going to be a contact. But Tam still needed the smoking gun that would allow him to nail the crime boss for weapons trading. His handlers would accept nothing less. "We don't want a firefight in the street," he said. "Let them enter, then follow. Wait for my instruction to engage." Tam looked around the room. There was a metal storage cupboard in one corner. He moved toward it and opened it up. There was nothing of interest, just reams of blank paper and boxes of pens. He turned his attention to the desks. One was relatively empty, while the other was piled with paper. He moved over to the paper-filled desk and started rummaging through the documents. There was nothing of any particular interest here either. Catalogues for gym equipment, invoices, bills.
"The targets have entered the building."
Tam's skin prickled. He glanced toward the door and made his handgun ready. He should get out of here. Something on the desk caught his eye. A manila folder with a small sheaf of photographs slightly spilling out. He opened the folder, pulled out the top photograph, and examined it carefully. The photograph showed 2 men. The first was Aiden Bailey. Tam recognized him from the image their handler had sent them the previous day. He was shaking hands with a Hispanic-looking man, smiling broadly for the camera like he was very pleased to be seen with his companion. Tam recognized this guy, too. He was one of the 2 men who had dropped off the flight case full of dope at the Paradise Gym that morning. But it wasn't his face that interested Tam, it was his forearm. It was covered with a very intricate tattoo. Even though this picture was taken from a distance, Tam could make out what it depicted because he'd seen such a tattoo before. It was a skull, an angel of death, its jaws fixed in a gruesome grin. The skull wore a military red beret and was pointing an assault rifle. Woven behind the skull and through its eye sockets and mouth was an intricate Gothic letter, Z. Tam glanced back toward the flight case full of dope, then back to the picture. It looked like Aiden Bailey was getting friendly with the Mexican Zeta cartel.
"We've accessed the building."
Brooks's voice came over the comms.
"Reception area clear. What's your location?"
"Top floor," Tam said.
"Fucking hell, buddy, you need to move. This is going noisy."
Tam continued to flick through the photographs. There were 3 more, very similar to the first. He wondered why Bailey was keeping a record of this meeting. Probably he decided so he could use his contact with the Zetas to impress people, or to put the shits up them. The guy was clearly a Class 1 scum. He took a sharp intake of breath. He had reached the 5th photograph in the pile. Like the other photographs, this one had been taken from a distance at some kind of party or gathering. There were a lot of people milling around, smartly dressed. On the far side of the room were some large windows looking down onto a floodlit soccer pitch. The photo was taken covertly, Tam deduced from the shakiness of the image. But although it was blurred, Tam could clearly discern several of the faces. There was Aiden Bailey. He was wearing a black suit with an open-neck white shirt and had a gaudy medallion on show. He was shaking hands with a man Tam knew, a man he had seen just 3 days previously at Bryce Norton RAF base. Tyson, Tam breathed. What the hell was the SAS man doing pressing flesh with a lowlife like Bailey? But then he thought of Tyson's reputation, all those rumours that had been on the take in Afghanistan. Tam flicked through to the next picture, Bailey again, and Tyson, but this time there were 3 other men in their little group. Tam recognized them all, the black-haired one with dark eyes and a scowl, the short, squat one slightly balding, the kid with piercing blue eyes and acne on his cheek. It was the unit Tyson had been travelling out with, all of them in conversation with Bailey. Tam looked over again at the flight case full of dope. Bailey had links to the Zeta cartel. Tyson and his unit had links to Bailey. Tyson had spent time in Mexico, and his unit was heading back across the Atlantic just 3 days ago. Alarm bells were ringing. He turned back to the photographs, took out his phone again, and snapped some more images. What the hell was a British SAS unit operating in the US doing with a known criminal involved with illegal arms shipments who apparently had links with the Mexican Zetas? "Get Bailey," he instructed over the comms. "Alive. Nail anyone else if you have to. Webb, keep eyes on the back. If Bailey tries to escape, grab him. Brooks, Dixon, go!" Tam pocketed his phone, headed to the door, stepped out into the corridor, weapon at the ready. There was nobody there. He moved swiftly along the corridor, opening the door to the glory hole room where he'd left the bulldog. The man was groggily pushing himself to his feet. Tam raised his weapon and delivered a single headshot. He was heading to the stairs before the bulldog hit the floor again. He stopped to listen. He could hear shouting further down the stairwell, male voices, London accents. "Status?" he demanded into the comms.
"Ground floor clear. We have 2 targets down in the changing rooms."
"Shooters?"
"Negative. We think Bailey and his guys are heading upstairs."
"I'm coming down from the 2nd floor." He descended, pointing his weapon down the stairwell, ready to fire at the slightest threat. The shouting had fallen silent, but he could hear footsteps coming up. At the half landing between the 1st and 2nd floors, he pointed his weapon at the security camera and released a single round. The camera exploded in a shower of sparks as Tam continued down until he almost reached the 1st floor landing, where the glass door set into the glass wall looked onto the gym area. 7 guys were still working out. He stopped, listened hard. Silence. And then suddenly, gunfire. It was a single shot, and it echoed heavily up and down the stairwell. Tam knew instantly it came from a shotgun, not from the sound of the report, but from the nature of the ammunition, a heavy single cartridge that spewed pellets over the entirety of the 1st floor landing. The glass wall and door shattered and noisily collapsed. At the same time, Tam heard the sound of a shotgun's pump action, and he knew a second cartridge was about to be discharged. He was momentarily shocked at the heavyweight nature of the attack. These men were viciously armed and had come to kill. He threw himself back just as a second report blistered around the stairwell. There was shouting from inside the gym as the pellets scattered indiscriminately across the landing and past the shattered wall. Tam heard a 3rd round go off more distant. It sounded like it was at the bottom of the stairs, and he knew there was a chance the others were being pinned down. Tam had 2 choices: retreat upstairs or get into the gym, where he could take cover and hold his position while Brooks and Dixon found the opportunity to attack from the ground floor. Upstairs was no good. He'd be cornered. He had to go for the gym. The 7 guys in there had hit the ground. Distance to the nearest weights machine, 15 meters. It was situated in the middle of the gym and was both broad and high enough to provide cover. Tam pointed down the stairwell and blindly fired 2 covering shots, a 3-second gap between them, before hurling himself across the shattered glass toward the gym. "Stay down!" he barked at the gym users, not out of concern for their safety, but because if they stood, they could draw fire or get in his way. He sprinted to the weights machine, where he took cover, just able to see through the weight stack what was going on in the 15 meters between himself and the stairwell. 2 figures appeared. Older guys, mid-60s maybe, broad-shouldered and squat. Each of them carried a pump-action shotgun, sawn off at the barrel and at the butt, a string hanging from the barrel that they had clearly used to sling the weapons over their shoulders when they were outside. Tam knew those shotguns could have been doctored to hold up to 5 cartridges, and he knew why the men favoured them. There was no need to aim a sawn-off with a regular cartridge. The pellets would spread around the room and badly wound everyone in it if it didn't kill them. a blunt, unsophisticated weapon, but effective. Tam heard a voice, pure Cockney. "Screw the fucking oyster bays," it shouted. "Plug the black septic with a gun." It took a moment for Tam to work out what was being said. Oyster bays, gaze. Septic tank, yank. He crouched down behind the weight stack just in time. One of the guys stepped forward. He had a craggy, weathered face, and he held his sawn-off with one hand as he aimed it into the centre of the room and fired. The shrapnel from the cartridge ricocheted off the weights machine, but he could tell from the sudden screaming it had also hit at least 4 of the gym guys. At the same time, he heard distant gunfire from the ground floor. His earpiece burst into life. "2 targets down," Brooks said. "Bailey's on his way up now." A second ferocious blast from the shotgun peppered the gym with pellets. The screaming from the gym guys became more intense. Tam moved quickly before the shooter had time to pump his weapon again. Holding his handgun in both hands, he twisted out from behind the weights machine and in a split second took aim and fired a single round at the broad target of the craggy shooter's chest. He hit the ground with a solid thump. Tam was aware the 7 gym guys were all in a shit state, bleeding out on the ground, writhing in agony, but his attention was firmly focused on what was on the stairwell landing. He saw 2 figures. One of them was the second shooter. He was raising his sawn-off, preparing to take another shot into the gym. The second was Aidan Bailey, well-tanned, grey hair slicked back, also holding a sawn-off, but showing no sign of planning to use it. He was clearly rattled, looking behind him in panic, then toward the carnage of the gym. Tam just had time to see him run toward the staircase, heading back up to the second floor, before he took cover behind the weights machine again. There was another heavy shotgun blast, an immediate clunk of the pump action, then yet another blast. The walls were pockmarked with indentations from the pellets. The gym guys were moaning quietly now. Tam prepared to take aim at this second shooter. An instant later, he knew he wouldn't have to. He heard the dull thud of a suppressed handgun from the direction of the stairwell, a characteristic double tap that he knew came from one of the members of his team. Brooks' voice came over his earpiece, but Tam could also hear it in real time from about 20 meters. "Target down. It's just Bailey left." Tam swung out from behind the weights machine. He could tell that 5 of the gym guys were dead. The remaining 2 were in a shit state, but they'd seen him, and that wasn't acceptable. He casually released a round into each man's chest as he stormed past them toward the stairwell. He arrived at the landing at the same time as Brooks and Dixon. He pointed upstairs, and, weapon engaged, led the way. Despite his tiredness, his senses were acute. Bailey was armed, and he was going to be cornered, nothing more dangerous. As he hit the second floor, he paused by the door that led from the stairwell, listened. There was silence. He held up 3 fingers toward Brooks and Dixon. 2, 1. He kicked the door open. Brooks and Dixon fired several covering rounds through the opening. Tam swung round into the now familiar corridor, ready to fire a wounding shot the second he saw Bailey. But there was no sign of him. There were 2 open doors, the one leading into the office at the far end, and the one leading into the first glory hole room where the bulldog lay dead. The second glory hole room was closed. Silence. Tam advanced carefully, his weapon raised in 2 hands. The first glory hole room came into view. He sensed Brooks and Dixon moving behind him to check the other rooms. "Motherfucker!" The bulldog's body was still there, lying in a pool of his own blood, but the door at the far end of the room was open. Tam advanced towards it. It led to a second room with a bank of surveillance screens, and beyond that, a further room with a locked door on the far side. Tam could tell the line of rooms connected this building to the adjoining one. Brooks. "Clear." Dixon. "Clear." Which meant Bailey wasn't on the second floor. He'd slipped the net. He was moving along the terrace of houses to escape. Tam got on the comms. "Webb, Bailey's going to be leaving from one of the other buildings in this street. Fucking find him!" He turned to the surveillance screens. A digital tape was recording everything on a machine below one of the screens. Tam removed it to excise any evidence of their presence, then he sprinted back toward the stairwell along with Brooks and Dixon. They thundered down the stairs, past the carnage in the gym, past more dead bodies on the ground floor. Tam recognized the reception guy, who had a catastrophic wound to his chest, and out onto the street, where it was raining heavily. Tam saw it immediately and swore. 40 meters down the road, Bailey was getting into the back of a white VW, which immediately pulled out into the traffic and sped off. They had no chance of getting to him. At the same time, he heard the sound of sirens again. They were getting louder this time, approaching. "Get out of here," he told his team urgently. "Now!" He powered through the rain, shoulders hunched, head down, weapon secreted. As he walked, he pulled out his encrypted phone, dialed. The featureless male voice answered immediately.
"State your identity."
"Yankee Bravo 9, Tam said.
"What the hell's going on? There's been a report of gunfire at your location. British police are on their way now. Do you have what we need?"
"No," Tam stated. "I've got something else. Listen carefully. You have a British SAS team operating somewhere out of the UK. Guy called Jack Fletcher is involved. Goes by the name Tyson. If my guess is right and they're operating in Mexico, you've got a big fucking problem. They're compromised. They're affiliated with Bailey in some way, and I think they're working with the Zeta cartel. I can send you photographic evidence." And Tam Garrick proceeded to tell his handler exactly what he'd found. Tyson looked down onto the enclosure. The Mexican, whose room he'd commandeered, was still lying zip-tied and taped up on the floor, but had fallen silent hours ago. It was getting dark outside, and even darker in the room. He scanned the layout he'd already memorized from the drone imagery back at the motel. The rectangular enclosure, 40 meters wide, 80 meters deep. The small urban forest that covered the northern half of the square, thick and verdant, like a patch of jungle growing up among the concrete, and hiding 2 low buildings on either corner. The wide metal gate leading to the Avenida Hidalgo on the southern side of the enclosure. He'd seen the 2 guards emerge from the little guardhouse on the far side of the gates 3 times during the day, twice to smoke a cigarette, once to piss up against the cracked concrete wall. Apart from them, however, there was no movement of armed personnel. Nothing to suggest Spud wasn't still incarcerated in the enclosure, most likely in the building on the northwestern corner, among the trees. Time check, 1700 hours. He spoke into his comms. "Alpha 2, check."
"Alpha 3, check." "Alpha 1, check."
Danny Black's voice was clipped and stressed.
"Any sign of Spud?"
"Negative."
"We have 3 more hours of daylight. Hold your positions."
"Roger that," said Tyson.
"Roger that,"
said Spike. Kleinman, Rav, and Hernandez sat in the darkening motel ops room. They each had a fresh cup of coffee, but none of them was drinking it. There was a tense silence. A fresh drone was hovering high above the square on Avenida Hidalgo. They saw no movement of personnel. Everything was as it had been when the SAS team surveyed the scene. "You ever get the feeling," Rav said quietly, "something ain't right?" He stared at Kleinman, obviously waiting for a response. He received none. Kleinman's sat phone was lying on the desk in front of him. It rang. Kleinman answered it quickly. "Yeah?" A voice at the other end said,
"This is 0 Alpha.
"Go ahead."
What is the current location of the Hereford team?"
Kleinman knew this voice well, although he had never met its owner. It sounded slightly different this morning. There was an edge of panic. "Cross-border," Kleinman said evasively. For very good reasons, he did not want to tell his handlers the details of the situation.
"Your orders are to close down your operation immediately."
A pause. "I'm not sure I understand."
"Lock down your center of operations now. Remove yourselves from the area. We'll send people to clean up after you. Cease all communications with the Hereford unit. Your sat phones will be disabled within a minute."
Rav and Hernandez were staring at him. They could tell something was wrong. "Can I ask?" Kleinman said, trying to keep his voice mild. "Why?"
"Negative."
"I think," Kleinman said, a hint of steel in his voice, "that I insist." Another pause. Kleinman knew the owner of the robotic voice was judging which was more important, secrecy or Kleinman's compliance.
"We have credible evidence that the Hereford unit is compromised."
"In what way?"
"Affiliation with the Zeta cartel."
Kleinman's eyes met Rav's. "That sounds unlikely," Kleinman said.
"I repeat,"
said the robotic voice.
"You're to remove yourselves from the area, lock down your center of operations, and cease all communications with the Hereford unit. Return to Langley by covert means."
The line went dead. Kleinman kept his phone to his ear for a few seconds longer than he needed to. Then he looked at the screen. No service. He turned to Rav and Hernandez. "Disable the drone," he said. "They're closing us down." Chapter 18. Time check, 2000 hours. "It's time," Danny said. It was fully dark outside. They needed to make the assault before the Zetas had a chance to move Spud. Anna looked straight ahead as she nodded. Again, Danny wondered if she was up to this. Not that they had any choice. Not now. "I'm going to get into the back of the van. You know what to do?" She nodded once more, said nothing. "You just need to tell them—" "I know what to tell them! Let's get it over with." They alighted. Danny opened up the back of the vehicle and climbed in. He briefly saw Anna's worried face as she closed the doors. Then there was nothing but darkness. He felt for his NV goggles, which he fitted to his head and switched on. The interior of the van became visible under the familiar spooky green haze. He found his ops vest and strapped it on. He found his assault rifle. By the time he picked it up, the engine had started and the van pulled away. Danny put himself down in the firing position, facing the rear of the van, but fully aware of his surroundings to 180 degrees from the peripheral vision tubes. He felt the vehicle swing left, then right, then continue straight ahead for 45 seconds. He knew that meant they were in the Avenida Hidalgo. He didn't move from the firing position as he spoke into his comms. "Alpha 1, approaching target."
"Alpha 2, check. Alpha 3, check."
The vehicle swung right and came to a halt. Danny heard the driver's door open. 3 echoing bangs on the metal gate of the square. Anna's voice. "Hola?" Silence.
"This is Alpha 2. We have movement on the inside of the gates. 2 tangos as expected. Repeat, 2 tangos only."
Danny found himself holding his breath. He could just hear Anna's voice, talking in rush Spanish.
"This is Alpha 2. I don't think they're buying it. They've stepped away from the gate. They're talking to each other, shaking heads."
"Shit," Danny breathed. "Abort or continue?"
"Scrap that. They're nodding. One of them's approaching the gate. The other guy's holding back."
Danny could hear a high-pitched creak as the gate swung open. He exhaled slowly, breathed deeply, kept his pulse down, his brain calm.
"We have eyes on your vehicle, Alpha 1.
He heard Anna getting back behind the wheel, closing the door. The car moved forward. It came to a halt. Since Danny was facing toward the back of the van, the sound of the gate banging shut was now in front of him. He pressed the butt of his weapon a little harder into his shoulder, raised his NV goggles to protect his vision against the sudden influx of light he would experience when the rear doors opened. It never came. Instead, there was a scream. "Anna!"
"Motherfuckers!"
came Tyson's voice. "What the hell's happening?"
"They've got Anna on the ground. Shit! We've got Zetas swarming into the square from the fucking trees."
"How many?" Danny hissed. There was a moment's pause.
15, including the 2 guards at the gate. They're heading for the vehicle."
"Take them out," Danny instructed. "Take them out now." Suddenly the air outside the vehicle exploded with the sound of gunfire. Danny could tell from the timbre of the shots that every weapon was suppressed, but there were at least 10 people firing. He heard the unmistakable scattershot sound of rounds against concrete, and he knew, even before Tyson spoke into the comms, that the enemy targets inside the square were aiming not at the vehicle, but at the buildings surrounding the square, at Tyson and Spike.
"Motherfuckers!"
Tyson repeated.
"Jesus, they know we're here. They're opening up on the building."
But before Danny could reply, the back doors of the van swung violently open. Danny instinctively laid down 2 rounds. They pinged ineffectively off the graffitied metal of the sliding gate. The van shook. There was someone on the roof. Danny immediately raised his weapon to a 45-degree upward angle, ready to blast some rounds blindly through the top of the van. He hesitated for a moment as he tried to predict the likely effect of any ricochet. In that split second, the person on the roof chucked something into the back of the van. Danny had less than a second to clock that it was a flashbang grenade before it exploded. Danny had detonated enough flashbangs to know what was coming. A deafening bang slammed through his body. It made his ears ring and the whole vehicle shake. At the same time, a blinding white light robbed him of his vision. He felt a sudden horrible sense of déjà vu. The effect of the flashbang was identical to the effect of the spotlights at the Zeta warehouse, where Spud had been taken. He staggered back, knowing that his only option was to fire blindly. He released a burst of rounds. The sound told him the opening round had clipped the roof of the vehicle. As he swung his rifle down, he was able to fire through the open doors. But by then, it was too late. 2 figures had burst into the van. They hurled themselves on either side of Danny and his rifle, knocking him heavily on both shoulders. Danny lost his grip on the weapon. The burst stopped as Danny fell back. He felt a crushing blow from a hammer fist to the side of his face, another to the pit of his stomach. He roared in pain and threw every ounce of strength he had into pushing himself up from his prone position. Through his dazzled vision, however, he saw that a third person had entered the back of the van. A moment later, he received a sharp, heavy kick to the groin, more hammer fists to the face and stomach. His strength left him. He felt his weapon being ripped from his hands, his NV goggles from his head. Someone was dragging him from the van. As he crossed the threshold, his body fell heavily to the ground outside, and his head cracked against the metal floor of the van on its way down. He heard the sound of dogs somewhere close by. Everything spun. Half of him wanted to vomit. The other half struggled desperately to stay conscious. He opened his eyes and immediately saw that he was fucked. 6 armed men with full body armor and Kevlar helmets encircled him in the darkness. Each one was aiming his assault rifle directly at Danny's body. Beyond, Danny was just aware of a further guy holding 2 snarling dogs, each one straining on a chain about 2 meters long. He caught a glimpse of their titanium-tipped teeth and knew they were the same beast that had attacked Spud. There was more gunfire from elsewhere in the square. Danny's earpiece burst into life. Tyson's hoarse, desperate voice.
"I'm under fire. They know my position. Reply. Over."
Spike.
"I'm pinned down. I can't take a fucking shot." "Alpha 1, reply. Over."
But Danny couldn't reply. At that moment, a 7th man appeared. He was tall, thin, and wore a sleeveless flak jacket. Both arms were covered with tattoos, and he had a medallion with an ornate letter Z. It glinted in the sunlight. He bent over so his face was close to Danny, then slowly blinked. He had fake eyes tattooed on his eyelids. And a knife in his hand.
"You move one muscle,"
he said in serviceable English.
"I cut your throat, then feed you to the dogs. You come with me without struggling, you live."
Rule 1, never agree to being moved. If he didn't have firearms pointing at him, Danny would already have attacked with all the aggression and violence he had in him, tried to disarm this guy. But he couldn't, not at the mercy of an entire firing squad. The tattooed man lowered his knife to the right-hand side of Danny's abdomen. Now pure, violent survival instinct kicked in. Danny grabbed the man's wrist with one hand, then slammed it on the ground, once, twice, 3 times, until the knife fell from his grasp. With his free hand, Danny grabbed his opponent's neck, squeezed hard so the tips of his strong fingers were embedded deep into the vulnerable, exposed flesh. The reaction from the gunmen was immediate. 2 of them on either side of Danny knelt down and pressed the barrels of their assault rifles against his skull.
"Alpha 1, what's happening?"
"They will kill you on my command,"
said the tattooed man, his voice constrained by Danny's hand on his throat, by his fingers pressing into the carotid artery. Silence. Instinct was replaced by logic. Danny realized he had no option. He slowly released his grip.
"Good decision,"
said the man, rubbing his neck.
"Now I can kill you when I want to. Trust me, it's going to hurt, but not yet."
The man took hold of his knife again, moved it closer to Danny's abdomen, sliced. Danny felt his ops vest loosen. The man had cut the side straps. 10 seconds later, the entire vest was removed. The guy with the tattoos rummaged around and quickly disabled his comms unit. Danny's earpiece went dead, his contact with the rest of the unit gone.
"Get up," said the man. "You have 3 seconds."
Danny obeyed. He felt blood trickle from his nose and was still breathless from the beating he'd received. The gunmen didn't waver in their aim. The guy with the dogs seemed to be struggling to restrain them. When Danny was on his feet, the tattooed guy patted him down. Satisfied himself there were no hidden firearms, pulled his handgun from his own shoulder holster and pointed it at Danny's head. "Walk," he said. He forced Danny to turn and walk to the front of the van. As the whole square came into view, it was lit up only by the van's headlamps. The brutal reality of his situation hit him. Anna was face down over the front of the van. Her face was bleeding. She was shaking heavily and crying. The mixture of tears and blood made a grotesque mess of her face. She screamed when she saw Danny was at gunpoint. A Zeta guard whacked the back of her head with his handgun to silence her. Elsewhere in the square were the remaining 8 heavily armed gunmen. They were dressed in weird combinations of military clothing. Most wore camouflage gear. Some had camo hats and sunglasses. Others wore black bandanas over their faces or even full balaclavas. 5 of the guys wore heavy bandoliers of ammo across their shoulders. They carried a vast variety of weapons, AK-47s, M16s, MP5s. One of them even held a rocket-propelled grenade launcher. They were better equipped than a regular army platoon. And they looked like they knew what they were doing. They had positioned themselves in 2 flanks, one pointing up toward the eastern wall of the square, one pointing up toward the west. Every 5 seconds or so, one of the gunmen on each side fired a suppressed round. Sound, experienced military tactics, Danny realized, and enough to keep Tyson and Spike down. The sound of children crying drifted over the square from the open windows of the bullet-marked buildings. In the distance, he heard the wail of an emergency siren, but it was just that, distant. Danny was being forced toward the northwestern corner of the square. The tattooed guy had his pistol pointed at the back of Danny's head. In his peripheral vision, Danny could tell he was being flanked by at least 2 of the original 6 gunmen. He was finding it difficult to walk after his beating, even more difficult to think straight. What was his next move? He was unarmed. He was at gunpoint. 15 enemy targets. But at least he was alive. There had to be a reason for that. The same reason they'd kept Spud alive, so the Zetas could make a grisly example of them both. The thought was like a further punch in the stomach. They were among the trees now. This little urban forest was unusually thick, with a heavy canopy. Nighttime visibility was only 5 or 6 meters. He was forced onward until he could see, through the trees, the rough shack where he believed Spud was imprisoned. They were heading for that building. A single-armed guard was at the door. He looked younger than the other Zetas, and reminded Danny a little of Jesus. He also looked anxious. Danny added him to the head count of 15 Zetas. It meant he had at least 16 of the fuckers to deal with, unarmed. Distance, 5 meters. The guy with the tattoos barked an instruction at him in Spanish. The young guard nodded. He unlocked the door and entered the shack. Danny felt himself being grabbed from behind. One of his guards placed a coarse Hessian hood over his head, pushed him further toward the building, then bound his wrists together with thick, sticky duct tape. Danny counted the number of wraps. 3. Once they were secure, he did the same to Danny's ankles. 5 wraps. Another push. Danny stumbled into the shack and fell heavily onto his front. He heard the door being shut behind him. Locked. His breathing was hot and heavy under his hood. He felt the blood from his nose sticking to the Hessian. His body bristled with pain. Outside, he heard a woman scream, "Anna!" There was more gunfire, men shouting. "Spud," he said. Chapter 19. Tyson stood with his back to the wall next to the open window. On the ceiling, 2 meters in front of him, was a bullet hole. Plaster had fallen into the room and over its other occupant, the fat Mexican guy whose wrists, ankles, and mouth Tyson had cabled up. "Alpha 3, Tyson said tersely into the comms. "What's your status?" There was a definite edge of panic in Spike's voice.
"I'm still under fire."
"They'll be coming for you, kid," Tyson said. "Get off the roof, back down into the street if you can. We can't help them from up here. Do it, now."
"Roger that."
Tyson knew the Zetas wouldn't only be coming for Spike, they'd be coming for him, too. Somehow, they had known they would be covering fire. Standard operating procedure, he told himself. The Zetas had proper military training. It figured that they would guess where he was. It was fully dark in the room. Tyson peered at the Mexican guy on the floor. "Sorry, mate," he muttered. "It's you or me." He pulled his NV goggles from his rucksack and fitted them to his head. Everything became visible. He strode over to where the guy was lying, bent down and hauled him up to his feet. The guy's eyes were wild. He tried to say something, but was only able to grunt because of the tape over his mouth. Tyson forced him back onto his bed, made him kneel up, put his weapon to his head, and told him not to move. He was hit with the stench of urine. The Mexican guy had pissed himself through fear. That was completely normal, and it meant he would stay compliant, for the time he had left, at least. Tyson moved over to the main door, stood to one side, back to the wall, hidden in the darkness, just in time. He could hear voices in the corridor outside, harsh, barking voices speaking Spanish. He heard the sound of a door being battered down, a woman screaming, more male voices shouting. The guy on the bed slumped a little in fear, but he remained in position. That was the most important thing, because when the Zetas came knocking, as they would any second, Tyson needed something, someone, to distract them. There was a sudden, violent thump against the door. The Mexican guy slumped some more, a second thump. Tyson could tell it was somebody forcing their body weight against the door. They'd have it open within 5 seconds. He engaged his handgun, pointed it into the room. The door crashed open. 3 men burst in. Their attention was immediately drawn to the Mexican man on the bed, taped up and terrified. The 3 men were all armed. Each of them raised a handgun. In less than 2 seconds, they had each released a round, peppering the Mexican's body with lead. But that 2 seconds' grace was all Tyson needed. He released a single round into the back of each man's head. They went down in quick succession. Tyson, however, had turned his attention from them even before they hit the floor. With his weapon still engaged, he moved out into the corner of the doorframe. Listened carefully. There was total silence. He wasn't fooled. On the opposite side of the corridor was the door to apartment 302. The brass plaque with the number was tarnished, but in the green haze of his NV vision, Tyson could just make out the reflection of one more guy. He estimated he was 3 meters to his left along the corridor, and moving. Tyson held his weapon steadily with 2 hands, breathed deeply to slow his pulse. He saw the barrel of his target's AK-47 before he saw the man himself. It was being held at shoulder height, which gave Tyson a good indication of the level of his target's neck. Tyson raised the trajectory of his pistol by an inch. A second later, the target himself came into view between 1 and 2 meters away, body armor, helmet. But his neck, as Tyson expected, was unprotected. Tyson clinically released a single round. It slammed into the soft flesh with a sudden torrent of blood. The target fell against the far wall. Silence. No sign of anyone else in the brass plaque. That didn't mean the corridor was empty, but at some point Tyson was going to have to step outside the apartment. That moment had come. He holstered his pistol, flicked his rifle to automatic, and made it ready. Stepped outside, his finger brushing the trigger. There was no need to fire. Aside from the dead Zeta, the corridor was deserted. Tyson advanced. The peripheral tubes of his NV illuminated the walls and doors directly to his right and left, as well as the corridor up ahead. The stench of cheap cooking was now masked by the familiar odor of cordite. The next door along to his left was open. As he reached it, he swung round, his rifle now an integral part of his body. Huddled in the darkness, in the far corner of this apartment, was a woman clutching 2 young children, tear-stained mascara dripping down her face. Tyson moved on. He reached the stairwell in 15 seconds, stopped and listened again on the 3rd-floor landing. Heard nothing. Aimed his weapon up, then down. Then he stepped carefully and silently down the stairwell. His deep breathing wasn't working. As he descended the stairs, he felt his heart pumping heavily and quickly. What was his next move? He needed a strategy. He tried to estimate the chances that Danny Black and Spud Glover were still alive. Pretty good, he thought. He had caught a glimpse of them maneuvering Black to the same shack that was holding Spud. They clearly didn't want him dead, just yet. What chance did he and Spike have of storming the square, just the 2 of them? 0. The Zetas had a minimum of 15 men, well armed and well trained. He reached the exit of the building. The main door was swinging open. The latch was bullet-wrecked. In the distance, somewhere to the northeast, he estimated, he heard a siren. It was getting closer. He raised his NV goggles, then spoke quietly into the comms.
Alpha 3, this is Alpha 2. Do you copy?
Silence.
Alpha 3, this is Alpha 2. Do you copy?
The line was dead. Shit! What was happening? Had Spike been taken out? What was Tyson's next move? Save himself? Leave his unit mates to their fate? Storm the square by himself? Risk a firefight with at least 15 Zetas? Try to locate Spike? Hope that between the two of them they could mount some sort of attack on the square? None of these was an option. His earpiece burst into life. He heard Spike's voice say a single word,
Alpha,
before it died again. That was something, he told himself. Comms were down, but Spike was alive. He could concentrate on Black and Spud. He needed support, extra personnel, extra firepower. It was the only chance he had of getting close to the guys, and he had only one way of getting it. Kleinman. He grabbed his sat phone, speed-dialed their handler. The line was dead. Tyson suddenly felt as if the buildings around him were toppling, as if everything was toppling. Why was the line dead? Pieces of a jigsaw started to slot together. Someone had been tipping the Zetas off. That was beyond question. Kleinman's face, his small, watery eyes, entered Tyson's mind. Was he behind the failure of their previous operations? Was he tipping the Zetas off? Was that why he was so insistent they shouldn't receive any help from the U.S. military, or even the Mexican federales? He narrowed his eyes, and, under his breath, repeated that single word, Federales. His mind flashed back to Kleinman's briefing in the ops room of the motel across the border. What had he said about the Mexican Federal Police? They wouldn't chance a confrontation with the Zetas unless there was definitely a high-value target on site. Whatever Kleinman's motives, he was right about that. Tyson knew those Federales guys. If there was a chance to catch a big fish, they'd go in all guns blazing, literally, which meant that suddenly Tyson had a strategy. His plan was clear in his mind. He kept his weapon engaged as he stepped out into the street. There was nobody around. Had any pedestrians heard gunfire and hidden? Perhaps. Either way, he wasn't inclined to hide his weapon now, even though he was out in the open. He let it hang from its lanyard as he ran north. At the corner of the street he stopped, checked left and right for any sign of enemy targets. Nothing. He sprinted across the street, still heading north. In his mind he had only one picture, the Federales vehicle that was parked up the road from where they'd left the Tahoe. He knew how it was with those patrol vehicles. They had their places to lie up, waiting for a call to action. If there was a Federales vehicle there this morning, there was a good chance one would be there now. He passed 3 pedestrians, 2 old men and a woman hand in hand with her little boy. When they saw him with his weapon, they all huddled into doorways. Perhaps they'd call him in to the police. Tyson couldn't worry about that now. It took him 45 seconds to reach the street where they'd parked. He pinned himself out of sight against a concrete wall, quickly disassembled his weapon and shoved it in his rucksack along with his NV, cocked and locked his pistol and kept it secreted in its holster, stepped round the corner and into the street. There was no Federales vehicle. Tyson cursed. Think, he told himself. The Federales officers would have heard gunfire. Of course they wouldn't have stayed in position like a sitting duck. They'd be doing a circuit, keeping themselves moving, maybe trying to find the source of the gunfight. And as that thought crystallized in his mind, a Federales vehicle appeared at the far end of the road. It was moving quickly toward Tyson. Distance 50 meters. Was it the same vehicle he'd seen this morning? Tyson didn't know, but he could see that there was now only a single occupant. This morning there were 2, but this was better for him. Then he checked how many pedestrians there were. Perhaps 20. He figured they'd make themselves scarce once he carried out what he had in mind. He was right. He allowed the vehicle to come within 15 meters of his position. Then he stepped out into the road, presented his firearm, and aimed squarely at the front driver's side tire of the vehicle, released a single round. The rubber burst impressively. The police vehicle swerved, narrowly missing a pedestrian who was already trying to sprint away from the scene. It burst up onto the pavement and crashed into the wall. It was a sturdy vehicle, though, and the impact caused more harm to the wall than to the car. At the moment of impact, Tyson was already alongside the driver's door. He yanked it open and immediately pressed the barrel of his gun against the temple of the Federales officer inside. The officer was wearing a dark blue uniform with a sleeveless flak jacket and a peaked cap with the star-shaped Federales insignia. The vehicle's two-way radio was hissing and alive with voices. He spoke in perfect, quiet, urgent Spanish. "If you want to live," he said, "you do exactly what I tell you. Understood?" The officer nodded. His brow was covered in sweat. Tyson looked briefly over his shoulder. The street had emptied. He looked back at the officer. "You're going to get onto your radio," he said. "Then you're going to alert all Federales units in the area that Augusto Chavez, Z1, is currently involved in a firefight on Avenida Hidalgo, in the square behind the graffitied metal gates. If you say anything else, I'll kill you. Tell me now if you don't understand anything." "I understand," the officer breathed. "Do it, now." The officer reached for the radio handset on the dash of his vehicle. His voice was nervous and shaking as he spoke, but his words were clear enough. He repeated Tyson's message practically verbatim. Once he released the pressel on his handset, the sound from the radio burst into life again. Tyson heard other Federales officers shouting instructions at each other. All the signs were that his strategy was working. Tyson grabbed the handset of the police radio and yanked it hard. The cable came away from the main housing. "Remove your jacket," Tyson said. "Now!" The officer quickly wriggled out of his dark blue flak jacket. While he was doing it, Tyson took his peaked cap. Once the flak jacket was off and resting on the guy's lap, Tyson quickly changed his grip on his handgun so that he was holding it by the barrel. "Sorry, bud," he muttered in English. With a sudden, violent strike, he cracked the weapon heavily against the side of the officer's skull. The officer's eyes immediately rolled. He slumped over the steering wheel. Tyson made a quick, cursory check of his pulse. It was strong. The officer would have a bitch of a headache when he woke up, but he'd be okay. That made Tyson feel a bit better. Men were going to be killed in action in the next 10 minutes. No reason for this guy to be one of them. Even if he did wake up, his radio was out of action, so he'd have trouble warning the Federales they were being deceived. He grabbed the flak jacket and put it on, crammed the peak cap onto his head. It was a little small. Removed his rifle from his rucksack and reassembled it. Now that he was dressed as a member of the Federales, he could wear his weapon openly. Then he ran, south, back toward the Avenida Hidalgo, where 15 minutes earlier it had gone noisy, and where, in a few minutes more, it was going to get a hell of a sight noisier than that. Luis Garcia was 28 years of age. He was born in the village of San Cristobal, raised there. He was baptized and married in its church, where 2 years later his son, little Alejandro, was baptized. And his younger sister, Maria, had died there 3 days ago, on Friday evening, forced inside the 4 walls of the church by the animals from Los Zetas, burned to death. She was 17 years old. On the Saturday, he returned home, sat numbly with his mother and father in their small house, visited the smoking remains of the building that was now his sister's funeral pyre. It had a police cordon around it. Nobody was allowed to approach. Nobody wanted to. The village was in shock and mourning, but Luis understood that to be seen on the site of the atrocity was somehow to declare a defiance of the cartel, and nobody had the stomach to do that. Nobody except him. He stood at the top of the central square, staring at the smouldering remains of the church, a lone figure, his shoulders hunched in grief. There could be no funeral, because there was no body. At some point, Luis promised his parents there would be a memorial service for Maria. He wasn't even sure they heard him say it. On Saturday night, he left them to their tears and returned to Nuevo Laredo. He could think of nothing else to do other than to throw himself into his job. As a member of the Federales, he was one of the few people in this part of Mexico who acted in open defiance of the cartel. Never before had he felt so eager to get to work. Which was why the call over the radio sent a rush of fire through his veins. "All units, suspected involvement of Augusto Chavez, Z1, in a firefight on Avenida Hidalgo, in the square behind the graffitied metal gates." Luis's partner, Jorge, had the wheel. His grim, sweaty face was illuminated by the light from the dash. In the back of the open-top Hilux police vehicle were 4 more guys, all dressed in the standard Federales garb, black flak jackets, Kevlar helmets, M16s. They were on their way to the Mexican side of the U.S. border crossing when the call came in. But as soon as he heard those words, Luis turned to his partner. "Get there," he said. "Spud." Danny's voice was muffled under the hood. He didn't dare speak loudly. He knew there was a Zeta guard just on the other side of the door. He wanted to give him no reason to come in and investigate anything. "Spud." A long pause. "Mate?" Danny could tell from the sound of his voice that Spud was hooded too. His friend's voice was cracked and thin. "Are you zip-tied?" Danny asked. "Uncle's wrist's neck," Spud confirmed. "You?" "Duct tape," Danny said. "Ankles and wrists." "Then get a fucking shift on!" Danny didn't need to be told twice. Duct tape was the first resort of the kidnapper, inexpensive, easy to buy, and seemingly difficult to escape from. But the Zetas had made a mistake using it on Danny, because he'd long ago learned how to defeat it. He maneuvered himself up to his feet and took a moment to steady himself. He could feel that the duct tape around his ankles stretched from just below the ankles to about 3 inches above them. He'd counted 5 wraps. It meant the duct tape was thickly layered, which made what he was about to do much more difficult. He stood straight and fanned his feet out in a V shape. He breathed deeply, then suddenly squatted down, letting his entire body weight fall toward the floor and pointing his knees outward at a sharp angle. The effect on the duct tape was immediate. Danny felt it ripping in a vertical line down the front and the back. His legs weren't quite separated. He could feel that the duct tape was still joined toward the bottom of the tear, but it was a moment's work now to wriggle his legs out of their restraint. He quickly turned his attention to his wrists. They were still tied behind his back. He crouched down again and slid his right foot backwards over his wrists, then his left. Now his wrists were in front of him. He stood up and stretched his arms straight ahead. With another sharp, sudden movement, he thrust his elbows outwards. The movement drove his wrists in toward his body and caused the duct tape binding them to split. He winced slightly as he tore the sticky duct tape from his skin. A second later, however, he was removing his hood. Ana Rodriguez was on her knees. Spread-eagled over the front of a van, she watched them take the man who called himself Danny Black toward the trees. She fully expected to hear the gunshot that killed him. The gunshot didn't come. Instead, one of her captors grabbed her by the hair. Anna screamed as she was dragged across the square and through the pitch darkness of the trees that covered its northern half. They took her toward a shack in the northeastern corner of the square. A cartel man was standing guard outside it. Inside, the shack resembled a sick bay. There was a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, which illuminated 4 wounded men lying on the floor. Their shirts were removed to reveal heavily tattooed torsos and catastrophic bullet wounds. 3 of them had been hit in the shoulder, 1 in the stomach. Anna wasn't even sure if the stomach guy was still alive. Another person entered the room. The sight of him chilled Anna far more than anything she had yet seen. He wore a sleeveless flak jacket. His arms were covered in tattoos. A medallion of the letter Z hung from his neck. He carried a handgun, and when he blinked, she saw the eyes tattooed on his eyelids. It was him who had forced her to her knees. He turned to the 2 men who had dragged her into this makeshift sickbay and nodded. They approached, and both held rifles to her head. The tattooed man removed his smartphone, tapped the screen. There was a ringing sound, then a voice over the speaker that Anna recognized immediately.
"See?
"We have her."
Let me see."
The man handed the phone to Anna, who took it with a trembling hand. Her brother's face filled the screen. He stared at her with those dead eyes.
"I thought I made myself clear,"
he said.
"How did you know?"
she whispered. Then she closed her eyes briefly as she answered her own question.
"Kleinman." "My influence extends further than you can imagine, Anna."
He sniffed.
"My men have been instructed to kill you if you give them any more trouble.
If you do as they say, however, they will simply bring you to me. Don't make a stupid mistake, Anna. Miguel is a good kid. Don't make him pay for your mistakes. You don't want him to end up like your British friends."
The picture died. The man snatched his phone back, then pointed at the wounded men. "Treat them," he said. "We leave here in 30 minutes. Make sure they're fit to travel." He turned and left the shack along with the 2 armed guards. Anna heard the door locking from the outside. She found she didn't have the strength to get to her feet. She doubled over, head to the ground, and started to dry retch out of fear. She could think only of one thing: Miguel. "Get there!" Luis's driver, Jorge, didn't need telling twice. He knew about San Cristobal, about Maria, but he knew a hell of a sight more, too. He'd witnessed the horrors of the Zeta cartel up close. He'd lost count of the beheadings and disembowelings he'd seen. He didn't need any encouragement from Luis. They performed a sudden U-turn across the broad Avenida Guerrero, forcing a line of civilian cars to brake sharply. Jorge hit the gas and accelerated quickly in a southerly direction before curving off that road to head southwest toward Avenida Hidalgo. The radio was suddenly alive. The control base was barking instructions, trying to organize a coordinated response to this new, unconfirmed intelligence. Luis was vaguely aware of the voice on the radio, trying to raise the patrol vehicle that had called in the sighting, without success. It didn't matter to him. He felt his palms sweating. His mouth had gone dry. Every cell in his body seemed to throb with hate. He had the face of Augusto Chavez, Z1, fixed in his mind. They all knew what he looked like, even though they had never seen him. Week by week, they would examine pictures of him and his closest associates, try to work out where he was, how to find him. Z1 was the prize catch, the one man every member of the Federales wanted to bring in, dead or alive, preferably dead. The vehicle screamed through the southwest suburb of Nuevo Laredo. It took 5 minutes to reach the western end of Avenida Hidalgo. It was clear the residents of the area knew something was going on. As they sped past the worn blockwork houses, there were no pedestrians or passers-by. Vehicles were parked on both sides along the pavement. Their drivers were absent. Luis could see a second vehicle facing them at the far end of the Avenida Hidalgo. Its headlamps were bright, but he could just make out the silhouette of another Hilux with men in the open-top back. A second Federales unit. Good. The 2 vehicles were speeding toward each other, distance 100 meters, 50 meters, 25. "There!" Luis said. He pointed ahead of them and to their left. Set back from the pavement was a metal gate about 5 meters wide. Their headlamps illuminated the harsh cartel graffiti that covered it. They screeched to a halt. As the 4 guys in the back of the Hilux jumped out of their vehicle, scattering themselves in a semicircle formation between 7 and 8 meters from the gates, the other Federales vehicle stopped on the far side of the gate, 15 meters away. The 4 armed men in the back jumped out and mirrored the position of Luis's guys. Danny allowed himself a couple of seconds to take in his surroundings. It was almost pitch black, but Danny's night vision was good enough now to tell him he was in a single room 10 meters by 5. Apart from Danny and Spud, it seemed empty. The door was slightly ill-fitting. He thought somebody must be holding a torch outside, because there was light seeping in through the quarter-inch gap between the doorframe and the door. He saw there was a single locked bolt. It would be a moment's work to burst out of the room. Almost in the same instant, however, he saw the shadow of their Zeta guard cross the gap. He would be armed. They were not. Danny turned to Spud. His mate was slumped, hooded as Danny had suspected, in the corner of the room. Danny strode up to him and removed the hood. His mate stank. "Throat," he whispered. Danny touched Spud's neck and felt it had thickened slightly where the cable tie was constricting it. He moved his hands to Spud's arms and legs, where he knew the dog bites were. He could tell they were bad just by touching them. The clothes were torn, shredded, and wet. The wounds themselves were suppurating, and it was difficult to feel where torn fabric ended and damaged open flesh began. Spud hissed with pain at Danny's touch, and there was the buzzing of a fly that Danny suspected had been attracted to the open wounds. "How did they know?" Spud said weakly. "The Zetas, how did they know we were in the tunnel?"
Same way they knew I was coming to find you, Danny muttered.
Kleinman?
Has to be. Danny reached into his trousers and peeled the sticking plaster from his inner thigh. The blades he had secreted there had slightly cut into his skin. He felt a little blood as he removed them from their adhesive backing. He approached Spud and quickly slipped the zip ties that bound his mate's ankles and wrists. "Turn," he told him, before slicing the final zip tie where it was touching the back of his neck. Spud inhaled deeply as the constriction round his neck eased. "Can you stand?" Danny breathed. Spud nodded, but winced badly as he pushed himself to his feet. He staggered once he was up.
"Spike and Tyson?"
"Under fire. We can't rely on them."
"How did you get inside in the first place?"
"Long story, but there's a woman held captive here too. We need to get her out." He endured Spud's uncomfortable silence, knowing full well what it meant. Their chances of escape were slim enough as it was, without having to deal with the third person.
"Plan?"
he said. "Take this." Danny carefully handed him one of the 2 razor blades. "We need to keep things quiet. There's a minimum of 15 Zetas out there, all armed. If we can get our guard to come inside, then as soon as the doors open we can deal with him and take his weapon. Then we've got a chance of fighting our way out of this place." Spud nodded grimly. Danny could see his silhouette clutching the razor blade between his thumb and forefinger. He noticed his mate's hand was shaking, but didn't mention it. He approached the door. Spud did the same. Danny stood in front of it, Spud just to the left, back to the wall. Both had their razor blades ready. Danny lifted his hand to knock on the door and grabbed the guard's attention. Tyson was crouched on the pavement, his back up against a parked car 25 meters east of the gates. He had concealed himself the moment he saw the 2 Federales vehicles speeding toward each other from either end of the street. Now he could hear their engines turning over. From inside the square, he heard the frenzied barking of 2 dogs. They had clearly heard or sensed something. He tried his comms. "Alpha 3, this is Alpha 2. Do you copy?" Silence. Tyson cursed under his breath. He had no way of knowing if Spike was dead or alive. Truth to tell, he didn't like the kid's chances. It was down to Tyson alone to get Spud and Black out of there, with a little help from his friends. The Federales Hilux was positioned 7 meters from the gate. Its headlamps illuminated the aggressive Zeta graffiti.
"Hinges on the left-hand side," Luis said. "Hit the right."
Jorge nodded curtly.
"Ready,"
he said. Luis pushed his seat hard back and raised his weapon. The barrel was about a foot from the windscreen. He glanced down to check he was properly strapped in.
"Ready."
Jorge revved the vehicle heavily. The engine screamed as he kept it at biting point. Then suddenly he released the clutch and slammed the vehicle hard into the metal gates. A loud metallic crash echoed through the air. The jolt of the impact was violent, but Luis was expecting it. Although his whole body shook, he managed to keep his weapon poised and his attention straight ahead. The Hilux, heavily armored beneath its bodywork with a thick skeleton of Kevlar, had absorbed a massive shock, but the damage to the metal gate was clearly far greater. As Jorge slammed the vehicle into reverse, Luis saw a substantial dent in the bottom right-hand corner of the gate, where the vehicle had hit it. From the other side of the gate, there was a sudden blast of automatic fire. A high-pitched metallic ricochet told Luis the fire was directed at the inside of the gate. 15 or 20 convex bullet points appeared on its exterior. "Again," Jorge said. "Go!" The engine revved. Seconds later, the car slammed hard against the gate once more. The jolt was not so shocking this time. Luis knew this meant they'd broken the locking mechanism on the inside. The gate creaked slowly open, just a few inches.
"We're in,"
said Jorge.
"What the fuck?"
Danny whispered to himself, his hand halfway to rapping on the door to grab their guard's attention. He'd heard the huge, metallic, echoing sound of a collision. It was coming from the direction of the gate.
"The boys?"
Spud breathed. Danny didn't get the chance to answer. The noise of the collision was immediately followed by the deafening racket of automatic fire. The high-frequency ricochets sounded like they were coming off the metal gate. There was a second collision. At the same time, the door in front of Danny rattled. The guard was entering. Danny moved quickly to the right of the door, put his back to the wall just in time.
The door swung open, and their guard, a thick-necked Mexican with shaved hair and a flak jacket, entered the room. There was very little light spill coming in, but Danny could tell he was holding his pistol by his side. Danny's attack was sudden and brutal. With his left hand clawed, he wrapped his arm around the guard's head, sinking one finger hard into his eye socket, pulling the head backward and exposing the soft flesh of his neck. With his right hand, he violently stabbed the corner of the razor blade into the man's carotid artery, then pushed and sliced a deep gash up toward his Adam's apple. There was a sudden volcano of warm blood. The man made a gruesome gurgling sound. He tried to stem the blood with his hands, but sank to his knees almost immediately, then collapsed onto his front. There was a further burst of automatic fire from the square outside. Danny rolled the bleeding corpse onto its back. In addition to the pistol he was carrying, there was an AK-47 strapped around his neck. Danny handed Spud the pistol, then started unclipping the Kalashnikov for his own use. Luis and Jorge wound down their side windows and opened their doors. They climbed out, and using the doors as cover and extra protection on top of their body armor, pointed their weapons through the open windows. Clutching his weapon with his right hand, Luis raised his left, made a hammer fist, and jabbed one finger forward. It was a maneuver they'd trained for and actioned many times before. The hammer fist represented a fragmentation grenade, the finger the direction in which Luis was instructing them to throw it. He held up 3 fingers. 2, 1. 4 frags arched over the top of the metal gate, just as there was a fresh burst of automatic fire against the opposite side. Luis kept his position rock steady, counted to 3 in his head. The frags exploded in quick succession. A split second later, there was a thunderstorm of shrapnel hitting the metal gates. And then there were the screams. It was hard to tell, but Luis estimated there were 7 or 8 men screaming. The grenades had been effective. It would be chaos behind that gate. Luis looked across the interior of the car toward Jorge, who was also behind the protection of his open door. They nodded in unison, then jumped back into the vehicle and slammed the doors shut. Jorge revved once more, then forced the vehicle hard up against the gate, pushing it open. Luis kept his weapon engaged up against the interior of the windscreen. The vehicle's wheels spun slightly as it pushed itself into the square beyond the gate. There was a hot stench of burning rubber. Luis could still hear screaming over the high-pitched noise of the engine. The square came into view, illuminated by the vehicle's headlamps, which were still intact despite its collision with the gate. There was a smell of explosives from the grenades and a thin pall of smoke. To their 10 o'clock was an old van, its back doors open, parked about 10 meters into the square. Luis immediately saw 4 armed men to the right-hand side of the van, about 5 meters from where they'd come to a halt, writhing on the floor, one with a terrible shrapnel wound to his face, the others clutching their bleeding bodies. There were 2 dogs, their bodies horribly butchered, lying on their sides. He knew from the screaming there were other wounded men on the far side of the van. His attention, however, was more focused on the men who were not wounded. There were 7 or 8 of them. They were dressed in a weird selection of gear, camo, bandanas, balaclavas, military hats, bandoliers, but they were in a state of immediate panic, running from the position where the grenades had landed toward the cover of the trees 30 meters away that covered the northern half of the square. It took a moment for Luis to assimilate that there was thick vegetation in the northern half of the square. It would afford their enemy targets good cover. Sure, they were panicking, but Luis knew that panic would not last long. They would start returning fire within seconds. Unless the Federales opened up first. In the side mirror of the vehicle, Luis saw the 8 dark-uniformed Federales officers swarming into the compound, their M16s at eye level. Seconds later, there were several bursts of fire toward the Zetas, who hit the ground to avoid the torrent of bullets. One of them was hit in the back of the head. He collapsed in a mundane heap, spraying blood as he fell. A second later, however, there was another burst of fire from the opposite end of the square, from behind the cover of the tree line. It sounded like an MP5, and there was a glimpse of muzzle flash in the darkness. Rounds slammed hard into the armored windscreen of the Hilux. The toughened glass didn't shatter, but Luis knew it probably wouldn't withstand another burst. He opened his side door, and using it as protection, jumped out of the vehicle, just in time. A second MP5 burst hit the windscreen, then a third. The glass didn't so much shatter as collapse in on itself. Jorge hadn't moved in time. Several rounds hit him square in the face. A horrific shower of red spattered over the dashboard as Luis's friend slumped over the wheel. Luis felt himself burn up inside. The image of Augusto Chavez, Z1, fixed itself more firmly in his mind. With his weapon engaged, the safety switched to semi-automatic, he moved from behind the open door of the Hilux and immediately fixed two of the cowering Zetas in his sights. They were in the process of pushing themselves up to their feet. Luis shot each man in the back. With the release of each round, he felt a moment of satisfaction, but only a moment. His desperate hate of the cartel flooded straight back over him as he took cover behind the open door of the vehicle. He looked over his shoulder. 10 grim-faced federales, down in the firing position, weapons raised, looked back. Then one of them shouted, "Get down!" In Luis's head, it happened in slow motion. He heard, rather than saw, the rocket-propelled grenade, instantly recognizing the distinctive fizzing sound as it flew from the cover of the trees toward the beaten-up old van. It slammed into the vehicle with a brutal, deafening explosion. The van immediately went up in flames, and a shrapnel shower of twisted metal rained down over the immediate area. Luis hunkered down, covering his head, protecting himself from the burning metal as it skewered its way into the ground. The air was filled with the heat, sound, and fierce orange light of flames and of secondary explosions from the van. There was acrid, billowing black smoke. Luis knew instantly that he'd lost men. It was only when he looked up, however, that the full consequence of the RPG strike became clear. 7 of his comrades were prone on the floor. One of them was on fire, but clearly already dead because he wasn't moving. The others had gnarled chunks of metal embedded in their bodies, or were simply lying there bleeding. One guy's ribcage was exposed from the back. The remaining 3 guys were pushing themselves up from their protective positions, their faces blackened with the smoke pumping from the burning van. They looked around in shocked disbelief at their fellow federales. Then they looked toward Luis, and he could instantly read the determination in their faces. None of them had any desire or intention to retreat. They had friends to avenge. "He's here somewhere!" Luis barked over the noise of the flames. The voice of the Federales radio system had stated as much, but Luis could sense it. Z1 was in this square. He jabbed one finger forward. His instructions were clear. Advance. "For you, Maria," he whispered, as he moved back out from behind the vehicle door. There were 3 Zetas halfway across the open ground, running to the protection of the tree line. He took them out with another 3 shots and kept his weapon raised. He fired randomly toward the trees as he advanced, hyper-aware of his fellow federales advancing alongside him, each of them laying down defensive suppressing fire as they moved toward the trees. All of them prepared, even eager, to kill every last human being in this square. Tyson stood up from his crouching position behind the parked vehicle on the other side of the street. There were bursts of gunfire coming from inside the square. In the distance, he could hear sirens. Then he heard the explosion. He swore under his breath and sprinted across the street, checking that the Federales vehicle was empty. As he approached the gate, he moved to its right-hand side and stood with his back to the wall. Gingerly, he peered into the square. He needed just a second to take stock. Anna's van was a mass of flames. He counted at least 6 dead Federales officers on the ground. The remaining 4 were advancing in a flat attacking line, each of them at least 5 meters from the other. They were advancing slowly across open ground toward the trees that covered the northern half of the square. They fired regular covering shots to suppress their enemy targets. More dead bodies littered the ground they were crossing. There were no Zeta personnel between Tyson and the Federales, which meant the enemy were concentrated on the northern side of the square, and Danny and Spud, if they were still alive, had to be in the Federales' line of fire. Tyson's eyes fell on the burning van. He suspected Ana Rodriguez was dead, but her vehicle could still provide him with cover. He ran quickly and silently, covering the 10 meters of open ground between himself and the van, with barely a sound of footfall. Wincing from the heat, he moved round to the far side, where several more bleeding bodies littered the ground. He tried to count the number of dead Zeta personnel he'd seen. 9, he reckoned. That meant a minimum of 6 still alive and armed. He took cover 5 meters from the inferno, keeping his breathing shallow so he didn't inhale too much smoke. The Federales were still firing. They were 15 meters from the tree line. Tyson could do nothing while they were still in open ground. Maybe once they'd moved into the trees, he could advance. For now, however, all he could do was hope that Black and Spud had somehow managed to use the distraction to their advantage and be there to provide fire support if they needed it. He crouched down in the firing position, sweating heavily, weapon raised. Danny exited the shack first, panned left and right in the darkness. Visibility poor. It was dark, and the trees deadened any ambient light. Then he heard the explosion, the roar of flames. He was trying to work out what the hell was happening. It sounded like somebody else had raided the square and was engaged in a firefight with the Zetas. Could it be Tyson and Spike? Not just them, surely, because he was certain he'd heard gunfire from more than 2 different weapons. The smell of burning hit his senses. He could now hear sporadic gunfire from the front of the square, but there was no sound of voices. If the Zetas were under fire, their Special Forces training had instilled in them the crucial SOP not to shout to each other and give away their positions. The trees that had sprouted up within the square were surprisingly dense. Their foliage hung low. He couldn't see more than 10 meters ahead, let alone out into the square itself. Spud appeared in the doorway, brandishing the dead Zeta's pistol. Even in his peripheral vision, Danny could tell his mate was unsteady on his feet. He could see the dog-bite wounds a bit better now. They were bad. It was impossible for Spud to fight at 100%. A scream split the air. Female. It came from the adjacent corner of the square, where Danny knew there was another building. It had to be Anna. Simultaneously, a round slammed into the bark of a tree 4 meters to Danny's 3 o'clock. The bark splintered with a loud crack. He sensed movement to his 1 o'clock, panned round, immediately caught in his sights a Zeta gunman with a black bandana over his face. Danny couldn't hesitate. The gunman was holding his weapon like a pro and wouldn't miss a second time. He released a single round with a harsh bark from the AK-47. It hit the left-hand side of the gunman's chest. He crumpled to the floor, but Danny could tell the round hadn't landed quite where he'd expected. The sights of his weapon weren't properly zeroed in. It was firing about an inch to the left, over a distance of 10 meters. He'd have to adjust his line of fire. Danny and Spud moved quickly through the trees in the direction of the scream. Tyson made out the sound of gunfire from the northwestern corner of the square. He knew that was Spud and Black's location. Either somebody was firing at them, or they were laying down rounds themselves. In a firefight, you have to go with your instinct. Tyson's instinct told him it was the latter. The Federales gunman had moved beyond the tree line. The southern side of the square was empty now, apart from Tyson himself. He quickly scanned the windows of the buildings overlooking the square to check there were no threats, and prepared to move toward what he believed to be Spud and Black's location. As he was about to move, however, he heard the scream. It was faint over the fierce noise of the burning van, but he knew it was the woman, alive. Tyson cursed under his breath. That complicated things, because Spud and Black would have heard the scream too, and Tyson's instinct told him they wouldn't just be leaving her to her fate. He hesitated for a second. Then he made the call. He emerged from behind the burning vehicle and ran diagonally across the open ground toward the northeastern corner of the square, preparing to engage his NV goggles as he hit the tree line. More rounds found their way into the trees, mostly slamming into the trunks, though Danny felt the telltale sense of air displacement as a single one flew inches above his head. He heard shouting among the trees. As he surged through the darkness toward the far corner of the square, he tried to establish the number of different voices. 3, maybe 4. Gunfire from behind him. He glanced back. It was Spud. He'd released a round into the trees. He nodded at Danny to continue. 10 seconds later, the other building came into view. It was a single-story shack, 3 times the size of the one they'd escaped. Distance, 15 meters. The door was open. There were 3 Zeta guards with their backs to the entrance, weapons raised, and pointing back toward the tree line. They were clearly focused on a threat coming from that direction, so they didn't appear to notice Danny and Spud. Quietly, Danny aimed his Kalashnikov. He focused on the nearest of the 3 Zetas, adjusting his aim to compensate for the skew of the rifle. It was crucial that the first round scored a kill, because as soon as he fired, the remaining 2 Zetas would turn and open up. Distance, 12 meters. Danny held his breath. Fired. The round slammed straight into the side of his target's head. Immediately, as Danny expected, his two companions turned. Even as the first target was crumpling to the floor, however, Danny was lining up the next one. He released his second round just a moment after the first. It found its mark, drilling into the target's back. The guy fell sideways into the third target. Danny was forced to adjust his aim as the third target staggered toward the building, but he fired in time to take him out before he disappeared behind the open door. Rounds continued to ping through the trees, one every 5 to 10 seconds. Other than that, there was silence. Danny and Spud moved stealthily toward the open door. They'd closed the distance to 5 meters when the door swung slightly on its hinges. There was someone on the other side. Danny stopped, aimed his weapon just ahead of the door's leading edge, rested his finger on the trigger as he prepared to take down his next target. But his next target was not what he expected. The door swung shut. Standing behind it was Anna, and standing behind Anna was another Zeta. He was pulling Anna's head back by the hair, and he had a knife pressed against her throat. Anna was hyperventilating, while clearly trying not to move too much. The Zeta was nervous, trembling hands. He barked something in Spanish. Danny didn't understand the words, but he understood their meaning. Drop your weapons. Danny had the side of his head in his sights, but he couldn't take the shot. Even adjusting for the weapon's skew, he was as likely to hit Anna as the Zeta. However, he didn't lower the Kalashnikov. Stalemate was better than the alternative. He moved his eyes from the sight to give himself a better field of view. Only then did he see a figure step out from behind a tree 8 meters beyond the Zeta, weapon raised, night vision engaged. He looked Anna straight in the eye. Then he looked beyond her and nodded at the figure. He waited for the shot. Tyson had a tree trunk immediately to his left, and the northern wall of the square 10 meters to his right. The back of the Zeta's head was precisely in the crosshairs of his sight, but he could also see Black's face, sweating and serious, on the edge of the viewfinder. Black gave him the nod. Tyson took the shot. The Zeta collapsed, the back of his head fully blown away by the entry wound. Anna staggered, gasping, toward Danny Black. But Black had already turned 90 degrees, his back to the northern wall, his weapon pointing into this thick urban forest. Tyson did the same. "How many have you put down?" Tyson demanded. 5, Black said, bending down over the dead Zeta to take his weapon, an M16, which he quickly handed to Spud. Tyson did a quick calculation. "There's at least one still alive. We have 4 Federales approaching. They think Z1 is here." "Why do they think that?" "Long story, but they'll shoot anything that moves." "Spike?" Spud asked. He sounded like shit. "Missing," Tyson said bluntly. "He had a Zeta unit after him. His comms have gone quiet." He looked into the trees. "The Federales will have heard those gunshots. They'll be closing in." Danny lowered his weapon slightly. He pointed west, back the way they'd come, toward the shack where he and Spud had been imprisoned. "That way," he said, before turning toward the door of the nearest shack and laying down a burst of rounds into the swinging door. Tyson understood his strategy. It would attract the Federales, who seemed to have an appetite for a fight. Danny turned to Anna. "Stick with him," he said, indicating Spud. Anna nodded and allowed Spud to grab her by the right arm and usher her back through the trees. Danny and Tyson followed. The 4 Federales officers were 20 meters into the forested area when Luis heard the single shot, followed by the extended burst of rounds from the northeastern corner of the square. He jabbed his finger in that direction. His 3 comrades, who were panning round with their weapons, followed his lead. They moved 7 meters through the trees. A ramshackle building, its door swinging open, appeared a little more than 10 meters ahead in the northeastern corner. There was no sign of enemy personnel, but Luis sensed the sharp taste of excitement on his lips. Something told him Augusto Chavez was in that shack. Z1 was close. Luis was so eager to get to that building that for a moment his situational awareness let him down. He heard a single round being fired somewhere behind him. He turned just in time to see one of his comrades hit the ground a mere 3 meters from Luis's own position, while a muzzle flash accompanied another gunshot. A second man went down. Luis fired in the direction of the muzzle flash, but instinctively knew he hadn't hit his mark, and a second later he knew it was all over. There was an ear-splitting noise and a flash of blinding white light. Luis knew it was a flashbang grenade, but was powerless to withstand its disorientating effects. He staggered back, unable to see, his ears ringing horribly. He heard the harsh bark of a third round being released, and he knew he was the last Federales officer standing. He let a random burst of automatic fire explode from his weapon, but it was unaimed and unfocused. Less than a second later, a bullet hit him in the arm. His weapon fell to the ground. He staggered back. Still semi-blinded by the grenade, he could only sense a silhouette of a man bearing down on him. He launched himself toward the figure, one hand clawed, the other in a hammer fist, trying to judge where his enemy's most vulnerable points were. The eyes, the neck, the groin. But before he could attack, he felt a second round slam hard into his knee. His legs immediately gave way beneath him. He fell to his knees, just as a booted foot slammed against his chest, knocking him onto his back. Luis's eyes had started to recover now. As the silhouette bent down over him, he saw a medallion in the intricate shape of a Z hanging from his neck, and he saw the gun that he knew would kill him. The man pressed his pistol hard against Luis's mouth. He closed his eyes slowly, and Luis saw a new set of eyes tattooed on the eyelids. "Buenas noches, Federales escoria," the man whispered. "Good night, Federales scum." Luis did not hear the shot that killed him. Danny heard 6 shots from the other side of the square in quick succession. Was it Zetas killing Federales, or Federales killing Zetas? Danny couldn't tell, but he knew his unit would draw fire from whoever was still alive. He, Tyson, Spud, and Anna had reached the tree line. Tyson had raised his NV goggles, looking out from it. They could see the empty square and the van still burning ferociously. Choking smoke filled the air. Distance to the exit, 40 meters. Danny turned to Spud. "Get it to the exit," he said. "We'll cover you." Spud nodded. He understood. The open bite wound was on his dominant arm. It would compromise his ability to fire effectively. He was incredibly pale. His face was sweating. The effect of the bites was showing, and it made sense for him to be the one to chaperone Anna. Tyson engaged his weapon, faced east, and moved out beyond the tree line. He crouched down in the firing position and started scanning the trees for movement. "Go!" Danny said. Spud took Anna by the arm and brandished his stolen rifle slightly clumsily in his free hand. He had something of a limp as he ran with her toward the cover of the burning van. Danny joined Tyson in scanning the tree line for movement. Nothing. Distance to the fire, 20 meters. Spud and Anna reached it in 10 seconds, then stopped in its cover. Danny could only just make out their silhouettes behind the flames. He stayed in the firing position while Tyson sprinted across the open ground to join them. Then, while Tyson laid down some covering fire into the tree line, Danny followed. He could feel his face was dripping with sweat and dirt as he approached the blaze. The Federales vehicle was situated 10 meters to the east of the burning van. That was their next staging post. They needed to take cover there before getting to the exit gate. Danny barked the instruction. He and Tyson covered Spud and Anna as they ran toward the open-top Hilux. On the edge of his hearing, Danny heard sirens from somewhere beyond the square. He heard Tyson roar, "More Federales!" Danny glanced toward Spud and Anna. They were halfway between the burning van and the Hilux. He turned his attention back to the tree line, scanning for movement, checking for threats. He barely heard the bullet over the noise of the flames, but in his peripheral vision he saw Anna collapse. She was hit. Spud's momentum carried him forward to the cover of the Hilux, leaving Anna sprawled in the open ground. She was screaming and clutching her leg. It looked to Danny like she'd taken a round somewhere above the knee. Danny and Tyson both laid down fire toward the tree line, but Danny couldn't see the shooter or any sign of movement. He looked toward Spud. His mate's face was stricken as he stared powerlessly at Anna lying on the ground. Any second now, she could take another bullet. It would finish her off. Danny met Spud's eyes across the open ground. Something passed between them, an acknowledgement that whatever happened, they couldn't leave a wounded woman to the mercy of the remaining gunman. Spud nodded grimly. It was clear it had to be him. He was wounded, which meant his covering fire would be less effective than Danny and Tyson's. Spud's shoulders slumped momentarily. Then he seemed to inhale deeply and bring himself up to full height. He stepped back from the Hilux, pointed his handgun toward the tree line, then he opened up as he ran toward the screaming Anna. At the same time, Danny and Tyson opened fire. 3 streams of rounds blistered toward the tree line as Spud hurtled across the 5 meters that separated him and Anna. As he reached her, Spud stopped firing. He bent down and, with obvious effort, hauled Anna over his good shoulder. He turned, and with Danny and Tyson still covering him, started to run back to the protection of the Hilux. Everything happened within an instant. Danny and Tyson's weapons fell silent almost simultaneously, their magazines empty. Danny saw a muzzle flash from behind the tree line as the hidden gunman, no longer pinned down by the regiment's covering fire, discharged a single round. The moment froze. The round slammed into the side of Spud's head. There was a shower of blood and bone and hair. Danny's mate collapsed. "No!" Danny roared. Blood rushed to his head. He was only half aware of Tyson loading a new clip from his ops waistcoat. He sprinted from behind the burning van toward the prostrate figures of Anna and Spud. A round pinged inches from his shoulder, but he kept running. As he reached them, he heard Tyson laying down a further burst of automatic fire toward the trees, suppressing the shooter. Danny crouched. Everything was spinning. Spud was lying on his back, the entrance wound in his head mercifully out of sight, but with a pool of blood spreading around it. Danny went through the motions of checking his mate's pulse at the neck. Nothing. His hand came away covered in sticky blood. He wanted to vomit. "Blake, move!" Tyson shouted, even as he released another burst of suppressing fire. But Danny felt himself momentarily paralyzed. He stared at his mate's lifeless face. The horror of the moment felt like it was crushing him. "Move!" Tyson's roar snapped Danny out of it. He turned to Anna. She'd stopped screaming now, but was shivering badly. With a final look at Spud, Danny grabbed her, put her over his shoulder, and sprinted for the cover of the Hilux. Tyson was following, spraying the open ground with rounds. The approaching sirens were louder. Danny's instinct told him they were advancing along the Avenida Hidalgo. He told himself to focus, forced himself not to look toward Spud's corpse. They had to get out of there before more federales arrived. Distance to the exit, 10 meters. It meant crossing open ground again. There was a clunking sound from Tyson as he loaded yet another magazine. Anna continued to shiver over his shoulder. "Go!" Tyson shouted. "Go, go, go!" Danny sprinted for the exit. Tyson followed, firing back toward the trees as he ran, successfully suppressing any more fire. Danny burst out into the Avenida Hidalgo, Tyson following just a couple of seconds later. They took cover to the side of the open metal gate. Danny looked east along the Avenida Hidalgo. It was from here that the sirens were coming. Sure enough, a Federales vehicle was screaming down the street toward them, headlamps blazing, emergency lights flashing, distance 50 meters. Danny looked in the opposite direction. Another vehicle was reversing at speed toward them, distance 30 meters. The vehicle was a black Tahoe. Its engine, over-revving in reverse, was screaming. "Spike!" Danny breathed. Then he yelled to Tyson. "It's Spike!" "Where the hell's he been?" Tyson roared. "I thought they'd nailed him." But Danny couldn't think about that now. He was already working out their next move. They needed to get across the open gate. Tyson gave Danny a curt nod, then stepped out into the gateway, his weapon once more raised. Danny followed. Every ounce of his attention was on the Tahoe as it reversed toward them. 20 meters, 15 meters. But then he heard Tyson shout, "Motherfucker!" He looked to the right. Standing boldly in the middle of the square, just in front of the trees, was a figure. He had an RPG launcher over his shoulder and was clearly preparing to fire it. Even from this distance, Danny recognized the silhouette. It was the tall, muscular Zeta commander with the Z medallion and the tattooed eyelids. Danny knew from the way the firefight had unfolded that there was only one Zeta left, which meant he was looking directly at the man who had killed Spud. All Danny wanted to do was kill him. He could taste the hate, feel it burning through him. He even started instinctively to feel for his weapon, forgetting that he was out of ammo. But there was the ferocious screeching of wheels on either side of him, the Federales vehicle to his right, the Tahoe to his left. He felt Tyson grabbing him and was brought back into the moment. They couldn't risk a renewed firefight with this fresh batch of Mexican police. With Anna still slumped over his shoulder, he sprinted toward the Tahoe, which had screamed to a halt 10 meters from their position, Spike at the wheel. He opened up the back door, maneuvered Anna inside, and scrambled into the back seat next to her. Tyson took the front passenger seat. "Go!" he commanded.
"What about Spud?"
Spike shouted.
"Just fucking get out of here, snowflake!"
Spike knocked the vehicle into first and hit the gas even before the doors were shut. They shot like a bullet westward along the Avenida Hidalgo. But still Spike was yelling, "Where the hell's Spud?" Danny twisted himself round to look out the back window. He was just in time to see it all unfold. The Federales Hilux had stopped right in front of the open gate. None of the armed officers had time to jump out of the open-top back of the vehicle or to exit from the cab. The rocket-propelled grenade slammed into the broadside of the vehicle with deadly accuracy. The explosion was immense. The Hilux burst into an orange and black fireball, more smoke pumping up into the air. There was zero possibility of any survivors. Spike put 50 meters between them and was still accelerating, the souped-up engine of the Tahoe screaming loudly. He and Tyson were shouting at each other, but Danny had zoned out. He saw a figure emerge from the gates and stand in front of the burning fireball that had been the Hilux. Tall, lean, muscular. Danny couldn't make out his face, but he knew who it was, the man with the tattooed eyelids. He felt his eyes narrow, and a hot surge of loathing pulse in his gut. Then Spike pulled a sharp right, and Anna moaned loudly in pain. Danny turned toward her. Their eyes met. She didn't have to say anything. The fear in her expression said it all.
"Get to the Holiday Inn,"
Danny barked.
"What?"
Tyson protested.
"We need to—" "My son!"
Anna shrieked.
"Kleinman's a traitor. He knows where my son is. You promised me he'd be right. Drive there, now!"
Chapter 20. The town was suddenly alive with Federales vehicles. Sirens screamed, lights flashed. Regular civilian vehicles swerved up onto the pavement to let the open-topped Hiluxes through, but Danny and his team, what was left of it, were travelling against the flow. Anna was whimpering in the seat next to Danny, and not just from the pain of her bullet wound. Tyson was staring through the windscreen at the road ahead, constantly warning Spike of any upcoming obstacles. Spike was driving like shit. The engine was whining from being in too low a gear. The wheels were spinning. Spike's knuckles on the wheel were white. Any regiment skills he had seemed to have deserted him. His eyes were wild.
"They had me pinned down," he kept saying. "I came as quick as I could. They had me pinned."
He hit the brakes sharply to stop himself colliding with a car in front. He slammed his fists against the wheel, then clutched his hair with his hands.
"I came as quick as I—"
"Fucking drive, snowflake!"
Tyson bellowed. Danny jumped out of the car, despite it being in the middle of the road, and had to manhandle the distraught Spike out of the driver's seat.
"Spud's dead,"
he told him brutally.
"Deal with it."
Somehow it made the worst part of Danny feel better, laying the bald truth on Spike. The kid seemed to crumple. Danny bundled him into the back of the vehicle next to Anna, then took the wheel. He hit the gas and accelerated past the vehicle in front of them, ignoring the angry horns as he sped furiously up the wrong side of the road. He was glad to have something to focus on, something to take his mind off Spud. He could hear Spike pounding his fist in fury and frustration against the passenger door of the car, but couldn't bring himself to look at the kid in the rear-view mirror. He needed to keep his mind somewhere else. The Holiday Inn came into view 5 minutes later. The squat building glowed up ahead, green and blue in the night. Danny screeched into the parking lot and came to a halt 10 meters from the entrance. "Give me the key card," he told Anna. Anna fumbled in the pocket of her jeans, wincing from the pain of having to move. The key card she handed him was smeared with blood. "Watch her," Danny told Spike, and for once received no argument. He and Tyson jumped out of the vehicle. Tyson removed his NV and his rifle, but they still looked like men who'd been into battle, smoke-stained, blood-spattered, and drenched in sweat. It didn't matter. They had to get to room 735 immediately. If Z1's people hadn't already got to the kid, they could be there any second. The 2 regiment men drew stares from the hotel guests as they burst into the reception. They didn't bother with the elevator, but simply ran to the far side of the hotel, where a door led to the stairs. They ascended 3 steps at a time, until they reached the 7th floor and sprinted along the corridor toward Miguel's room. Tyson drew his handgun, then nodded at Danny, who placed the keycard against the sensor by the door. The LED light flicked from red to green. Tyson raised his weapon, holding it with 2 hands, and kicked the door open with his foot. The only light inside the room came from the TV. Tyson led the way. Danny followed. The Simpsons were on, dubbed in Spanish. Danny looked toward the bed. Miguel wasn't there. The sheets were twisted, as if there had been a struggle. Buzz Lightyear, his left arm missing, was lying on the floor, face down. Tyson kicked in the door to the shower room, checked it for personnel. Nothing. Room 735 was empty. "The kid could have gone walkabout," Tyson said. "He's only, 10? Maybe he got hungry." He didn't sound as if he believed his own suggestion. Danny certainly didn't. "They've got him," he said. He strode round the bed and picked up the handset of the telephone on the bedside table. He dialed Kleinman's number and put the phone on speaker. The line rang once, then an automated message by a female computer-generated voice clicked in. "Operation terminated. Return to UK. Operation terminated. Return to UK." Danny killed the line, looked up at Tyson, who was covering the half-open door with his weapon. "Kleinman was screwing us all the time," Tyson said. "We should have seen it," Danny berated himself. "The Zetas knew our moves. Kleinman must have been tipping them off. The money on the plane, the tunnel guys, the men in the enclosure just now, they all knew what was happening." He swore under his breath. "We should have known when he gave us Anna. Why the hell would he give us his best asset, the one person who knows Z1's probable location? If he really wanted to nail Chavez, he'd have kept her for himself. He was just getting our trust, making us walk into his fucking trap while sacrificing Anna and the kid at the same time. He's been in Z1's pocket since the start." "We've got to leave," Tyson said. His voice was clipped and tense. "They'll be expecting us to be here." Danny nodded. He headed to the door. He almost stopped to pick up Buzz Lightyear, but decided not to. If Anna thought Miguel had his favourite toy, it might make the news they had to give her a little easier to bear. 2 hotel security guys were emerging from the elevator just as Danny and Tyson hit the stairwell. Back down on the ground floor, the receptionist made a call as soon as she saw them reappear, and they were back out in the parking lot before anyone could stop them. They jogged to their vehicle. Even though Anna was still in the back of the car, Danny could hear her screams from 10 meters away. "Where is he? Where's my boy?" They jumped back into the Tahoe, Danny behind the wheel. Danny knocked the vehicle into reverse and screeched out of the parking lot, doing what he could to zone out Anna's screams. Tyson was right. They had to get away from this location. He sped onto the main road adjacent to the hotel and headed south. "Do you think Kleinman can still track our vehicle?" Tyson said. "Where's Miguel?" "It's possible. We need to strip it down, find the tracking device." "Where is he?" There was a large gas station 50 meters up ahead. Danny pulled into it and parked up beyond the pumps. He killed the engine, then turned round and looked directly at Anna. There was no good way of saying it. "He's been taken," he told her. "You promised me! You promised me!" Her face was sweating, her eyes rolling. "We need to get your leg fixed," Danny said. "Forget about my leg! Find my son!" Danny closed his eyes, drew a deep breath. Images flashed through his mind like a movie reel. Kleinman standing in the shadow of the motel, his small, watery, treacherous eyes watching him. Spud, Danny's best mate, dead on the ground. The Zeta fighter with the tattooed eyelids standing in front of the blazing Federales vehicle. Buzz Lightyear on the floor of the hotel room. The face of Augusto Chavez, Z1, whom Danny had never met, but against whom all his hate was now directed. He opened his eyes again and scanned the personnel in the gas station. There were 4 vehicles refuelling, a woman walking out of the payment area. Nothing suspicious. He looked round at the others. Spike looked like shit. His face was drawn, his eyes haunted. Danny wasn't the only one numbed by Spud's death. Anna was weeping, her head in her hands. Only Tyson appeared capable of thinking straight. "Options," Tyson said. "1," Danny said. "We make contact with Hereford. They'll tell us to ditch Anna and lie low until they can extract us." Tyson's blank expression made it perfectly clear this was not an option he favoured. Spike looked like he was somewhere between fury and tears. "They killed Spud!" he hissed. "They fucking killed him, Danny!
Are you telling me that's the end of it? Are you telling me we're going to let this Z1 twat get away with it?
Spike grabbed a clump of his own hair in frustration. Danny saw his hand was trembling. "Option 2, he said quietly. "We find Augusto Chavez and teach him what happens when one of his guys kills one of our guys." "How can we?" Tyson said. "Without Kleinman, without the headshed. We don't know where the fucker is." Silence. Tyson was right. Without any intel, they were shooting in the dark. After 10 seconds, however, he realized Anna's sobbing had stopped. He turned to her. Her haunted, tearful eyes were wild.
"I know where he is," she whispered.
Her voice cracked. She repeated it a little stronger.
"I know where he'll be."
The regiment men stared at her. "Where?" Danny asked carefully. Anna drew a deep, shaky breath, closed her eyes, and spoke.
"The Hacienda del Colinas," she said, "is 500 kilometers south of here, northwest of Ciudad Victoria, where the river meets the hills. We spent holidays there as children, and he built a stronghold for himself. That's where he retreats to when he doesn't wish to be found. I've heard it's surrounded by paddocks and a high wall, and heavily guarded, very heavily. You're just 3 men. I don't see how you can—"
"We go off-grid," Spike interrupted. "Hereford can't know what we're doing. It's just us. It has to be just us. Otherwise they'll—" Danny turned to Tyson. "You comfortable with that?" Tyson nodded. "I'm coming with you," Anna said forcefully. Danny shook his head. "You can't walk. It's not going to happen."
"Then how do I know you'll bring Miguel back to me?"
"You don't," Danny said flatly. "You don't even know if he's still alive, but we're your only option. If you don't trust us, you've lost him. You've been shot. You need treatment. You know that, right?" She nodded mutely, reluctantly. "We have to get you to the hospital. You must know people there. They can register you in a false name so the cartel can't get to you, so Kleinman can't get to you. You must have systems in place for this kind of situation."
"Maybe I have friends who—"
Danny started the engine before she even finished. "Where's the hospital?" he said, knocking the Tahoe into reverse.
"West,"
said Anna, her voice suddenly very weak indeed. Danny looked over at her. Her eyes were rolling. He wasn't sure she was going to make it. Kleinman was alone. Hernandez had left 45 minutes ago, Rav half an hour. Both of them were nervous and sweating. News of the firefight in Nuevo Laredo had come over the intelligence wires. An estimated 15 federales dead. An eyewitness reported a woman with a bullet wound fleeing the site with 3 men. There was no hint that the authorities knew Danny Black's unit had been involved, but that didn't quell their anxiety. They headed off in different directions, taking their notebooks and hard drives with them, just as instructed. It would take 24 hours before Langley realized Kleinman himself wasn't returning for a debrief, and they started looking for their missing agent, ostensibly for his own safety, but in reality because a missing agent meant panic stations that he might have been flipped. 24 hours was enough time for him, however. He was still there, in the motel that doubled as their ops center. He'd double-locked the doors to all the rooms except this one, the armory. Here he stood in silence, shining a flashlight with a red filter over the shelves and boxes of weaponry and other military equipment. He limped up to a gun rack and selected an M16, night sights, surefire torch. Next, he chose his favourite suppressed Heckler & Koch HK-45C, the same firearm he'd watched Danny Black choose just 2 days previously. Ammo. He took an NV helmet, the last one, and a flak jacket. He located a baseball cap with the Dallas Cowboys blue star insignia on the front. He put it on and pulled the peak down over his forehead. He packed the gear into a sturdy carry bag. It was heavy. As a result, his limp was a little more pronounced as he exited the armory. The ops room was dim and ghostly silent, lit only by a single lamp. Kleinman grabbed his notebook and stuffed it into the carry bag. Then he turned the lamp off and exited the room. He double-locked it from outside. Soon, before dawn probably, CIA operatives unknown to him would be here to clean up. By morning, it would be an empty motel again. He limped across the parking lot, occasionally shielding his eyes from the headlamps of the oncoming traffic on the adjacent road. On the far side of the parking lot was an old saloon car, beige in colour with rust-spattered panels. It was Kleinman's car, and he had taken care to ensure that it was below the CIA's radar. He opened the trunk, stowed his gear, then took the wheel. His reflection in the rear-view mirror surprised him. He looked gaunt. His eyes were red. He had a blank, 1,000-yard stare. He altered the mirror so he wouldn't have to look at his face, turned the engine over, and left the parking lot. He headed west onto the main road, past the fast-food joints and hotels. After a mile or so, he came to a red light at a crossroads. A large green signpost bridged the head of the road. Kleinman felt his eyes scanning it. To the right, Laredo International Airport. Once there, he could dump his vehicle and be on the next flight to Norfolk International Airport. He could be at Langley by close of business. To the left, the Mexican border. He closed his eyes. Faces presented themselves. Danny Black and his team. Ana Rodriguez. There were too many loose ends. Kleinman didn't like loose ends. He heard car horns behind him and opened his eyes. The lights had turned green, and there was a line of traffic behind him. He looked up again at the signpost. Airport right, Mexico left. He knocked his vehicle into gear, hit the gas, and swung left toward the border. Tuesday. Chapter 21. SAS Headquarters, RAF Cruddenhill, Hereford. 1000 hours GMT. It makes no sense. Lieutenant Colonel Dominic Hardcastle, commanding officer of 22 SAS, was a big man with a quiet voice. Hardcastle was a veteran of Northern Ireland, Bosnia, Sierra Leone, and Afghanistan. He had the full respect of every man in the regiment, not a group noted for their fondness of the officer class, because he was a soldier who had soldiered more than most. So anyone who took that quiet voice for weakness would be making a big mistake. The brash American voice, direct over the secure line from CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, was making that mistake right now.
It is what it is, Hardcastle. Your guys are dirty. Swallow it.
The CO, sitting in his sparse office deep in the regiment buildings at Hereford, stared at the phone on his desk. He had it on loudspeaker so he could take notes as he spoke, but he wasn't writing at the moment.
We have photographic evidence. Pictures of your team with the head of a UK crime syndicate by the name of Aidan Bailey. He has direct links to the Zeta cartel in Mexico, who your boys are supposedly targeting. They're compromised, Hardcastle. In it up to their goddamn necks. My advice to you is get them back on UK soil and deal with it internally. Military tribunal, however the hell you limeys like to play it, because trust me, if Washington gets a sniff of it, more important heads than theirs will roll.
There wasn't a lot that fazed him, but this was like ice in his veins. He knew these men, Danny Black and Spud Glover in particular. They were proper guys. It didn't stack up. "I'm going to ask you to leave this with me," he said quietly.
You're going to need to move quicker.
"Thank you for keeping me informed," Hardcastle said, and killed the line. Hardcastle was a measure twice, cut once kind of guy, not given to knee-jerk reactions. He sat in his chair beneath the black-and-white picture of himself shaking the hand of General Petraeus at ISAF headquarters in Kabul, his fingers pressed together, staring into the middle distance. 5 minutes passed before he picked up the phone again and dialed an internal number. Major Ray Hammond, ops officer of B Squadron, answered immediately.
Hammond?
"It's me," Hardcastle said.
Yes, sir?
"When did we last hear from Danny Black and his team?"
Not since they crossed the Atlantic, sir. The Yanks have been IC that operation, you'll remember.
"Yes, I remember," Hardcastle said. He paused for a moment, then relayed the salient points of the conversation to Hammond.
Impossible, sir. Black's a wild card on occasion, I'll give you that. We've had to brush a few things under the carpet, but he's not dirty. No way.
"The Yanks have cut them loose, so why haven't we heard from them?" Hammond had no answer to that. "I want to know their current location," Hardcastle said. "Get GCHQ onto it, just them. No NSA involvement. I want facial recognition scans of every damn CCTV camera in Mexico.
I want them to run a voice recognition scan of all mobile communications originating from the Texas-Mexico border. If they find a face or voice match with any member of our unit, I want to know immediately.
Understood, sir.
We have men on jungle training in Belize.
D Squadron, sir.
Where are Air Troop currently?
Jungle exercises, sir. I can have them on standby within 2 hours.
Do we have any Navy assets operating close to the eastern seaboard?
I'll find out, sir.
The uncertainty in Hammond's voice was pronounced, but he was professional enough not to question his CO's thinking, which was a good thing, Hardcastle thought, as he put the phone down, because right now he didn't know what kind of operation he might be ordering D Squadron to carry out. A simple pickup, if Danny Black and his team got in touch, or something darker, if it turned out the antagonistic American voice from Langley had been telling the truth. One thing was for sure, nobody in the murky hierarchy of government or the military would thank him for bringing the unit back alive if they really were dirty. Trust, he muttered to himself, but check. Words to live by in this line of work. He pressed his fingers together again. Then, after a couple of minutes, he took his personal mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number. It rang twice before a voice answered.
Dominic, long time.
I need a favour, Richard, on the QT. You didn't get to a position like Hardcastle's without meeting a few influential people on the way up. Richard Meeks, the Met's chief commissioner, was one of them.
Go ahead,
Meeks said, his voice a little uncertain. He knew that an off-the-record request from the commanding officer of 22 SAS was likely to involve some bending of the rules. Aidan Bailey, I need to know where to find him.
You could make an official request for that information, Dominic.
I don't have time for official requests. There was a pause.
I'll call you back,
Meeks said. The line went dead. Hardcastle laid his phone on his desk. He started reading some documents that required his attention. 2 recruits had become dangerously ill on a recent selection course. The usual questions were being asked about whether Special Forces selection should be made less brutal. That would happen over Hardcastle's dead body. These men were applying for the SAS, not the Boy Scouts. It was an old regiment joke that if unsuitable recruits ended up on the low slopes of Pen y Fan with a saline drip stuck in their arse cheeks, it was nature's way of telling them they'd failed. But there was truth in it. The mobile buzzed. Hardcastle answered it immediately. Richard?
We have a detective sergeant on Bailey's payroll,
Meek said without ceremony.
With our full knowledge, of course. There's been some sort of shootout at one of Bailey's premises. 5 are covering it up for some reason, but Bailey's nervous. He's arranged to meet this DS at the bandstand in Battersea Park, 1900 hours. If your guys are there, he's all yours. Just keep him in one piece, Dominic. If he ends up face down in the Thames, I'll have to open an investigation.
I owe you one, Richard.
You do. Don't think I'll forget about it.
Dominic Hardcastle wouldn't be making that mistake. He ended the call, then dialed another internal number on his desk phone. A male voice answered. "Are Vic Marshall and Russell Hunter in camp?" he asked.
One moment, sir. I'll double-check.
A 15-second pause.
Yes, sir. They're here.
I want them in my office immediately. Hardcastle had to wait less than 5 minutes for the knock on his door. Marshall and Hunter entered. They both wore civvies. Marshall was a redhead, shaved short. Hunter was almost completely bald. Big, broad-shouldered men, they stood respectfully on the other side of Hardcastle's desk, only speaking when they were spoken to. It took Hardcastle less than 2 minutes to explain what he wanted. Marshall and Hunter assimilated the information, nodded curtly, and left the office, shutting the door quietly behind them. As the sun rose over the Mexican-US border, it illuminated a long line of traffic at the border crossing and a fog of exhaust fumes. Anonymous cars, some waiting patiently, others less so, sounding their horns as if that would make any difference. Kleinman was one of the patient ones. A career filled with tedious days and weeks of surveillance had taught him that quality. As he approached the checkpoint booths, he put on his sunglasses and double-checked in the rearview mirror that his Dallas Cowboys baseball cap was covering his eyes. It was hardly a perfect way of fooling the facial recognition technology at the border, but it was the best he could do. His pristine U.S. passport was in a false name, of course, and it was, to the best of his knowledge, undocumented by the CIA.
The border control officer barely glanced at it as he waved Kleinman through. It seemed to him the Federales' presence was heavier than usual, and the lines of traffic waiting to cross over into the U.S. were longer. It made sense. They'd lost men during the firefight in Nuevo Laredo. They'd be thinking some of the Zeta shooters would be trying to slip across the border to lie low for a while. In fact, Kleinman knew they'd be more likely to head further into the Mexican interior, deep into cartel country where nobody could touch them. He checked the time as he drove away from the border. 08:45 hours. Up ahead, he saw a sign saying Restaurante. He indicated right and pulled up into the small parking lot round the back, where he took the final parking space. He removed a GPS unit from his glove compartment and switched it on. He hadn't really expected the screen to indicate the location of the SAS unit, so he wasn't surprised that it didn't. He put the GPS unit back, and then retrieving his laptop from the carry bag in the trunk of his vehicle, he entered the restaurant. It was a low-rent place, busy exclusively with Mexican men, construction workers, by the look of their clothes. The air was thick with the smell of Mexican food. Kleinman approached the counter, instinctively checking for security cameras. There were none that he could see. He ordered coffee and the Wi-Fi code in immaculate Spanish, then found himself a table and got himself online. Langley would not yet be aware he was disobeying his instructions to return, so his access to the secure section of the CIA intranet was not yet rescinded. It took a couple of minutes to go through the relevant security protocols, but by the time his cup of strong black coffee arrived at his table, he was in. Kleinman worked quickly. He knew his way around the system as well as any of the technicians at Langley, so it was the work of less than a minute to search the admissions registers of the local hospital. If Ana Rodriguez had been shot, hospital was the most likely place to find her. And he was going to find her. The firefight had taken place at approximately 2000 hours. Since then, there had been 32 hospital admissions, not including those dead on arrival. He assumed they were the Federales officers from the firefight. The dead Zetas would be left for the cartel to clear up. Kleinman scanned the names of the admissions. Ana Rodriguez was not among them. Her absence didn't surprise him. She was smart. She was a doctor. She would know people in the hospital who would register her under an assumed name. Nor did her absence throw him off the scent. Even if she were registered in a false name, it would need to be female. Of the 32 admissions, 29 were male, which left only 3, Imelda Castel, Elena Gomis, and Carmen Sartores. Imelda and Elena were on the maternity ward, which meant, if Kleinman's powers of deduction were worth anything, that Carmen Sartores was Ana Rodriguez. "Got you," he muttered to himself. He logged out of the secure section of the intranet, checked the address of the hospital, and brought up a Google Maps window to check its location. He estimated it would be a 15-minute drive to the hospital. Factor in another 15 minutes to find a florist and buy a bunch of flowers, an essential prop for anybody wanting to move unquestioned around a hospital, and he would be face-to-face with Ana Rodriguez by 09:30 hours. He closed his laptop, and leaving his coffee untouched, left the restaurant. He limped back up to his car, opened the trunk, and stowed the laptop inside. He looked over his shoulder to check he wasn't being watched, then pulled out the Heckler & Koch handgun, which he slipped into the inside pocket of his jacket. He shut the trunk, slid behind the wheel, and pulled back out into the Nuevo Laredo traffic, heading west toward the hospital, looking left and right for a florist as he drove. Anna was in a morphine-induced haze. A solitary moment of good luck arrived when Danny Black and his team brought her to the hospital. Her friend, a surgeon called Sebastián Zabala, was arriving for his early morning shift. When he saw her staggering toward the entrance, supported by the Spanish-speaking man Black called Tyson, Sebastián ran up to her. "Anna, what on earth?" Tyson yanked out a flat palm to push him away. "No," Anna breathed. "He's okay. He's a doctor, a friend." Sebastián gave Tyson a very unfriendly look as she collapsed, pale-faced, into his arms. "What's happening, Anna?" Sebastián asked. He looked around nervously. "The cartel?" She nodded. "Don't put my real name on the phone, Sebastián." Sebastián looked reluctant. "They always find people, Anna," he said. "In 24 hours they'll know where you are."
"24 hours is all we need," Tyson said in immaculate Spanish. Sebastian gave him a severe look and nodded, his eyes a little wild. As he held her, Anna looked over his shoulder at Danny Black himself, who was behind the wheel of the black Tahoe, parked where the ambulances ought to be. She gave him a brief nod. Danny, his face glowing slightly in the light of the dash, waited for the silent Tyson to return to the vehicle before easing the vehicle away from its parking place and driving away from the hospital. Anna couldn't drag her gaze away from the tail-lights as they disappeared. Then her knees gave way beneath her. If Sebastian hadn't been holding her, she'd have collapsed. Minutes later, once Sebastian had given her a brief triage and determined the severity of her wound and the extent of her blood loss, she was on a stretcher bed, a drip stand of bloods and saline hanging above her, being rushed through the shabby corridors of the hospital, Sebastian striding purposefully beside her. "Where's Miguel?" he asked urgently. "Who's looking after him, Anna?" The stricken look she gave him said immediately there was a very big problem. "Do you need me to call the Federales?" he said. "No," Anna said, her voice incredibly weak. "There's nothing they can do." She grabbed his wrist. "Deformed, Sebastian." "I understand." Her friend had operated on Anna under local anesthetic. It was quicker that way, and it took just 45 minutes for him to retrieve the bullet from her flesh and stitch up the wound. "You're lucky," he told her when she was in recovery. "It missed your bone by a centimetre. It'll take a few weeks, but you will walk again." Sebastian had found her a private room and taken personal charge of her post-operative meds. As he spoke, he was inserting cannulas into each arm, one for saline, one for morphine. The moment the morphine hit her system, she felt a curious sensation of relief. She knew what was happening. She knew Miguel was in danger, but somehow she felt disassociated from the events. She closed her eyes and let the drugs do their work. "I have to go," Sebastian said. "I'll check in on you later this morning. You need anything, press this button. I've told the nurses to leave you alone otherwise." Anna didn't need to open her eyes. She knew he was talking about the button on the beige handheld control panel connected to the wall by a cord. She heard his footsteps move across the room and opened her eyes just as he reached the door. "Sebastian," she said. He turned. "Thank you." He nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Anna lay very still and shut her eyes again. The regular beep from the blood pressure and pulse monitor by her bed was strangely comforting. Images swam in front of her eyes. Burning vehicles in the Zeta compound, Danny Black and his grim-faced friends, and, of course, Miguel, clutching his Buzz Lightyear toy. Even through the effects of the morphine, she felt a throb of panic. Her pulse monitor beeped a little faster. She opened her eyes and tried to push herself up from the hospital bed, but she had no strength, and a sharpness from the wound cut through her pain relief. She collapsed back down into the bed with a little whimper. Time passed. She didn't know how long. She lay with her eyes shut, forcing herself to breathe deeply. The morphine was wearing off. Her anxiety was increasing. She needed another hit, but she didn't want it. It didn't seem right making the panic go away when she didn't know where her little boy was. She heard the door open and knew it would be Sebastian, back to check on her. "I don't want it," she said groggily without opening her eyes. "Just give me something for the pain." Sebastian didn't reply. Anna heard the door close. It seemed like such an effort even to open her eyes, so she kept them shut. "They'll find him," she said, only vaguely aware she might not be making sense. "I know they'll find him." She heard Sebastian's footsteps across the room. Only when he had taken 3 or 4 paces did she notice there was something different about them. Sebastian's gait had been even, regular. These footsteps weren't. They were uneven, irregular, as if they belonged to someone with a limp. A bolus of fear rose in Anna's throat. Her eyes flickered open. She saw a slightly scruffy older man with a greying beard and watery eyes. He was carrying a large bunch of oriental lilies. Anna recognized him, of course. He'd presented himself to her 3 years ago with an offer of witness protection in the US if she informed on her brother, and she'd spoken to him on the phone just yesterday. "Good morning, Anna," said Kleinman. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? I was worried I might not be able to find you."
He was 3 meters from the bed. Anna was suddenly paralyzed with terror. Kleinman limped another couple of steps toward her, still clutching his flowers. She caught a glimpse of a gun, hidden behind the paper wrapped round the stems. She broke through the fear and reached out for the handheld control with the alarm button, but her hands were shaking, and the sudden movement caused a shock of pain to splinter through her body. She gasped in agony and fumbled the movement, knocking the control from her bedside table so that it swung by its cord out of reach. At the same time, she felt Kleinman's hand, cold and dry, grasp her wrist. She wanted to shout out, but he had dropped the flowers, and with his free hand was aiming his handgun directly at her face.
"I think it will be best," he said, "if we didn't make any kind of noise. Don't you, Anna?"
Chapter 22. Danny, Tyson and Spike had endured a long night waiting for the sun to rise. Tyson had explained what Anna's friend had said, that within 24 hours the cartel would likely find her, even if she was registered in a false name. In any case, going dark from the regiment after their op had been cancelled was high risk for them. 24 hours they could explain away. Any more than that, not so much. It meant their hit on Z1's hacienda had to be made the following evening. By mutual agreement, however, they decided not to risk the road while it was still dark. They were heading south, deeper into Zeta territory. The cartel owned those roads. Tyson had assured them of that. During the day, there was a good chance of moving unhindered. At night, it was a different matter. Zeta patrols stopped cars at random. Advice to civilians was to avoid driving outside the city at night, and while the unit had confidence in their abilities to deal with any threat they came across, they didn't want to announce their arrival by leaving a trail of dead Zeta patrols on their way south. So they waited it out. They found a lay-by in the main thoroughfare of Nuevo Laredo, killed the lights, then examined the chassis of the Tahoe, top to bottom, side to side. They scanned the undercarriage and the engine, the glove compartments and the trunk. Danny was on the point of slashing open the seats when Spike located the item they were looking for. The tracking device was about the size of a cigarette packet. It was clipped to the main body of the exhaust. They'd missed it at first because it looked like part of the car, caked in grease and dust. It unclipped easily. A green light flashed on its underside. Danny found a fist-sized rock on the side of the road and destroyed the tracker with 3 sharp strikes. He crushed it into the ground with his heel. They made a stag routine, 2 guys on, 1 guy off, 45-minute shifts. It gave them each a couple of shifts of shut-eye while the other 2 watched for threats. They stayed put even when the sun rose. They only moved at 0800 hours, when the rush hour was at its peak, and they were just 1 vehicle out of thousands. They crawled out of Nuevo Laredo in numb silence, and hit the road heading south. Danny was behind the wheel, Tyson in the passenger seat. Spike was in the back. The empty seat next to him seemed to shriek the bitter reality of Spud's absence. It felt like an unreal day. With every mile of featureless Mexican highway that passed underneath them, Danny felt his anger growing. He did his best to keep a lid on it, knowing anger was no help when you needed to keep a clear, ruthless head. Like Danny, Tyson and Spike wore shades to protect their eyes from the fierce Mexican sun, but he didn't need to see the emotion in their eyes. The air prickled with it. The sun climbed higher. The parched surrounding terrain shimmered in the heat haze. The horizon, a sharp demarcation between brown sand and deep blue sky, appeared not to move. The tense silence in the vehicle persisted, and each time Danny looked in the rearview mirror and saw an empty seat where Spud was supposed to be, it was like a knife in the guts. "We should have known," Tyson said, after they'd been travelling for a silent hour. "Know what?" Danny replied. "About Kleinman. It all fits together. We should have knocked this whole fucking thing on the head after the plane hit went wrong." "I don't know," Danny said. "He was smart. He didn't have to tell us the money wasn't on the flight. He covered his tracks by doing that. He checked the rear-view mirror." Spike was staring out the side window. He appeared to have nothing to add. How long do you reckon Kleinman's been on the Zeta payroll? Tyson shrugged. Who knows? But it'll have cost Chavez a frickin' fortune. A dirty asset inside the CIA doesn't come cheap. My guess is he's on his way right now to a nice little hidey hole somewhere we'll never find him, to spend the rest of his life with his money. Yeah, Danny said. Maybe. He wasn't so sure. He knew deep down that they'd left a loose end back in Nuevo Laredo. Even if Anna had registered in the hospital under a false name, she wouldn't be that hard to track down if it was known she'd taken a bullet. Anna knew where they were going, and Kleinman would want those loose ends tied up. No wonder Danny was instinctively keeping track of the vehicles behind him on the highway. No wonder he was occasionally slowing down in order to flush out any potential tails. No wonder he had an uneasy sensation that they hadn't seen the last of Kleinman yet. After 2 hours of travel, Danny pulled off the highway again. Time was precious, but they needed food and water. They also needed a plan. 5 miles from the highway, they came to a small town. It was clear this was a place that had seen the dark side of cartel activity. On the outskirts of the town were tumble-down, half-demolished buildings with corrugated iron roofs, their walls plastered with cartel graffiti. Danny didn't understand it, but he could recognize the words Los Zetas almost everywhere. They drove past the shells of a couple of burned-out cars. They were rusted, but also graffitied. The centre of town was grim and obviously poor. Cheap old cars, empty rusted oil barrels, and litter on the pavement. Along the main street, which was pitted and bumpy, there were more shop-fronts shuttered up than were open. The black Tahoe drew a stare from every single pedestrian it passed. They looked suspicious, even frightened. Danny supposed they thought it was a cartel vehicle. He pulled up outside a cafe of sorts. It had a couple of empty metal tables outside, and a Coca-Cola insignia painted on the front window. The 3 men exited the vehicle, drawing yet more stares from the pedestrians, none of whom kept Danny's gaze when he stared back at them. Danny calculated that if the inhabitants of the town believed this was a cartel vehicle, they wouldn't interfere with it, so he felt confident leaving it in the road and walking into the cafe. "You know what we need?" he said to Tyson, the only Spanish speaker among them. Tyson nodded. The cafe wasn't much to speak of, a few chairs and tables, a couple of old men nursing small cups of coffee, a corpulent Mexican guy in a spattered apron standing behind a counter. He watched them nervously as they entered. Danny saw Tyson giving him a winning, friendly smile. He pulled a wad of American dollars from his pocket and peeled a few of them off, chatting in fluent Spanish, his monologue punctuated by an occasional "sí" from the guy in the apron. After a minute of this, and with 3 of Tyson's banknotes clutched in his fist, the guy disappeared into a back room. He returned 30 seconds later with a very old, chunky laptop. He set it up on one of the tables. "Por favor," he said, making a take-a-seat gesture with one hand. He shuffled off and started preparing coffee and glasses of water for them. Danny, Tyson and Spike sat at the laptop. Danny opened it up, and using a very slow internet connection, brought up a web browser. He navigated to Google Maps, toggled to satellite view, and zoomed in on the town of Ciudad Victoria. He reckoned they were still 200 miles out. At their current rate, that meant approximately 4 hours. "Northwest of Ciudad Victoria," Spike said quietly. "That's what she told us, where the river meets the hills." He pointed at the screen. To the north of the town there was indeed a river. It ran from west to east. To the west of the town was a substantial mountain range. Spike was tapping the screen exactly where the river met the mountains. Danny zoomed in. It took a moment for the internet connection to catch up, and the pixelated screen to become clearer. Danny, who was used to examining terrain on satellite imagery, saw that the general area at the foot of the mountain range was arid desert brush, much like the terrain they'd been driving through that morning. He didn't immediately see any sign of human habitation in the region, just parched Mexican countryside. The apron guy brought their coffee and water. Danny scanned the map left and right, up and down. It was Spike who saw it. "There," he said, tapping the screen again. Danny downed his water, then zoomed in again. Spike was right. There was a patch of terrain that looked different. It was to the south of the river, from which a small offshoot ran, leading to a much greener region, about 500 meters by 500.
That's been irrigated, Tyson said.
Danny agreed. In the centre of the irrigated area was the outline of a perimeter wall, rectangular with only one entrance on the northern side. There were two buildings within the compound, one almost exactly central, one flush up against the eastern wall. In the southeastern corner was a small blue patch that indicated a swimming pool. A road ran from the entrance on the north side, winding northeast. "Hacienda del Colinas," Danny said. "Got to be," said Spike. Danny looked at Tyson, who nodded his agreement.
"It's going to be guarded to fuck, you know that. Chavez will have his best men surrounding the place."
"He'll need them," Danny said.
"So what do we do?"
Spike demanded. There was a raw ferocity in his eyes and voice.
"How do we hit them? When do we hit them?"
"Easy, snowflake,"
Tyson growled. Danny stared at the screen. It was a start, but it wasn't enough. In order to formulate an offensive strategy, he needed to get eyes on. He needed to know how many men were guarding the hacienda, what their movements were, and their rotas. He needed to know how they were armed, and to have a more detailed understanding of the terrain than they could determine from a satellite image.
"We need to get there first, make an OP, put in some surveillance.
But we hit them tonight, right? Just the three of us."
"We don't have any choice," Danny said sharply. "I think we've established that."
Spike flushed.
"I need a slash,"
he said. He stood up and walked over to a door with a stick drawing of a man on it. Once it disappeared into the can, Tyson looked directly at Danny.
"This is a tall fucking order, Black," he said. "We don't need any sulking teenagers losing their heads. He's angry, that's all. We're all angry. That's why we're here. But if he can't control it, he'll be fine," Danny said.
Truth was, he saw a bit of himself in Spike. Danny knew what it was like to feel the red mist come down. If he'd learned to keep a handle on it, so could Spike. And anyway, he felt he owed it to Spud to look out for his younger cousin. Not that Tyson would understand. The arrival of the food Tyson had ordered put an end to the conversation. The apron guy put big plates of bread, beans, and spice in front of them, and one in front of Spike's empty seat. Suddenly ravenous, Danny started to wolf his food down.
"What the hell's Spike doing?"
Tyson said, when their meals were half gone.
"Giving birth?"
At that moment Spike reappeared. He was still red-faced, but kept silent as he sat down to his food. Danny kept his gaze on the satellite map of the hacienda as he ate. In the light of his conversation with Tyson, he found himself coming to terms with the obvious, that under normal circumstances the regiment would likely deploy an entire troop to ensure a successful assault on a target like this, that they weren't only undermanned, but also underpowered in terms of firearms and military equipment, that what he and Tyson made up for in experience was counterbalanced by Spike's inexperience, that against a fighting force of highly trained former SF Zetas, their odds were lousy. And what of Kleinman? Would he guess what they were doing? Would he find out by other means? If so, he would surely tip the Zetas off, which meant they wouldn't only be undermanned and underpowered, they'd be expected. Had they made a tactical error, leaving Anna alive and with full knowledge of their destination?
"We need to get moving,"
he said as he finished his last mouthful of food. He checked the map again, zooming out and taking a mental snapshot of their route. They left another banknote on the table. Then they headed out again into the burning heat of the Mexican noon and hit the road. It had taken Vic Marshall and Russell Hunter 3 hours to make the journey from Hereford to London. The rain, which they'd been expecting, had hit just as they crossed the M25 at 17:30 hours GMT. Now it was coming down so heavily that their visibility was reduced to 10 metres. They crawled along Prince of Wales Drive and came to a halt on a double yellow right in front of an entrance to Battersea Park. They placed a disabled driver permit behind the windscreen, then reached into the back seat for their foul weather gear. Heavy black waterproof coats, with hoods that could be pulled far enough over their heads to obscure their faces. They checked over their firearms, SIG 9mm standard Special Forces issue, and secreted them cocked and locked in the pockets of their raincoats. Their personal comms were already set up, the radio pack strapped to their hips. It was almost fully dark. Cars passed in both directions, their headlamps and tail lights shimmering in the rain. There were hardly any pedestrians, which would make Marshall and Hunter's life a whole lot easier. Time check, 1842 hours. The RV was at 1900, which meant it was time for Hunter to put himself into position. He grabbed a carry bag from the back seat, exited the vehicle, and disappeared into the rain. Marshall sat in the car until 1855 hours. There was no let-up in the rain. He left the vehicle, and the lower part of his body was soaked by the time he'd walked the 10 metres to the park entrance. The park itself, so far as he could tell, was deserted. Heading toward the old bandstand, which was 100 metres away in a northwesterly direction, he counted 3 indistinct figures taking shelter from the elements. As he grew closer, he saw 2 of them were female. One of them had a pushchair. That was good. If things went noisy, the first instinct of the women would be to protect the kid, which would keep them out of Marshall's hair. The 4th figure was clearly male. He was standing at the edge of the bandstand, looking out. Marshall could tell the guy was watching him, and made the working assumption that this was their target, Aidan Bailey. He was alone, which made sense. Hardcastle had briefed them that Bailey was expecting to meet a Met officer whom he mistakenly thought was his guy. A one-on-one sort of meeting. Marshall scanned the surrounding area, looking for potential threats. He saw nobody, not even Hunter, who he knew was standing behind the tree line of a little copse of trees 50 metres east of the stand. Nobody else was out in this weather, which of course made Marshall more obvious. He pulled the hood of his raincoat a little further over his brow, so Bailey couldn't see his features until he was close enough to make contact. A crack of thunder echoed overhead as he reached the steps leading up to the bandstand. He kept his head down, his hands plunged into his raincoat, his right fist clutching his weapon. Distance to Bailey, 10 metres. The 2 women were at the far side of the bandstand, backs to him, the pushchair between them, looking out into the rain. Marshall adjusted his trajectory so that he wasn't heading straight for the target. He made a positive ID of Bailey. He was wearing an expensive waterproof overcoat and an affected-looking trilby, and sensed his target's attention moving back out to the open ground beyond the bandstand. Marshall headed to the centre of the covered area, then approached Bailey from behind, covertly pressing the barrel of his weapon against the inside of his coat so it was pointing through the material directly at Aidan Bailey. The strong smell of aftershave caught the back of his nose. The rain made a tremendous clattering sound as it hit the roof of the bandstand. It meant Marshall could speak quite clearly without running the risk that the 2 women would hear him. "Can you imagine," he said, "the kind of mess a 9mm would make of your guts if I shoot you from this range?" Marshall sensed his target tensing up, but Aidan Bailey didn't turn. "And who the fuck," he said, his voice dripping with contempt despite his precarious position, "would you be?" "I'm an old mate of Danny Black's," said Marshall. "Name mean anything to you?" A beat. I meet a lot of people." There was a slight crack in his voice. "Yeah? Well, you're about to meet another one. See those trees to your 11 o'clock? There's a bloke standing out of sight behind them. I'll give you 2 guesses what he's holding." "His knob?" "Not his knob, pal. Something even bigger. Look at your chest." Marshall watched from behind as Bailey looked down. He knew what his target would be looking at, even though he couldn't see it himself. The tiny red dot of a laser sight dancing on his overcoat. "Now then," Marshall continued, "you and me, we're going to walk toward him. If you make a run for it, he'll shoot you in the front. I'll shoot you in the back. We're very good shots. Chances are our rounds will meet somewhere behind your rib cage. Have a little party while you're bleeding out." "Have you got any fucking idea," Bailey breathed, "who you're talking to?" "Sure," Marshall replied, keeping his voice light. "You're the cunt I'm going to nail in the back if you don't start walking in the next 5 seconds. Marshall could almost hear the response on his target's lips, but it didn't come. Bailey was scared. Marshall could sense it on him. From the moment he'd mentioned Danny Black's name, the vibe had changed. The situation was volatile. There was a good chance of Bailey doing something stupid. "Make that 3 seconds, he said. Bailey stepped forward, stumbled slightly down the steps. Marshall kept a distance of 3 meters behind him. He saw Bailey's head turn toward the entrance to the park. He was clearly contemplating running. "Don't do something stupid, Bailey," Marshall shouted over the heavy rain. "I'd actually quite like to put one in your spine." Bailey kept walking. "You've made a mistake," he shouted. "I've never met no Danny Black. Keep walking, dickhead." It took them 45 seconds to reach the trees. Hunter was waiting for them just a couple of meters behind the tree line, his weapon pressed into his shoulder, and the sight still aiming directly at Bailey's chest. Even when he was standing just a meter away, he kept it raised. "Get to your knees," Marshall said. "Go to—" Bailey didn't finish his sentence. A sharp heel jab on the back of his right knee made him collapse. Now they were in the camouflage of the trees. Marshall pulled his weapon from his pocket and pressed it against the back of Bailey's head. Bailey's shoulders started to shake, just as Marshall knew they would. There was something about being in this position that especially frightened people. He supposed it was because they'd seen the image so many times of victims kneeling with a gun to their head, pre-execution. Hunter lowered his weapon and let it hang from his neck, gave Bailey a look of absolute disdain. Then he knelt down in front of him and grabbed Bailey's little finger in one hand, the remainder in another. He smiled. Then, with a sudden yank, he twisted the little finger away from the others. There was a splintering crack. Bailey tried to shout out in pain, but Hunter had quickly pressed his hand against their target's mouth, so the shout was muffled. Bailey bent over in pain, but Hunter pushed him up by the neck and held him there. "Maths was never my strong point," Marshall said when Bailey's muffled shout subsided. "But I think that means we've got 9 fingers left. It's the thumbs that are the real fuckers, Bailey. Ever tried taking a piss with 2 broken thumbs? Messy business, my friend, very messy business." "What do you want?" Bailey hissed. "I want you to tell me everything there is to know about your dealings with Danny Black and his team." "I'm a good mate of Tyson's. If he knew you were—" Hunter moved like lightning. He grabbed the index finger of Bailey's right hand, and as easily as if he was ripping a leg from a roast chicken, tore it to a 90-degree angle. Bailey inhaled sharply. He tried to bend over again, but once more Hunter's hand was at his neck, holding him up. "You were saying?" Bailey's whole body was shaking now. Marshall couldn't be sure, since he was standing behind him, but he almost had the sense that the big, bad crime lord was crying. "Course, if we run out of fingers and thumbs," Marshall said, "we'll only have your dick left, and after that we'll need to start getting creative." A look from Hunter silenced him, a look that said, "Leave it, he's about to talk." And he was. "They'll kill me," Bailey breathed. Marshall smiled, paused. Then he bent over and whispered near Bailey's ear. "You know what I'm about to say, don't you, sunshine?" Bailey was definitely sobbing. "Do another finger," Marshall said. "No!" Bailey spat. "Don't! I'll talk." "We're all fucking ears, Bailey, except don't take all fucking night about it. If we have to give you one behind the ear, we'll need a bit of time to disappear you." The Zetas," Bailey breathed. "The fucking Zeta cartel. They forced me into it." "Into what?" It always happened this way, Marshall had noticed. They resist and resist, but as soon as they start talking, you can't shut them up. Bailey was no different. "I've done a bit of business with them, that's all. Moving some of their drugs, smack mostly, a few guns and whatnot. We had a good little thing going. The Mexicans provide the gear, I pay them on the nose, everyone's a winner. Then last week He faltered. "Last week you what?" Marshall said, as Hunter lifted Bailey's neck a bit higher off the ground. "Tyson," Bailey gasped. "I know him from way back, don't I? I know he's one of your lot. Well, no harm in having friends in high places. Tyson likes a bit of the old hospitality, so I invited him to a little gathering I was having. Private box at the Footy, Arsenal. He asked if he could bring a few mates from work, like. So I said, well, of course, more the merrier. Just needed their names for the guest list, didn't I?" Marshall narrowed his eyes. He didn't like the way this was heading. "Go on," he said. "They didn't stay long, left all in a half. But while they was there, I heard them talking, didn't I, about the Zetas. So I phoned my contact,
Never met the bloke, don't even know what country he's in, so don't ask me. Told him what I'd heard. Told him the bleeding SAS was sniffing around. Just what you do, isn't it? Thought they might repay the favour one of these days. Let me guess, they took another view. I got a visit, didn't I? A couple of hours later. Never seen the geezer before in my life, but he had pictures of my daughter, my mum and my sister. Cunts must have had their details up their sleeves for ages in case they ever needed them. Told me I had two choices: do what I was told and carrying on trading with the Zetas, or don't do what I'm told and watch them kill my family. Well, that's not a fucking choice, is it? What did they want you to do, Bailey? Pick Tyson or one of his mates, didn't matter which, find out where they was vulnerable, like a brother or sister or parent living by themselves, get them kidnapped, roughed up a bit, get it all on video, sent over to the Zetas so they can use it. Why ask you? Why not do it themselves? Well, they don't like getting their hands dirty. If someone else can do it for them, who does? Any case, I know people. Got a private investigator up west, no questions asked, cash up front. Didn't take him more than a few hours to find out Danny Black had a brother, but he was no good, had his collar felt the day before. He was in police custody, he couldn't get at him. His old man lives by himself, but he's a cripple. A couple of sharp words would have seen him off, and the Zetas wanted their hostage roughed up, but alive. There was a girlfriend and a kid too, but... But what? I know a thing or two about blackmail. Danny Black didn't seem like the type to give into it. You get a nose for it after a while. Marshall was sickened. He felt like squeezing the trigger right now. One look at Hunter's face told him his mate felt the same way. So who did you choose? Marshall breathed. Fucking chose himself, didn't he? Bailey said, and there was a viciousness in his voice that hadn't been there until now. His old man lived by himself. Easiest thing in the world to nab him. Had to deal with some fucking do-gooder social worker, but he was basically one of those old geezers who nobody notices till they croak. Whose old man are you talking about, Bailey? Marshall whispered. Which member of Danny Black's team are the Zetas blackmailing? Bailey's shoulders slumped. I can tell you where he is, he said. The old man. If you kill me now, you'll never find him. Oh, you'll tell me where he is, all right, you piece of shit. But right now you're going to answer my question. Which member of Danny Black's team are the Zetas blackmailing? A pause. Bailey drew a deep breath. I told you already. The vulnerable one, the kid, Ramsey, Simon Ramsey. But he got that fucking stupid nickname. Marshall and Hunter looked at each other. For the first time, Hunter spoke. Spike, he said. Yeah, Bailey said. Yeah, that's him, Spike. The heat of the Mexican afternoon had grown more intense. Danny, still behind the wheel, felt like he was sitting in a pool of his own sweat. There was a mountain range on the horizon to the southeast, and the terrain on either side of the road was as arid as it had been all day. The further south they travelled, the less traffic there was, but the going was still painfully slow. He estimated they had 50 clicks to go. Tyson was sleeping in the passenger seat. Danny knew it made sense, but couldn't help being irritated. With Spud dead, Danny was coldly certain he'd be unable to sleep in Tyson's position. His mind was turning over with thoughts of the ways he wanted to avenge his friend's life, none of them pleasant. He looked in the rear-view mirror. Spike was awake, had been for the whole journey. He happened to return Danny's glance at the same time, and for a moment there was something in the young SAS trooper's face that shocked him. His expression was like a flick-knife in the heart. It was sharp, and it was sudden, and it was dangerous. The kid's youthful features had left him, and in that instant Danny saw the expression of a much older, much more troubled man. Then Spike lowered his eyes and turned to look out the window again. The expression had gone. Spike was just as he had been before, stony-faced, detached. Danny snapped his attention back to the road ahead. The kid was knocked sideways by the death of his cousin. Danny understood. Losing someone on ops always hit the survivors hard. And when the dead guy was a member of your family, perhaps he was blaming Danny for letting Spud die. Danny wouldn't be surprised. Somewhere deep down he blamed himself, too. A horrible guilt gnawed at him. He couldn't process the idea of Spud being gone. "We good?" Danny asked over the noise of the engine. "Sure," said Spike. His voice sounded dry and cracked, probably just the heat. "Spud was my best friend," Danny said. "Lot of water under the bridge. I know what you're going through."
Spike didn't reply, just kept staring out the window. The miles receded behind them. Danny regularly checked his rearview mirror. Something troubled him. He tried to identify it. Just a nagging doubt, he decided, that Spike wasn't up to the task ahead. A task for which Danny knew he needed all the help he could get. Chapter 23. The figure Marshall and Hunter marched across the rain-soaked grassland of Battersea Park was a shadow of the man they'd first made contact with. Anyone watching them from a distance would have seen the stumbling silhouette of a broken man, limping through the rain, hunched in pain, cradling one arm and occasionally forced onward by his two broad-shouldered guards. But the only people who might have seen them were still sheltering under the bandstand and looking in the opposite direction Marshall had checked. Soaked through, they bundled Bailey into their waiting vehicle. Hunter took his place with him in the back seat, a pistol in his guts to dissuade him from trying anything stupid, while Marshall took the wheel.
"The next words that come out of your mouth will be the address where Spike's old man is being held. Talk."
Bailey gabbled an address in South London, which Marshall committed instantly to memory. He took a moment to sync his wireless earpiece with the secure comms into Hereford and to swipe the disabled parking permit from the dashboard before pulling out into the traffic and getting on the line to base.
"It's Marshall," he said when the call was answered. "Put me through to God. It's urgent."
It took a matter of seconds to get Hardcastle on the line.
"Go ahead,"
he said, his voice characteristically clipped. Marshall gave him the highlights. Not much editing required. The CO remained quiet as he spoke, and once Marshall had given him the full clip of bad news, he remained silent for a good while longer. So long, in fact, that Marshall spoke again, to check he was on the line.
"Did you copy all that, boss? Spike's compromised. The Zetas have got to him. He must have been tipping them off. If the others are still alive, they're in deep." "Copy that,"
said Hardcastle, his voice almost infuriatingly calm.
"I've got GCHQ on the other line. We'll send a team to extract the old man."
"We can do that, boss," Marshall said fiercely.
"No. Your orders are to bring Bailey back to base. What state is he in?"
"Bit sore, boss, since you ask."
"Good. Make him a bit sorer, will you?"
The line went dead. The CO of 22 SAS was still sitting in his office. The display on his desk phone bore a message from his PA, GCHQ Urgent. He quickly pressed the flashing button to switch the line. Danny Black's team out in Mexico were under his command. They were ultimately his responsibility. Years of experience had taught him that a coordinated military response to a situation shouldn't be rushed. But he'd also learned the value of quick, decisive thinking. He had men on the ground in more danger than they knew. If Spike was compromised, Black, Spud, and Tyson had a human IED in their midst, which meant he didn't have the luxury of time. "Hardcastle," he said.
"We've got something,"
said a voice at the other end of the phone. Hardcastle recognized the clipped old Etonian tones of Tim Thorogood, director of GCHQ. "Go ahead."
"We've been running a filter on all communications within a 300-mile radius of Nuevo Laredo, all the usual trigger terms. Also, we have recordings of all 4 members of your team, which our voice recognition systems try to match in real time. There's a bit of a lag, I'm afraid. It can take a few hours for our systems to spew up a positive match. This call was made 90 minutes ago from an unencrypted sat phone in a Mexican village about 150 miles south of Nuevo Laredo."
There was a pause.
"It's not good, Dominic."
"Just play the damn tape," Hardcastle said.
"Okay. You're hearing your man, Simon Ramsey, commonly known as Spike. The identity of the Mexican voice is unknown."
There was a click and a hiss. Voices.
"Where are the others?" "We're in a cafe. I'll have to go to the toilet." "If you're lying, you know what'll happen." "Is he safe?" "For now. I want to hear him." "You don't make demands, pendejo. You just do what you're told." "Not unless I hear him."
There was a pause. Then it sounded very distant to Hardcastle, a recording of an old man begging.
No, don't. Please don't do it again.
It only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough to sicken Hardcastle to the core.
What news do you have? We're coming. What do you mean, coming? To the hacienda. Ana Rodriguez gave us the location. And where is Ana Rodriguez now?
A beat.
I don't know. In hiding. She thinks you have her son. She's right. How far away are you? A couple of 100 miles. We killed one of your men back in Nuevo Laredo. I know. We should have killed the others. That one is not happy. He should be. I've done everything he told me. He should let my father go. We had a deal. Come to the hacienda and present yourself, but just you. That one is tired of your friends now. Get rid of them before you arrive.
Silence.
Are you still there, pendejo? You can't make me. He's a very old man, isn't he? Hardly a man at all if you saw him now. I wonder how much more he can endure. Did you have any more questions, pendejo? No? Good. Don't mess up. That one's not in a very forgiving mood at the moment.
The tape ended. Hardcastle said nothing.
I told you it wasn't good, Dominic. You realize I have to send this upwards. I just wanted to give you the heads up.
Hardcastle barely heard him. He was staring into the middle distance, assimilating this new information. At least one of his men was dead. He didn't know who, how, or why. 2 more were on a hit list. He didn't know if the hits had been carried out yet. If not, they could happen at any second. Can you locate the sat phone that made the call?
It's offline. Until he uses it again, we're in the dark.
Do we have any idea where the hacienda is?
Negative.
Tim, sit on it.
What?
A favour to me. Let me get me ducks in a row before we take this any higher.
Dominic, you can't fly solo on this.
Men are going to die, Tim. Shit, one of them already has. If I can't present the FO with an actionable strategy, the suits will pass the buck till the problem goes away. These are my guys. Let me deal with it. There was a pause.
How long do you need?
Thorogood asked. Just sit on it, Tim. Sit on it till I give you the green light. Can you do that for me? An uncomfortable silence.
Be quick,
Thorogood said, and hung up. Hardcastle replaced the handset, considered for a moment, picked up the phone, and dialed through to Ray Hammond. Get the Belize team on standby to perform a hard drop in Mexican airspace, he said. It was secondary jungle. The canopy was very low, 50 feet max. All the primary jungle trees in this region had been cut down during Mayan times, allowing secondary growth in their place. It was rolling jungle, without any big hills but plenty of gullies, and particularly thick vegetation when you approached the riverbeds. It was dirty jungle, full of ticks, lice, and worms, because of that impenetrable canopy that let little sunlight through to the forest floor. Ideal conditions for insects to thrive. It was regiment jungle. Ben Brooker, Air Troop D Squadron, was one of the few mixed-race guys in the regiment. His father was Nepalese, his mother, whose name he'd taken, a Scouser. In the jungle, however, under beard and sweat and dirt, everyone looked the same. They were 7 days into a 10-day training exercise in the jungles of Belize. A Belizean puma had dropped Brooker and his 9 D Squadron mates, along with a local guide, 2 grizzled members of Training Wing and their troop stores, at the LZ, approximately a mile to the southwest of his current location. For a week, his uniform had remained constantly wet through humidity and sweat. Only at night was he able to wash off as best he could in the nearby river, then change into his one other set of dry gear before sheltering under the A-frame shelter he'd constructed from the trunks of felled jungle trees in time for night to fall at 1900 hours. Nowhere is darker than the jungle at night. Like his troop buddies, he would read by the light of a head torch and tried to ignore the bites and welts that covered his jungle-sore body. There was no radio or TV, of course, to while away the time. No alcohol. He and the guys understood the need for jungle exercises like this to blow away the cobwebs, keep your skills sharp. Practically every tactic the regiment had developed derived from the jungle, so sometimes it was necessary to return there and get back to basics. But it was a drag, an uncomfortable way to spend the time. They were dirty, they stank, and they were tired. Their beards were full. Brooker's was the only one flecked with grey, and their skin was itchy. To a man, they just wanted to get their heads down and get through it. Once they were through with this part of the training, it would be back to base for a couple of squadron exercises, and then free-fall training for the air troop lads, while mountain troop went on climbing exercises, boat troop did some river navigation and offshore diving, and mobility troop performed vehicle contact drills and motorbike training. Then home. It was now early afternoon, and the lads were preparing to head to the jungle range, specially constructed by the training wing guys. They'd picked out a suitable piece of real estate about a click to the east, backed by a slight incline in the terrain, so any loose rounds didn't go flying off for miles into the distance. They'd cut a jungle lane that wound down 200 or 300 metres and placed targets at random intervals. The exercises involved moving down the range in patrol formation, carrying out their drills and engaging any targets. It was useful practice for getting your eye back in and looking through the different layers of jungle, and for honing your fire and manoeuvre skills in environments where it wasn't always easy to see your teammates. Basic skills, but ones that could soon rust up if you didn't spend regular time in jungle terrain. It was Brooker's job to get onto the comms back to base to warn them the troop was about to embark on a range exercise with live ammo and ensure the squadron chopper was on standby in case any of the lads got wounded during the drill, which was why he was now hunched over the comms gear in the patrol store tent, also constructed from felled jungle trees, making contact. 0 Alpha, this is Tango 2 Delta. Do you copy? Over. A 3-second hiss, then,
Tango 2 Delta, this is 0 Alpha. Stand down your exercise effective immediately. Something's come in. You're getting extracted to base. Further briefings take place at the airport. RV at the landing zone in 1 hour. Over.
The base in question was the British Army Training and Support Unit near Belize International Airport. Brooker blinked. It looked like this afternoon was not going to be spent shooting static targets on a twisting jungle range.
Do you copy? Over.
Impatience in the voice. Copy that, Brooker said. LZ in 60 minutes, over and out. Brooker hurried out of the patrol store tent. The troops' A-frames were situated in a circle. The lads were all sitting by their shelters, rehydrating in preparation for the afternoon's exercise. "We'll be in Exfield," he announced. "LZ in 60 minutes." He didn't need to give any other instruction. The camp immediately buzzed with activity as the guys squared away their personal kit into their packs, 1 Bergen each. It took Brooker less than 2 minutes to sort his gear out. When it was packed, he returned to the patrol store tent and started to move the patrol kit. Storage containers of ammo, MREs, and medical stores into a small pile at the mouth of the tent. 5 minutes after he'd given the instruction to break camp, all 10 members of the troop, plus the 2 training wing guys, had their Bergens mounted on their backs and divvied out the patrol kit, ready to carry them back to the LZ. A minute after that, they were ready. They moved silently and alertly through the jungle. The training wing guys, who knew this terrain better than anybody, took the lead and the rear. Brooker was second, his guys behind him, in single file. The heat and humidity were oppressive, but they were well acclimatized by now and shrugged it off as they surged up an incline toward the landing zone. The LZ itself was on a ridge. Even before Brooker's troop arrived, the training wing guys flew in on helicopters and abseiled down to the ridge. There, they used explosives to blast apart the trees on the top of the ridge, then cut the trunks back to make an easy approach to the LZ even for a large chopper. The guys were sweating and dirty as they reached the edge of the LZ. Brooker checked the time, 14:24 hours. The chopper should be arriving in 6 minutes. It was 3 minutes early. It had clearly been flying low over the canopy because the lads heard it before they saw it rise slowly above the ridgeline. It was the same Belizean Puma that had dropped them off a week ago. Its nose slightly dipped. It positioned itself over the blasted LZ and lowered down to the ground. Brooker and his troop were already moving their containers of gear toward the chopper by the time it touched down, their backs arched against the fierce downdraft that blew swirling clouds of loose jungle vegetation up into the air. The flight crews opened up the chopper doors and started shouting at the men to load up quickly. It wasn't necessary. The regiment boys knew they would only be extracted like this if it was urgent. Within a minute, all their gear was on board, and so were they. The doors were shut. Brooker was holding on to the webbing that covered the inside of the Puma, looking out of one window. As the chopper rose, the thick canopy that had been his home for the past week became a sea of vivid green against the azure sky. The chopper banked and headed north, its rotors roaring in Brooker's ears, accelerating fast. Lieutenant Colonel Dominic Hardcastle transferred himself from his office to the ops room. It was buzzing with activity. 10 guys in uniform sat at laptops, headsets on, foreheads creased, speaking urgently in low voices to unseen contacts. On a large screen on the far wall was a blown-up map of Central America. A red dot glowed at the location of Belize Airport, well known to everyone in the regiment. A further dot glowed over the jungle to its south. On another screen was a map of Mexico. Ops Officer Ray Hammond was by Hardcastle's side. "Air trooper en route, sir," he said. "Mobility troop are already on the pad prepping the vehicles for the Herc." "How long till they're ready for the green light?" Hardcastle said. "The lads will be on the ground in 40 minutes, but it'll take another 90 to finish prepping the gear for a hard drop. Do we have any int updates from our sources in the Mexican military?" "Negative, sir. So far as we can tell, the Mexicans have no idea we're in country." Hardcastle nodded. "Any word from Black or his team?" "Negative, sir. They're completely off the grid. If you'd allow us to contact the American—" "No," Hardcastle said, a bit more sharply than he'd intended. "We'd be doing our boys no favours. This whole op is an embarrassment to the Yanks. It wouldn't surprise me if they were trying to disappear Black and his team right now." He turned to the map of Mexico. "What remains of them, anyway," he muttered. "We don't know where they are, sir," Hammond reminded him, the frustration evident in his voice. "This hacienda could be in literally any part of Mexico." "No," Hardcastle said sharply. "It will be in a remote rural part of Mexico, easily defended, away from the authorities' eyes. They're heading south. The mountain range to the west forms a natural barrier, but I grant you that doesn't narrow it down enough." He looked from the Belize map to Mexico, from Mexico to Belize. Flight time in a C-130 Hercules from Belize Airport to the compromise unit's last known location, approximately 1 hour. But to launch an op like this, without approval from above, to make a military breach of Mexican airspace without authority, he shook his head to himself. Couldn't be done. He turned to Hammond. "Get me the Foreign Office," he said. The Belizean Puma touched down at the military section of Belize Airport at 15:15 hours local time. Brooker and the guys spilled out quickly, their burgans and weapons slung over their shoulders. A regiment int officer was waiting on the tarmac, distinct from the guys because he was the only clean-shaven one. Brooker's guys all had grizzled beards that made some of them look older than they were. The int officer pointed them toward a hangar 200 meters away. The lads headed immediately toward it. 100 meters to Brooker's right, he saw an RAF C-130 Hercules, its tailgate open, engineers and flight crews swarming about it. Right in front of the aircraft, he recognized the guys from D Squadron Mobility Troop. They were prepping 3 sand-colored Jackal vehicles for a hard drop. Each vehicle was being fixed to a metallic platform, with cushioning slabs of 3-inch thick paper honeycomb positioned beneath the wheels and the undercarriage. Main chutes and drogue chutes were being packed to the top of the vehicles. A general-purpose machine gun was being stripped down and packed up. It looked to Brooker like they were nearly ready to move the Jackals up into the belly of the Hercules. Inside the hangar there were no creature comforts. Just more military personnel and vehicles dotted about. The int officer led them to a quiet corner partitioned off. "Okay, lads, listen up," he said. "We're preparing for a potential hard drop into Mexico. The op is an extraction of military personnel. That's all I can give you at the moment. The situation's fluid, but you need to be ready to go as soon as we get the green light." "Uniform or civvies?" Brooker asked. At exactly the same time, one of his troop colleagues said, "What weapons are we carrying?" The int officer held up one hand. "Like I say, the situation's fluid. I'm in constant comms with Hereford, and I'm waiting for an update from the Foreign Office regarding whether we'll be approaching the Mexican government for approval or going in dark. When I know more, you'll know more. My advice is to get some food and fluids inside you. The Jackals will be loaded up in approximately 45 minutes. We could get the green light any time after that." The int officer started to walk away. "These military personnel," Brooker called while he was still in earshot. "Are they regiment?" The officer stopped, looked round. His face was unusually severe. "Roger that," he said, before leaving the partitioned area and moving out of sight. Silence among the lads. If they'd been focused before, they were doubly so now. The discomfort of the jungle was forgotten. They had a job to do, and they wanted to do it. Chapter 24. The Google map they'd studied in the cafe was a photographic slide inside Danny Black's memory. He could recall not only the position of the roads and habitations, but also the topographical features. They had crossed a major waterway running west to east about 3 clicks back, a little before 1700 hours. Now they were driving along the plains to the east of a long, craggy mountain range, whose slopes started approximately 3 miles to their right as they travelled south. The terrain on either side of the road was subtly changing. The ground was still hard-baked and arid, but plentiful gnarled trees were sprouting up from the earth, and here, in the foothills of the mountain range, the terrain itself was becoming increasingly undulating, even hilly. The area they were driving through had grown poorer the further south they travelled. Here and there, on the very edge of the road, were houses that hardly deserved the name, run-down wooden shacks that looked as if one stiff wind would destroy them. Many of them had trees growing directly in front of them, presumably so that the foliage would shield the houses from the sun. Almost all had rusty, dirty pickup trucks parked outside. Occasionally, hopeful traders had set up stalls in the litter-strewn sidings of the road from the back of their pickups, though who would stop to buy their tawdry collection of garish chinaware and cheap souvenirs wasn't fully clear. They stopped at a garishly coloured convenience store-cum-gas station at 17:30 hours to fill up. Danny attracted unfriendly, suspicious stares from the shopkeeper, but he was more concerned about checking for security cameras. There were none, not in a run-down joint like that. Tyson and Spike were awake and alert, Spike in particular. His eyes were sharp. His head was constantly twitching left and right. Occasionally their eyes met in the rear-view mirror. Spike didn't seem to want to hold Danny's gaze, and kept looking away. They passed what looked like an immense rubbish tip on the right-hand side of the road. There were no fences, cordons, or signs to suggest it was an official dump. It just looked like people had chucked their household waste there over a period of years. Flocks of scavenging birds had congregated over it, pecking the litter for scraps. "Anna said they used to come here on holiday," Tyson said. "Give me fucking Margate any day." He pointed toward a junction 100 metres up ahead that peeled off to the right. "There," he said. Danny nodded his agreement. He indicated right, slowed down, and pulled off the main road. They found themselves on what was little more than a track, dusty, rubbly terrain with no markings, which they followed for 200 metres over a couple of hillocks until they were out of sight of the main road in a dip. Danny pulled over, killed the engine, turned to the others. "I reckon we're 3 clicks from the hacienda," he said. "If we stick to the road, there's a chance we'll encounter Zeta patrols. Agreed?" The others nodded. "We need to ditch the vehicle, then," Tyson said. "Make our approach on foot." He pointed at the terrain to the south. "It's undulating," he said. "We can stay hidden." "Agreed," Danny said. "Let's find somewhere to hide the car." They were alone on this road, so there was nobody to see Danny take the Tahoe off track. He negotiated the bumpy, undulating terrain expertly, keeping his gear low and utilizing the engine braking to stop the vehicle sliding down any loose, stony inclines. After 5 minutes, they found themselves in a gully, about 200 metres from the track, deep enough to hide the vehicle from general sight, and with a tree sprouting out of it to act as a landmark if they needed to find the Tahoe again in a hurry. The guys exited the vehicle, opened up the trunk, and started getting their gear together. It wasn't much of an arsenal. Danny had been stripped of his gear when the Zetas had taken him in the compound. He had the AK-47 he'd stolen from Spud's guard, but it was out of ammo and they had no spare 7.62s, so he left it in the trunk of the vehicle. Tyson and Spike each had their M16s and SIG P266s, sights, scopes, and NV helmets, so Danny took Tyson's rifle, leaving his unit mate with just a handgun. There were a couple of boxes of ammo for the M16s and SIGs, 5.56s and 9mm, but the battery packs for their comm systems were dead. They adopted a patrol formation, a straight line, each man 5 meters apart, Danny at the lead, then Spike, then Tyson. They moved with the utmost care, bent low, super alert to any movement under the hot, late afternoon sun. Whenever they reached the brow of an incline, they stopped, put themselves on all fours, and crawled over, their eyes panning the terrain all around. It was slow going. 90 minutes of dirty, uncomfortable work, the sun beating the backs of their heads like an iron bar. At 19:30 hours, however, their target came into view. The Hacienda del Colinas, if this was indeed it, was a patch of surprising greenery in the midst of the arid, baked ground. It was surrounded on 3 sides by a circle of hilly terrain, rather like an enormous natural crater. They were viewing it from the vantage point of a very slight incline, about 300 meters north of its perimeter wall. Nestled in the foothills of the mountain range, a stream from the mountains snaked about 500 meters beyond the hacienda itself, off into the distance. It was clear to Danny that the stream was used to irrigate the terrain in some way, because the hacienda was surrounded by acres of verdant paddocks, with lush grass that wouldn't have looked out of place in the damp English countryside. The paddocks were fenced off into neat squares, and there were 3 chestnut horses taking shelter under a tree in the middle of one of them. The green area corresponded exactly with the satellite image they'd seen on Google Maps, Danny noted with satisfaction. The part of the perimeter wall of the hacienda that they could see from this aspect was about 70 meters wide and a good 5 meters in height. It was covered with shining white render. The unit was facing its northern end. Here a road led up to a solid metal entrance gate. 50 meters in front of this, by the side of the road, was a simple gatehouse, a single-story block, about 10 meters by 10, an off-road vehicle parked to one side of it. 2 guys stood stag outside the gatehouse. They were armed with assault rifles slung across their chests. As Danny, Tyson, and Spike lay in watch, 2 more armed guys appeared from either end of the perimeter wall. They passed each other by the gate, then continued their circuit of the hacienda. This was the residence of someone expecting trouble. Potential attacking strategies started to form in Danny's mind. Approaching the gatehouse unseen would only be possible under the cover of nightfall. In an ideal situation, they would take out both sets of guys simultaneously, but that wouldn't be possible with just 3 men, 2 rifles, and no sniper gear. They would have to wait until the perimeter guards were out of sight, then deal with them afterwards. Even if they managed this, however, the walls were too high to scale without grappling hooks, and the gate looked too sturdy to ram with the Tahoe. "We need to see if there's another entrance," Danny said. "Roger that," Tyson growled. Their elevation was not high enough for them to get a full view of the far side of the perimeter wall, nor of the buildings inside it. If they were to do a full recce, at least one of them would have to make a circuit of the hacienda. "I'll do it," Danny said. "You 2 wait here, keep eyes on." He looked skywards. "But I'll wait till after dark." They had an hour till nightfall. They used it wisely. They had no entrenching tools to dig in, no camouflage blankets, but the guards were focused only on their immediate surroundings. They did not notice 3 men in the hills 300 meters to their north, lying very still, observing their every movement. Watching them through their high-powered spotting scopes, the guys had 2 between the 3 of them, which they used in rotation. Danny and the guys could practically see the sweat on their faces. They made accurate timings of the perimeter guard circuit of the outer wall. It was an average of 17 minutes between the time they disappeared from sight around the corner of the perimeter wall and the time they reappeared again, each at the opposite corner. At 2000 hours exactly, there was a stag change. The gates opened. 5 fresh guards appeared. The gate shut quickly behind them. 2 of the new guys relieved the perimeter guards. The other 3 hurried up to the gatehouse and swapped with the existing guards. A third had emerged from the guardhouse, who strode back to the gates. They spoke into their personal radios, and the gate opened, letting them in, but closing again within 5 seconds.
"So we know we've got at least 10 guards to deal with," Tyson said quietly.
"There'll be more," Danny said. "Chavez will have personal bodyguards, too. I'll bet there's at least 15. A silence. Nobody said the obvious, that 3 against 15 meant the numbers were not in their favor. We definitely need another entrance. 20-30 hours. The sun was sinking behind the horizon. Danny prepared to make his move. "Keep eyes on," he told the others. "We need to know if their nighttime routine is the same as their daytime one."
"Just get out and do your fucking recce,"
Tyson said, his eye to his scope. Spike glanced across at him. The younger man's eyes flashed in the twilight. For a moment, Danny saw the same expression he'd noticed in the car. Sharp, dangerous. It fell away. "For Spud," he told his unit mate quietly. Spike looked back toward the hacienda.
"Yeah," he said. "For Spud."
Danny rolled away from the brow of the hill, got to his feet, and started jogging down the incline. His strategy was to move out of sight, then circle below the ridgeline that surrounded the hacienda. He could then get eyes on from the southern side to see if there was any possible entry point from that direction. He was currently facing north. There was an incline up to a second ridgeline 30 meters ahead. He decided to clear that before starting to circle. A wider perimeter would help keep him out of sight of the hacienda. There were no landmarks. The terrain was the same in every direction, featureless, undulating scrubland dotted with rocks, unhealthy-looking cacti here and there. He looked up. The stars were out and very bright. A crescent moon was low in the sky, and Danny quickly picked out the constellation of Orion, the 3 stars of his belt and the lesser stars of his sword. It was rising, as it always did, in the east. As long as Orion was to his left, he knew he was heading roughly south. He set off first in a southeasterly direction to clear the edge of the ridgeline. The moon cast his shadow long against the terrain, but gave him enough light to see unaided. Every 30 paces or so, he stopped, went to ground, and checked for movement or any other sign of personnel in the vicinity. There was none, and he proceeded quickly. After 20 minutes, he checked the position of Orion, altered his trajectory, and headed southwest. Another 20 minutes' careful movement, and he moved up the incline. At the brow, he found he was exactly where he needed to be, on the southeastern side of the hacienda, about 500 meters distant from the perimeter wall. A warm glow emanated from inside the perimeter. A single glance at the perimeter wall, however, told him he was out of luck. The whitewash glowed faintly in the moonlight. From his vantage point, Danny could see both its southern and eastern edges. He zoomed in with his spotting scope to confirm what his naked eye had already told him. There were no other gates or entry points visible. Even making an approach across the open ground would be difficult. The paddock areas that surrounded the hacienda were divided into neat squares, delineated by high wire fences. The paddocks clearly served a dual purpose, to be easy on the eye and to reinforce the perimeter of this Zeta stronghold. Danny reminded himself that Chavez was Special Forces trained. He and his guys knew what they were doing. Danny cursed as a wave of exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed him. He felt Spud's absence more keenly than at any point since they had lost him. More importantly, he felt a twinge of doubt. They'd made this reckless decision to go after Z1 in the heat of the moment, their decision-making compromised by anger, grief, and thoughts of violent revenge. Here, alone under the clear moon of the Mexican sky, the brutal truth started to settle on Danny's tired mind. They'd made the wrong call. They'd left Anna in a potentially dangerous, even life-threatening situation. They'd persuaded themselves too easily that going dark from the regiment and going after her kid was the right thing to do, whereas deep down, Danny knew they were really here to avenge Spud, and that an assault on this hacienda might, if anything, put the kid's life at risk. He briefly closed his eyes. Get real, he told himself. They were undermanned, under-equipped. The op was a non-starter. Danny felt anger rising in his gut. Anger at himself. Anger at Augusto Chavez. Anger at Z1's henchman with the tattooed eyes who'd killed Spud. And most of all, anger at Ethan Kleinman. The CIA man's features swam before Danny's face. The extent of his treachery suddenly seemed all the greater. Kleinman, the cartel mole who'd been informing on them to the Zetas from the beginning. He saw the old CIA man's greying beard and watery eyes, and heard his quiet voice. He remembered the conversation he'd overheard with Rav, who had raised his concerns about Tyson. Kleinman shut that down immediately. "You're overthinking things, Rav. The Pentagon have had direct contact with SAS headquarters in Hereford. Each member of that team has been thoroughly vetted." Danny opened his eyes again. In the light of everything he now knew, that conversation didn't make sense. Rav had handed Kleinman the perfect moment to seed some disinformation. If Kleinman was a Zeta mole, he would surely have grabbed that opportunity.
"Yes, Rav, you might have a point, Rav. You're really cut for this kind of work, Rav. We'll monitor the situation. Yes, there could be more to Tyson than meets the eye."
If any questions were asked up in Langley about why the operation was going to shit, Rav could quietly lead them down the garden path. "I raised my concerns about that Tyson character early on. Kleinman agreed with me. We said we'd keep an eye on him." Things weren't stacking up, and Danny realized his uncertainty had already been germinating in his head. What was it Tyson had said in the car on the way down? That they should have known about Kleinman. That they should have knocked the whole thing on the head when they'd first learned the money wasn't on the plane. Danny's response was instinctive. He was smart. He didn't have to tell us the money wasn't on the flight. He covered his tracks by doing that. Danny swore. With a sudden burst of clarity, he realized he'd been making an elementary intelligence error. Inventing a theory to fit what he already assumed to be true. What if Kleinman hadn't been covering his tracks? What if he gave them the intel about the money in good faith? What if he wasn't the mole they thought he was? What then? But the Zetas had still anticipated their every move. So who had been informing on them? Was it one of Kleinman's lads, Rav Hernandez? Danny didn't think so. They were too low down the food chain. Why would the Zetas even bother with them or know about them? But if the CIA boys hadn't been informing on them, that left only one option. Danny felt his blood turning to ice. He quickly put his scope to his eye, panned across from the hacienda to the point at which he knew Tyson and Spike were conducting their surveillance. There was no sign of them. Were they too well hidden, or was something else going down? As he searched, a jigsaw puzzle was completing itself in his mind. He relived the hit on the meat-packing factory and heard Spike's voice as clearly as if he was standing next to him. "I'm on Stag, I know." With that one sentence, he distanced himself from the clusterfuck that was about to come. He saw the young SAS trooper reversing the black Tahoe down the Avenida Hidalgo, having been entirely absent from the firefight that had preceded his arrival. "They had me pinned down," he kept repeating. "I came as quickly as I could." Danny and Tyson took him at his word. But if he'd been pinned down by the Zetas, how the hell had he got out of that one? They hadn't thought to debrief him. They were too messed up after seeing Spud killed. "You little fucker," Danny breathed. He felt like the whole world was collapsing around him. He rolled quickly back from the ridgeline, sprinted down the incline, and started retracing his steps at full pelt. It was suddenly completely clear to him what had been going on. Something else was also clear. Tyson was in danger, not from the Zeta guards whom they were planning to assault, but from the guy lying in the dirt right next to him, the guy they all thought was on their side. Chapter 25. The night was warm, but Spike felt cold. His limbs were heavy, his mouth was dry. He knew this was his best chance, but now the moment had come, he didn't know if he could go through with it. He and Tyson were lying on their fronts, keeping eyes on the hacienda. Tyson was using the scope, but even with his naked eye, Spike could see the 2 guards circling the perimeter wall had just reappeared at the front.
"Regular as clockwork," Tyson muttered. "If Chavez knew they weren't breaking up their routines, he'd have their bollocks for breakfast. Fucking elementary."
"Right," Spike said. He checked his watch. 20:45 hours. Danny Black had left 15 minutes ago. He'd be approaching the far side of the hacienda by now. Spike didn't bother trying to look for him. Black was too skilled an operator to be seen, even with a scope, but he was out of the way, which was what Spike needed. He knew he had no chance of making his move against 2 of them at the same time, but 1-on-1, he could manage that. He felt for his handgun, but realized his hand was shaking. This was a shock to him, and he inhaled sharply, clenching his fist to stop the tremor.
"What the fuck's the matter with you?"
Tyson said, without removing his eye from the scope.
"Nothing,"
Spike said quietly.
I just... nothing."
He unclenched his fist. The tremor had stopped. His fingers curled around the handle of his cig. He couldn't use the weapon, of course. Even the report of a suppressed round could travel and alert Danny that something was going down. No, Spike had to do this silently and quickly. The handgun would be a weapon of last resort. He was sweating badly. His skin prickled. He couldn't do it. He closed his eyes, his face screwed up. An image rose in his mind, an old man sitting on a threadbare sofa, tape wrapped several times around his mouth and head, more tape binding his wrists, a knife pressed up against the loose skin of his neck, his eyes darting wildly around the room, utterly terrified, completely helpless. Nausea overwhelmed Spike. He opened his eyes again, his face fixed into a grimace. He was a trapped animal, cornered. He stared at Tyson again. Spike's attack on his unit mate would need to be fast, silent, and unerringly brutal. But this was his speciality, unarmed combat. He could attack a man with his bare hands as well as anyone in the regiment. He just never thought he'd have to use it against one of them. It would help, Spike told himself, to hate him. Aggression was 99% in the mind. He thought of all the moments over the past week that Tyson had patronized him or put him down. He forced them to echo round his head.
"Easy, Snowflake. Leave the big jobs to the big boys, Snowflake."
Spike knew he was working himself up, but it helped somehow. From now on he wouldn't think of Tyson by name. He would think of him as a target, the target, because that's what he was. How to do it? The target was a good fighter, strong upper body. He would counter-attack violently if Spike gave him the opportunity. Spike's best strategy was to use his own body weight, force himself onto the target's back. The target's own handgun was lying 30 centimeters from his right shoulder. Spike would have to knock that out of the way, then thrust his dominant right arm under his neck. The target's arms would be free, but it would be difficult for him to reach back and make any effective counter-strike while Spike applied a rear naked choke. It would have the added advantage that he wouldn't have to look at his victim's eyes as the light faded from them. He inhaled deeply again, but quietly this time, allowed the silence of the Mexican night to settle over them. Counted down in his head.
3, 2, 1... Go!
Danny was running on pure instinct. He had no time to check the alignment of the stars or to stop and listen for the telltale sights or sounds of enemy targets. He had time to do nothing but run, trusting to his innate sense of direction and doing his best to suppress the panic rising in his chest. The moon, rising in the north, was bright enough to force him to squint as he ran toward it. Ordinarily he would be hyper-aware of the position of his moon shadow, but he had no leisure now for tradecraft. He needed to get to Tyson before Spike could make his next move. His lungs burned and his muscles ached. He ignored them and pushed himself to run even faster. Spike moved quickly, as he knew he would have to against an adversary like this. Clutching his weapon in his right hand, he pushed himself up on his fists and prepared to throw himself heavily onto the target's spine. But the target was faster than Spike had given him credit for. Instinctively aware of the sudden movement to his side, he dropped the scope and rolled a quarter turn to his left, so he had his back to Spike as he felt for the weapon lying on the ground next to him. Spike altered his strategy in a fraction of a second. He knew if the target got his hands on the weapon, it was all over. He reached out and grabbed his upper right arm with 2 hands, yanking him violently onto his back. With a sudden heavy movement, he launched himself so his upper body fell heavily on the target's chest. He felt the ribcage crack as he made contact. The target knew what was coming. He pressed his chin against his chest to prevent access to the throat area, but Spike had the downward momentum and easily forced his forearm under the target's chin, pressing with all his strength against his Adam's apple. It was a textbook bar choke. Spike's right knee was bent, resting on the ground on the right-hand side of the target, his left leg fully extended. The target's right arm was wrapped around his torso, but Spike's left arm was clamped down over it, effectively neutralizing the limb. The target's left arm was stretching for his weapon, but it was a good 5 centimeters out of reach. His legs were kicking hard, trying to dislodge Spike from his locked-in position. If the target had been struggling against a weaker, less experienced man, maybe it would have worked. It didn't. So long as Spike kept his man pinned down, there was really nothing the target could do. He kept the pressure of the bar choke hard on the target's throat. A noise, harsh and strangled but quiet, escaped the target's lips. Spike avoided his gaze, focusing instead on a patch of earth to the left of his head. "Don't look him in the eye," he told himself. "Don't look the bastard in the eye. Spike!" The target's hoarse, strangled voice had managed to form a single desperate word. It caught Spike unawares, and he instinctively looked Tyson in the face. Bad move. Tyson's eyes were bulging. Their expression was a mixture of fear and astonishment. He shook his head the very little he was able, considering the downward pressure on his throat. "Don't do this," he seemed to be saying. "We can work this out." Spike felt himself weakening. His body seemed to shake. His breathing was heavy. His eyes brimmed. He wanted to drag his gaze away from Tyson's face, but somehow he couldn't. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Tyson shook his head again, tried to speak, but couldn't. Spike blinked and felt tears on his dirty, grizzled cheeks. The thought crossed his mind that he could stop this now, let Tyson go, explain to him what was happening. What would his father tell him to do? Gradually, almost involuntarily, he felt himself reducing the pressure on Tyson's throat. His shaking forearm relieved the impact on the Adam's apple. He was no longer forcing his full body weight onto Tyson's torso. Gasping in huge lungfuls of air as he ran, Danny tried to estimate his position in ETA. He figured he was 3 minutes away if he kept this pace. Could he? Damn right he could. The thought ricocheted in his head of Spike compromising this operation from minute 1, of Spud being dead on account of his treacherous cousin. Why? Had the Zetas been offering him money? Somehow that didn't seem likely. How would they even know about Spike? How would they get to him? It suddenly hit him, like a blow to the stomach. Aidan Bailey. Tyson's loose tongue at the football a week ago. Danny knew better than most there was a reason regiment guys kept a low profile, that loose tongues could compromise operations. The Zetas had a hold on Spike, and there was no way Danny was going to let that continue. No way he was going to lose another guy in his team. Teeth gritted, he kept the pace up. Spike's forearm was still pressed against Tyson's throat, but with only half the pressure. "Take it easy," he breathed, and he noticed his voice was shaking as much as his body. Maybe they could work this out. Maybe there was a way. When Tyson's counter-attack came, it was like an electric shock. His whole body arched upwards in a sudden, violent movement. He had shifted several centimeters to the right, almost in reach of the handgun on the ground. His fingertips were a scant 2 centimeters from the handle, and Spike knew in that instant that only one of them was going to end this struggle alive. "He doesn't have a name. He's just a target." He thrust his forearm even harder against the target's throat. Their eyes met, and Spike felt his face morph into an expression of naked aggression. The target was trying to writhe and struggle, but Spike suppressed it with his weight. The target's eyes bulged even wider. In the light of the moon, Spike could see his face was scarlet, and as he kept the pressure on, he could feel the target's struggles were growing weaker. His eyes were rolling. His fingertips had stopped grasping for the gun. He was going limp. Danny estimated he was 200 meters away. He recognized the gnarled trunk of a tree growing out of the ground in the pit of a small ravine. He needed to get up to the ridgeline. Once he was there, he'd be 50 meters from the OP where he'd left Tyson and Spike. He had to go quietly. If he made any unnecessary noise, he'd alert Spike to his arrival, maybe force him into doing something stupid. He headed up the hill, sweat pouring down him, lactic acid burning through his veins. He'd only gone 30 meters when a noise made him hit the ground. It was a vehicle engine. Danny crouched, breathing deeply, as he tried to ascertain its position and direction. It was north, the engine over-revving. Distance between 50 and 100 meters. It had to be on the road that led to the hacienda. He couldn't risk exposing himself to someone approaching the Zeta stronghold, and he risked doing that if he hit the ridgeline while the vehicle was in earshot. He forced himself to stay still, panic rising, lungs burning. Spike wasn't a fool. He knew that a lack of consciousness would precede death, and a lack of consciousness could easily be feigned. So when the target's body was still and the struggling had stopped, he kept the pressure on. The shaking had returned to his limbs. The tears were coursing down his dirty face, but he held fast for 30 seconds. Then a minute. Somewhere in the distance, he heard a car engine. It had to be someone approaching the hacienda. He did not dare make himself known to the Zetas. Not yet. Another reason to keep very still. Gingerly, his forearm still pressed against the target's throat, he felt with his left hand for a pulse at the carotid artery. There was none. Only then did Spike move away. Tyson's face was fixed into a rictus grin. It was swollen. His eyes, still open, were bloodshot in the moonlight. Spike stared at the corpse, numb. There was no turning back now, he realized. He'd gone too far. He grabbed the scope with trembling hands and looked back toward the hacienda. All was quiet. There was no sign of the perimeter guards, and the other guys were still in their guardhouse. There was silence. A bleak, sinister silence, broken only by the sound of Spike rolling Tyson's body over onto its front. Tyson was a big man. It took Spike a few more seconds than he expected to roll him over. Viewed from a distance, however, he might now still look like he was conducting surveillance. Spike grabbed his handgun and rifle and scampered quickly away from the OP, from the gruesome evidence of his crime. He realized there was still water in his eyes. But Danny Black could return any moment. Spike had to think fast if he was going to nail him. The distant sound of the car engine had faded. Danny realized he had seen no glow of headlamps. Had he been driving blind, or had the car beams simply been blocked by the undulating terrain? He didn't know, but he knew he had to move. He forced himself up the incline toward the ridgeline. From here there would be a dip in the terrain leading up to the second parallel ridgeline, where they'd put in the OP on the hacienda. The distance between the ridgelines was a scant 30 meters. He'd be able to see what was happening from there. 5 meters from the ridgeline, he threw himself onto all fours and crawled the remaining distance. The moon, high in the sky behind him, illuminated the dip and the upward incline almost as brightly as daylight. His eyes zoomed in on the OP. There was a figure, just one, lying on his front. Time seemed to pass in slow motion. Danny used the sight on his M16 to zone in. He sharpened the focus, with the sight's crosshair squarely on the head of the prostrate figure. He wasn't fooled. He recognized Tyson's clothes, and he saw that his head was face down in the earth. His skin prickled. His instinct was to sprint to Tyson, administer CPR. There was a chance he was still alive, but he didn't know where Spike was. He panned left and right, searching for him. It was one-on-one now, but there was no sign. Danny swore under his breath, evaluated his options. Spike didn't know Danny had worked out what was going on. If he approached the OP from here, he'd be crossing open ground. Spike, if he was still in the vicinity, could have a direct line of sight toward him. Not an option. He panned left and right, trying to establish if there was a location where Spike might be hiding, a covert firing point, camouflage, cover. Nothing. Where the hell? Danny froze. He lowered his rifle. The moon was casting a long shadow from directly behind him. It extended several meters from Danny's position down the incline from the ridgeline. The shadow of a standing man, shoulders hunched, one elbow slightly protruding, as though carrying a rifle in the firing position. He knew it was Spike. Nobody moved. "Put the weapon down, mucker," Danny breathed. "We can sort this. We can make it okay." He had to try very hard to keep his voice level. Silence. A strange calm settled over Danny. Spike hadn't fired. It meant there was a chance of talking him down. "I'm going to turn round now, buddy," he said. "No games. I just want to talk—" "If you move," Spike interrupted, "I shoot." His voice was cracked, broken, the voice of a desperate man. And as Danny well knew, desperate men were the most dangerous. He tried to estimate how far behind him Spike was. 10 meters, no more. "We can get to Tyson," Danny breathed. "Give him CPR. He might be—" "He's dead," Spike said flatly. "Trust me. You might as well give CPR to Spud. Now, throw your weapon." Danny felt sick, but he had no option. He placed it to his right. Danny breathed deeply. "You don't want to shoot me, Spike. We're going to find a way—" "That's what he tried to tell me," Spike snapped. "But then he tried to fight back." "Who do they have, Spike?" Danny said quietly. "Who are the Zetas threatening?" "It's more than a damned threat. He's fucked up. I don't even know if he's alive." "Who is it?" For some reason, Danny thought of his brother Kyle. "Your brother? Sister?" "I don't have a fucking brother or sister." "Mother? Father?" Silence. "Is it your old man, Spike? Is that who they have?" No reply. Danny knew he'd hit the mark. "I get it, Spike. I understand." "You don't understand anything," Spike hissed. "You haven't seen what they've done to him." "It happened to me, mucker. Bad guys got to my daughter. Spud helped me find them. You want to know how many rounds they took to the head? Regiment swept it all under the carpet. I swear to God, Spike, you lower that weapon. I'll help you hunt down the bastards who have your dad." Was Danny telling the truth? Would he restrain himself from nailing Spike if he got the chance? Could he restrain himself? He didn't even know. All he knew was he was hyper-aware of his rifle, lying on the ground no more than 40 centimeters from his right shoulder. "We'll start with the ones in that hacienda, mucker. You and me." "Don't be so fucking stupid. They've been a step ahead of you ever since we got in country." Danny saw Spike's shadow twitch, as if he was repositioning himself, as if he was getting ready to fire. Danny felt his heart rate increase. He breathed deeply again, trying to lower it, to stay calm, to think straight. "Spud was proud of you, mucker. If he was here now, he'd tell you that. He wouldn't blame you for trying to help your dad." "I didn't tell them where Anna was," Spike said. "I kept that from them. She'll be safe." "You did well, buddy. You probably saved her life. Now all you need to do is lower the weapon, and we can put an end to this." "They'll kill him," Spike breathed. "If I don't do what they tell me, they'll fucking kill him." "They'll kill him anyway, Spike. You know that, right? No matter what happens, if we don't get to him first, they'll kill him." Silence. Danny could hear Spike's breath trembling. "I'm going to turn over," Danny said. "I'm going to do it very slowly. No games." Spike made no objection. He raised his hands to show no weapon, but gradually rolled toward his M16. He felt it brush his left shoulder. He looked toward Spike. His unit mate was standing tall, but seemed strangely broken. It was the shoulders. They were hunched, as though he was trying to disappear in on himself. His own rifle was raised and pointing directly at Danny, but there was no way Spike could hide the trembling of his hands. "Put it down, mucker," Danny said. Lower the weapon, then we can talk. Spike started to do it. Danny could see his face. Even in the shadow, he could tell it was a mess, grimy, tear-streaked, but the eyes were the worst. Raw and haunted. "I didn't have a choice," Spike whispered. His weapon was pointing 30 degrees from the horizontal. "I know," Danny said carefully.
They were going to kill him."
"I get it." Danny forced himself not to look sideways at his M16, but he felt it pressing against his flesh, barrel facing north toward Spike. Locked. It would take Danny approximately 2 seconds, he estimated, to grab the weapon, unlock it, and fire. Spike could take a shot in a quarter of that time, and would if Danny gave him cause to. He examined Spike's body language carefully, looking for the minute telltale signs that he could be about to fire. The position of the trigger finger, the tightening of the skin around his dominant eye, the tensing of his right shoulder as he prepared for the report of the rifle. There was no indication that a round was imminent, but Spike was still holding the weapon at a 30-degree angle. Danny was still in his line of fire. "Put it down, mucker," he said. "We can only talk when you've put it down." It happened in a split second. Danny saw the change of expression in Spike's eyes before any of the other warning signals. The sudden flick-knife stare he'd seen earlier in the rear-view mirror of the car. He knew, with the raw instinct of a man accustomed to combat situations, that his unit mate was about to fire. He was right. Spike raised his weapon, tightened his eyes, jutted the butt of the rifle hard into his shoulder. Danny moved at exactly the same time. He knew he only had one chance. He grabbed his rifle with his right hand and in one movement rolled a full turn to his left while disengaging the safety. By the time he was on his back again, he was raising the rifle one-handed to point directly at Spike's chest, the broadest part of his body and the easiest, safest target. But too late. Spike's weapon was fully engaged, and his aim had followed Danny's position precisely. There was the dull, muffled thump of a single suppressed round. Chapter 26. Time stood still. Danny had already braced himself for the impact of Spike's round. He felt like his whole body had judded with the dull report of the weapon, a shock so thorough he couldn't tell if or where he'd been hit. Torso? Lower body? Shoulder? But as Danny's mind was making these precise, fast inquiries, he saw Spike fall. Danny's thoughts changed gear. He hadn't been hit. It was Spike who'd taken a round. There was an explosion of blood from the right-hand side of his neck, and he was falling to his left. There was no dignity to it, no chance for the kid to fade away in slow motion. He hit the earth with a solid, heavy thump and an accompanying crack of a bone breaking from the impact. Danny acted on instinct, autopilot. He kept his weapon pointing out and up, his breathing heavy, sweat pouring. The round had come from the northwest. He panned his weapon so it was pointing in that direction. He squinted through the sight. There was a squat tree with a thick trunk about 75 meters down the incline to his 10 o'clock, its moon shadow stretching out toward him. Branches, many of them spread at different angles. That was the only covert firing point he could see. Was it a Zeta guard hiding there? The image of the guy with the tattooed eyes entered his mind, and he felt another surge of anger. He lowered his weapon, momentarily pushing himself up into the firing position, one knee on the ground. He had to resist the urge to fire blindly toward the tree. Then he saw it. The red dot of a laser sight danced first on his face, before settling just to the left of his chest, between his heart and his shoulder. It sat there, unmoving. Desperate for cover, Danny wanted to roll out the way, but he knew the laser sight would simply follow him. He was out in the open and targeted. So why hadn't he been shot? A male voice rang out across the night from the northwest. It spoke English, but with an American accent. "Throw the weapon." Danny narrowed his eyes. He recognized the voice. "Do it now." Danny lowered his rifle, engaged the safety, threw it onto the ground a couple of meters in front of him. It slid a further half-meter down the incline. "Raise your hands." Danny did as he was told. The laser dot moved to a more central position on his chest.
"Show yourself!"
he shouted. Even as he said it, however, he saw a figure emerging from the darkness next to the tree. His moon shadow stretched several meters in front of him, and he was carrying the weapon that was still aimed directly at Danny's chest. He walked with a limp. Slowly, the figure approached. When he was 30 meters away, Danny saw he was wearing an NV headset. He dismissed any thoughts of diving for his rifle. The man continued to approach. 20 meters. 10. 5. He stood immobile directly in front of Danny. Then he lowered his weapon. Danny saw his greying beard, and as the man raised his NV goggles, his small, watery eyes.
"You're a tough guy to track down, boy," said Ethan Kleinman. "If you hadn't trashed the tracker on your vehicle, I'd have found you quicker."
Danny's eyes flickered between Spike's dead body and the CIA man standing in front of him. Kleinman was the last guy in the world he expected to see here.
"So how the hell did you—"
But as the question formed on his lips, the answer popped into his head.
"Anna,"
he said.
"She took some convincing to give up your destination, boy," Kleinman said. "Never seen a person so scared as she was. Hope I never do again. She seemed to think I was working with her brother. Seemed to think I was there to kill her."
He limped over to where Danny's weapon was lying on the ground, bent down to pick it up, and handed it over to Danny.
"Lucky for me you didn't hide her so well, boy. When she realized I wasn't the guy she needed to worry about, she gave up your destination pretty quick. Told me you were launching an assault on the Chavez hacienda to get her son back." He sniffed. "How's that going, by the way?"
"Do you have backup?" Danny demanded. Kleinman smiled.
"Backup? I'm afraid I'm here on my own time, boy. The company cut the cord on our little operation. They think you're dirty."
He glanced at Spike.
"Turns out they were right."
"Only him," Danny said. "The Zetas got to his father. They were blackmailing him." If Kleinman was surprised, he didn't show it.
"Family, huh?"
he said bitterly.
"That's a bitch."
"He's been compromising the operation from the beginning." Kleinman nodded slowly.
"I figured somebody was. When I saw him holding you at gunpoint, guess I arrived just in time."
His eyes narrowed.
"Augusto Chavez has a lot of checks to settle."
He limped over to Spike and started patting down his clothes. He straightened up, holding something, an old mobile phone, its battery removed so it couldn't be traced.
"And I guess this is what he was using to communicate with Z1's people." "Really, boy?"
Danny had raised his weapon and was pointing it at Kleinman.
"I've got 3 guys dead, Kleinman. I don't intend to be number 4. If the CIA have closed down the op, what the hell are you doing here?"
Kleinman fixed him with a stare.
"I'm here to help you kill Z1, he said simply. "The CIA have called me back to Langley, but I'm damned if I'm going to throw away an opportunity like this. Even if I told them I know Chavez's location, they'd pull me in. Spike's actions makes the whole thing too hot for them. Give it a few hours, they'll have every agent south of the border looking for me. One thing they hate is one of their guys going rogue. So stick a bullet in me if you like, but seems to me you could use all the help you can get."
The 2 men stood there. Danny found himself inclined to believe the CIA man, but he said nothing for the moment. Sometimes he knew silence was the best tool for forcing somebody to speak. Kleinman smiled ruefully, as if he knew this was Danny's strategy.
"Don't blame you for being cynical, boy," he said. "If I was in your shoes—"
He glanced in the direction of the hacienda, though it was out of sight.
"Augusto Chavez and I have a little history," he said. His voice cracked slightly. "I had a son, Mikey, took a road trip through this part of the world 7 years back."
Kleinman took a deep breath, and Danny realized he was suppressing a wave of intense emotion.
"I warned him not to go off the beaten path, but what can I say? He was his own guy. He ran into Chavez in his Zeta entourage. Early days for them. They were making a name for themselves. They—"
Another deep breath.
"Have you heard of El Puerco Espin, the porcupine? They call it a symbol of the cartel's violence. A dead body with 20 knives sticking out of it." El Puerco Espin is my boy. So go ahead, son. Put a bullet in my chest. Be a relief anyway. But if you're not going to, put your gun down and let me go. I'm gonna kill Augusto Chavez with or without your help, or I'll die trying, so help me God.
5 seconds passed. Danny lowered his weapon.
Was it your vehicle I heard arriving 15 minutes ago?
Kleinman nodded.
Where is it?
Kleinman pointed in the direction of the tree he'd used as a firing point.
200 meters. What equipment do you have? Only what I could take from the motel. This rifle, a handgun, sights and ammo. Grenades?
He shook his head.
Sat phone? Yes.
Encrypted?
Yes.
Can the CIA access it?
No.
You said you had a GPS unit. Kleinman nodded. Danny gave himself a moment to think. The assault on the hacienda had always been a long shot. Now, with 2 men down, it was a non-starter, no matter how bloodthirsty Kleinman was feeling. So, he had a big call to make. 24 hours ago, Danny and his team had gone dark from the regiment. Under ordinary circumstances, they'd been neck-deep in the shit for a move like that. But these circumstances were far from ordinary. 3 SAS men had been killed. In the briefing rooms, squadron hangars and rifle ranges of Hereford, that meant something. Spud, Tyson, and Spike were dead on account of 1 man. Augusto Chavez, Z1, whatever the hell he wanted to call himself, that man was now top of Danny Black's hit list. And if the anger and hatred that flowed through Danny's veins was bad news for the Zeta leader, it would be nothing, he calculated, to the collected fury of 22 SAS when they learned that their guys had been manipulated, blackmailed, and murdered. Would the SAS's top brass sanction Danny for going dark? Or would they pull the strings required to punish the cartel for their offensive against regiment personnel the way only the SAS knew how? Danny didn't know.
So what do we do, boy? What's the goddamn plan?
A pause.
I don't have your military expertise in the field, Black. You're calling the shots now. But you'd better call them quickly, because if Chavez finds out his boy Spike is dead, he'll know something's coming.
The dynamic had changed between Danny and Kleinman. Back in the US, the CIA man had been giving the orders. Now he was waiting on Danny's decision. Danny looked in the direction of the hacienda, then back at Kleinman.
"We're going to contact the regiment," he said.
Wednesday. Chapter 27.
"It's Black. He's made contact."
It was unheard of for Ops Officer Ray Hammond to burst into the CO's office without knocking first, but that's what he'd just done, kicking the door closed behind him. It was 0330 hours GMT. Both men looked exhausted. Neither was contemplating sleep. Hammond was brandishing a mobile phone. He placed the handset on Hardcastle's desk. The hissing sound from the speaker told the CO it was on hands-off. "Can you hear me?" he demanded.
"Roger that."
Black's voice was very distant, the line scratchy. "Spike's compromised," Hardcastle said.
"Spike's dead, and Spud, and Tyson."
Hardcastle felt the familiar sickness that always came with news of the loss of military personnel. You never got used to it. "Explain," he instructed. Danny Black did just that. A curt, no-nonsense debrief, his unemotional voice betraying none of the riot of unpleasant emotions Hardcastle knew he was experiencing. He and Hammond listened with increasing shock. When he'd finished, there was a moment of deathly silence in the room.
"Do you copy, sir?"
Black's voice came over the speaker. "We copy," Hardcastle said. "We have Air Troop D Squadron on standby in Belize. They'll have wheels up in the next 5 minutes. Prepare for a hard drop in approximately 1 hour from now. You have approximately 7 hours until dawn. You know what to do."
"Roger that, sir."
A pause.
"We have the go-ahead to launch a full assault on the Zeta Hacienda."
"Damn right you have the go-ahead," Hardcastle said. "We heard Spike's conversation with his contact. They're expecting him to have nailed you and Tyson before approaching, so you have the element of surprise. Teach those criminals what happens when they interfere with our lads. And Black,
Yes, sir. This kid is not priority. You have unit command. Make sure all my men come back in one piece. A pause. Understood, sir.
Hardcastle looked up at the ops officer. Green light, he said. The worst thing about waiting for an op, Ben Brooker knew from several years' experience, was just that, waiting. They'd been in the hangar for a little over 6 hours now. Fair play to the int officer, though. He'd been keeping them in the loop just like he said he would. Every 20 minutes, there was a fresh update. The Herc's loaded and ready to fly. We've had the green light from the Foreign Office to breach Mexican airspace. When, if the call comes, we'll be going in covertly, full battle gear, but no identifying documents or markers. You know the drill. And now, we've had contact from our guy on the ground. It's a go for a hard drop. Operational requirement has changed. You're to RV with our point man and prepare for an immediate assault and hostage extraction. Move! The team was fully prepped. Digital camouflage gear, plate hangers, Kevlar helmets, boom mics, and full comms systems operational. Packs and personal weapons had already been loaded onto the Hercules. Brooker and his guys were running out onto the airfield within seconds of the go. "Who is it?" Brooker asked the int officer as he jogged past him. "The guy on the ground." "Danny Black," the int officer said. Brooker nodded. Black was well known in the regiment. His reputation truly preceded him, which had the advantage that Brooker would be able to make a visual ID of him when they were on the ground. The tailgate of the C-130 was still down, and the turboprops were powering up, the whine of the engines increasing in intensity as they neared the aircraft. As Brooker sprinted up the tailgate and into the cargo compartment, he saw the 3 sand-coloured Jackal vehicles were loaded and fastened along the centre of the Herc. The mobility troop guys had finished strapping them to their cushioning platforms. The main chutes and drogue chutes were fitted. The vehicle at the front had a container lashed to it that Brooker knew held general-purpose machine guns. All 3 vehicles were resting on roller rails that would allow them to slide smoothly out of the aircraft when the fastenings were detached. Further up the centre of the aircraft, a heavy flight case of gear was sitting chooted up and ready for the drop. A loadie wearing heavy cans and a boom mic was ushering them urgently up to the bench along the starboard side of the aircraft. The guys' chutes, packs and personal weapons were already loaded and waiting for them there. They took their seats against the padded side of the aircraft, 5 on either side of the vehicles, next to the sheets of orange webbing that covered the sides and beneath the static line wires that ran overhead. They strapped themselves in, and each fitted a set of headphones hooked to the side of the Herc. The cushioned cans deadened some of the noise of the aircraft as the tailgate closed, entombing them within the Herc's belly. It was hot, noisy, cramped, and smelly. The Jackal vehicles took up most of the space inside the aircraft. Once the team was sitting, there was very little space to move. There was a crackle over the cans. The patrician tones, characteristic of every SF flight crew captain Brooker had ever met, came over the comms.
"Okay, gentlemen, wheels up in 2 minutes. Flight time to the drop zone approximately 1 hour. We'll be doing a heavy drop at 2300 hours local time from approximately 600 feet. We'll be coming in blind, so expect a full blackout 15 minutes before insertion. The flight crew have prepared static lines for the drop. I'll be back on with you when we're 20 minutes out with any updates from London. For now, I'm patching you through to Hereford."
There was another crackle, then a second voice came over the line.
"Air Troop, this is Hereford. We have 3 SAS personnel, KIA, and a child hostage situation. We have 2 men on the ground lighting up the LZ and coordinating the assault. 1 is regiment, 1 is CIA, but this is not a US-sanctioned operation. Repeat, this is not a US-sanctioned operation."
The guys gave each other sidelong glances, but nobody said anything. Brooker closed his eyes, took a moment to put his head in the right place. He felt the aircraft judder into movement. A minute later, the G-force kicked in. The Herc was screaming down the runway and taking to the air. Kleinman's vehicle was by the roadside, 200 meters from the position where he and Danny had made contact. Danny made the journey twice, once with Spike's body over his shoulder, once with Tyson's. Kleinman made it very clear he didn't approve of the delay, but there were sound operational reasons for doing it. There was a chance of Zeta patrols in the area. If they found the corpses, they would be on heightened alert. It was a grim, difficult job, forcing the two bodies, already stiffening with rigor mortis, into the back seat of Kleinman's beige, rust-spotted Lexus, which in his hurry he had left artlessly by the side of the road that wound up to the hacienda. By the time Danny had finished, he was sweating heavily and smeared with blood from the bullet wound in Spike's neck. He took the wheel. He would have preferred to take the vehicle off-road, but he didn't feel it was up to the job, and time was short. Instead, he killed the headlamps, took charge of Kleinman's NV goggles, and drove the 3 clicks blind to the point where they'd taken the Tahoe off-road. Here he risked leaving the road. The saloon bumped and juddered over the rough terrain, but Danny was a skilled enough driver to keep it on track. 2 minutes later, they came to the Tahoe in its hiding place. They left the bodies in the car, switched vehicles, and transferred all their gear, including the GPS unit Kleinman had been keeping in the glove compartment of his vehicle. Within a minute, the Tahoe was speeding back up to the road. Time check, 2200 hours. "We only have 53 minutes, Kleinman said tersely as they sped up to the main highway, their headlamps burning, now they were further from the hacienda. "Thanks for the update," Danny growled. "How will they know where to make the drop?" Kleinman said. "They'll know," Danny told him. He wasn't in the mood to talk. He had to concentrate on action, on getting everything prepared. But a voice in his head reminded him Kleinman had just saved his life, and Danny was relying on his cooperation. "We passed a refuse tip on the way here," he said. "We need to stop off there first." Kleinman gave him a perplexed look, but didn't question him any further. It took them 5 minutes to reach the tip. It was on the left-hand side as they headed north along the highway. During the day, it was covered with scavenging birds. As Danny ran toward it, leaving Kleinman in the Tahoe, he saw the birds had left for the night. Rummaging through the refuse at the edge of the tip, however, he heard other movements nearby. There were clearly nocturnal animals foraging here, attracted by the appalling stench of rotten food. From the corner of his eye, he thought he saw the outline of a coyote. Whatever it was, it kept its distance from Danny, who scavenged like the best of them. By the light of the moon, he saw all manner of rubbish had been discarded here. Plastic bags of food waste, old electrical items, loose fast food wrappers, old white kitchen goods, the works. It didn't take more than a minute for him to find 4 empty cans that once held different types of beans and 2 empty paint tins. Elsewhere, he located a dirty old piece of material. Maybe it had once been a sheet or a tablecloth. Now it was stained and dirty, but dry, which was essential. Danny bundled the tins up into the material and started running with his package back to the Tahoe. But something else caught his eye at the last moment. An old washing machine, the front panel missing, so the rusty drum was exposed, but with the rubber water inlet pipe still fitted to the back. The pipe was about 3 feet long. Danny yanked it from the back of the machine and ran with his stash to the Tahoe. "Give me the sat phone," he told Kleinman, once he'd dumped the gear in the back seat, "and the GPS." Kleinman handed it over, and Danny dialed into Hereford.
"Go ahead,"
a voice said at the other end.
"Requesting coordinates for the Central American package," Danny said.
"Roger that. We've identified a potential drop zone. Stand by to receive coordinates." There was a 5-second pause on the line before the voice returned with 2 8-digit strings of Latin long coordinates. Danny punched them into the GPS unit. The screen lit up a location approximately 15 clicks directly south of the hacienda. Time check, 22:18 hours.
"Coordinates received. Out,"
Danny said, before killing the line and knocking the Tahoe into gear. He pulled a U-turn across the highway and accelerated south. The Herc was at its cruising altitude. Brooker and the guys had fitted their chutes and checked over their packs and weapons. Now they were plugged into the cans again, each man holding the carabiner at the end of the bright yellow static lines leading from their chutes, the drone of the aircraft's engines a constant backdrop in their minds. Suddenly Brooker felt the Herc lose altitude. Almost simultaneously, the captain's voice came over the cans.
"That's 20 minutes out. Repeat, 20 minutes out."
Brooker looked toward the center of the Herc. The Lodi and a couple of other members of the flight crew were busying themselves around the jackals. There was movement on either side of the vehicles as the 2 lines of men started to ready themselves for the jump. Brooker did the same. The highway was practically deserted as Danny and Kleinman stormed south. 5 clicks, 10 clicks, 15, far from the Zetas' hacienda, so they would have no idea the drop was happening. Their grim faces were illuminated by the light of the dashboard. The occasional lorry passed in the opposite direction, but nothing more. Kleinman was holding the GPS unit. Danny noticed he was gripping it very hard. "When the guys arrive," Danny said, "you take a back seat, got it?" Kleinman stared straight ahead. "You're the boss," he said quietly. "But when the moment comes, Z1 is mine. Promise me that." Danny didn't reply. Truth was, he couldn't make such a promise. The team had to work as a unit, not a collection of individuals. "Here," Kleinman said. He pointed to a turning 50 meters ahead on the right, and tapped the GPS screen to indicate they were approaching the coordinates Danny had keyed in. Danny indicated and turned onto the side road. At Kleinman's instruction, he followed the road for 5 clicks to the west. The area was completely deserted. No houses, no vehicles, no nothing. "We're there," Kleinman said finally. "This is it." Danny pulled over, killed the engine and the lights. He jumped out the vehicle and, using his spotting scope, scanned the area to the south. This was the terrain that Hereford had identified for the drop, presumably from satellite imagery. Satellite imagery could be deceptive, however. There were frequently topological features that didn't show up, and no sat photograph could tell you about the presence of hostiles or unexpected environmental conditions. As he examined the terrain, however, Danny saw Hereford had got it spot on. It was a perfectly flat area, about the size of 2 football pitches. Hard-baked, arid terrain, no pits or bumps, and no indication of habitation or the presence of any locals to hear or witness the drop. Danny lowered the scope, then grabbed the cans and material from the vehicle. He ripped the material into 6 lengths, then stuffed 1 length into each of the tins. Now all he needed was fuel. He opened up the fuel tank of the Tahoe and inserted the washing machine inlet pipe. Kneeling at the wheel arch, he sucked the other end until the foul taste of the petrol hit his mouth. He stoppered the end of the pipe with his thumb, then reached for one of the cans before siphoning a quantity of fuel over the torn material stuffed inside. A minute later, he had drained the tank, and the material inside each can was saturated. He turned to Kleinman. "We need to light up the drop zone," he said. "Using these?" Kleinman sounded dubious. "The flight crew will be wearing NV. They'll see our torches from a distance. We'll light them up between 2 and 5 minutes before the drop." On Danny's instruction, they took 3 cans each. They marked out the corners of a rectangle, 200 meters by 100. Danny running to the far southern corners and leaving a can at each, while Kleinman limped to the 2 northern corners nearer the Tahoe. They reconvened at the center of the square, where they placed the final 2 cans 10 meters apart in a north-south alignment before returning to the vehicle. Danny grabbed Kleinman's sat phone and dialed into Hereford for a 3rd time. "Go ahead." "Drop zone is marked out for the package," Danny said, "waiting your instruction to light it up." "Keep the line open and wait out." There was a 20-second pause, then the voice came again. "We're patching you through to the flight crew now." There was a crackle on the line, then a new voice. "This is Flight Delta 3 Bravo. Do you copy? Over." "Roger that. Over." "We are 5 minutes from the target. Repeat, 5 minutes from the target. Light her up at will." It was all Danny needed to hear. He turned to Kleinman and pointed to the west. "Get as far that way as you can," he told him. "At least 200 meters from the drop zone. We've got some big wagons coming down." Kleinman nodded and started limping away from the Tahoe. "Kleinman," Danny called. The CIA man turned. "Your lighter," he said. Kleinman dug into his pocket and removed the Zippo he perpetually tinkered with. "Don't lose it," he said. He threw it to Danny, who caught it with one hand and immediately sprinted toward the nearest northeastern corner of the drop zone. He put the lighter to the petrol-soaked rag in the can. A fierce flame erupted, but Danny had already turned to sprint to the next corner. He had less than 5 minutes to light up the drop zone and get the hell out the way. The regiment was coming in heavy. Brooker and the guys were on their feet. Each man had clipped the carabiner of their yellow static lines to the overhead steel wire. They stood in a line, the Lodi at its head. Their packs and rifles were positioned in front of their legs, hooked to the straps of their parachutes, and fitted to a 15-foot lanyard. Their helmets and NV were fitted. The cargo bay was in complete darkness, except for the red light that would turn to green the moment it was time to jump. The aircraft was still losing height, and the whine of the engines drowned out any other sound. The men, the Jackal vehicles, the whole plane was vibrating heavily. The aircraft banked. Brooker's internal compass told him they were changing from a northwesterly to a northern trajectory. The drop would come any moment now. Brooker felt the tension ramping up. Hard drops were dangerous. When the moment came, the vehicles would shoot out at immense speed. If any of the guys got caught up with them, there'd be loss of life, no question. Brooker had seen it happen on a previous training operation in Belize. Young kid, fresh from selection. The boy was a mess when they scraped him off the ground. The tailgate started to lower. Brooker saw a crack of night sky appear, the opening increasing in size until the ramp was fully lowered. The persistent whine of the engines was joined by the rushing sound of air displacement. The temperature dropped slightly, and the air, previously thick with the usual greasy stench of all military transports, cleared a little. The night sky was inky, but dotted with stars. At the bottom of the opening, he caught a momentary glimpse of the ground. He estimated their height as 600 feet. They would lose no more than 100 feet before jumping. Both side doors opened. The two lines shuffled forward quickly but awkwardly because of their packs hanging in front of their legs, clipped to their chute harnesses. The Lodi raised one arm, 3 fingers, 2, 1, lowered his arm. The 3 pallets containing the Jackals slid fast along the roller belt, smoothly and silently and with astonishing speed. They were followed by the crate containing the gear. A small drogue chute trailed behind each one, but it only took a couple of seconds for the whole cargo load to slip out. Immediately the red light turned to green. Brooker felt the Lodi slapping him on the back to encourage him out, but he was already shuffling fast toward the side door, the carabiner of his static line sliding along the steel rail as he moved. He raised his arms, stiffened his body to ensure he'd fall steady, and threw himself from the aircraft. Estimated height, 500 feet. He felt a rush of air hit his body as he hurtled toward the earth. With a low-altitude jump like this, it was essential that the chutes deployed immediately. Brooker's did. The static line had done its work. There was a sudden jarring sensation as the chute filled with air and his velocity reduced. The rest of the guys had jumped quickly. He could see all 9 chutes deploying and floating to the ground, and he could both see and hear the Herc as it banked sharply to the east and immediately started gaining height. It was out of sight and earshot, however, within 10 seconds. On the ground, he could see 4 flames marking out the drop zone, 2 in the centre, 2 at the northern corners. Danny Black, it seemed, had marked it out skillfully. Brooker was falling accurately in the southern half of the drop zone. He could see a couple of the guys adjusting their direction of fall to ensure they hit it. In a matter of seconds, his altitude decreased to 60 feet. He unclipped the lanyard that attached his pack to his body. It swung beneath him, hanging like a pendulum as he fell to the ground. 5 seconds later, the pack hit the earth, and 5 seconds after that, Brooker did the same. Danny was lying on the ground, Kleinman prostrate next to him, watching the hard drop occur through the CIA man's NV goggles, the deafening roar of the Herc vibrating through him. He saw the 3 vehicles and 1 hardware case spill out under canopy from the black shadow of the aircraft flying with no lights. The hard drop was immediately followed by the 10 guys in quick succession, their chutes deploying immediately as they fell to earth. The drop had taken a matter of seconds, and now the Herc had banked and was gaining height, disappearing back into the Mexican sky toward the coast. The petrol torches were flickering into nothingness, and the regiment guys were immediately putting themselves down on one knee in the firing position as their billowing chutes settled behind them. Danny directed his laser sight toward the first of the guys to have jumped. He signaled 3 short bursts with the IR beam and watched it slice through the night in his NV. Seconds later, he received an identical response to his signal, 3 short beams cutting through the blackness toward him. "Keep your position," Danny told Kleinman as he jumped to his feet. He didn't wait for a reply before sprinting out onto the drop zone, directly toward the guy with whom he'd exchanged the signal. He raised his NV goggles as he ran, allowing his natural eyesight to grow accustomed to the darkness. His point guy was still in the firing position, weapon engaged. It was impossible to make out his features. He was wearing full battle gear, digital camo, Kevlar helmet, NV goggles, boom mic. Only when Danny was standing 5 meters from him did he appear to make a positive ID. He lowered his weapon and raised his goggles. "Black?" he said. "Brooker, right?" Danny knew him by reputation, half Nepalese, half Brit. He was well respected at Hereford. Brooker nodded. Danny looked around. The drop zone was dotted with 9 other men collecting up their chutes. To the south, he could clearly see by the light of the moon that the 3 vehicles had made a safe landing. Their silhouettes were black and rugged in the moonlight. "You've been fully briefed?" Danny asked. "They said you'd lost 3 guys. Sorry to hear it, buddy. There's a cartel hacienda 20 clicks to the north of here. They have a 10-year-old boy we need to extract. The main guy is head of the Zeta cartel, codename Z1. He's responsible for our guy's KIA. Whatever happens, we nail him." Brooker gave him a flinty stare. "Our brief was not to compromise the op on account of the hostage." You could tell he had Gurkha blood, vicious as hell. "Your brief was also that I have unit command. We're getting the kid out. Do you have a problem with that?" Brooker shook his head. "They said you had another guy with you. He's a rogue CIA agent." "Do we really want him along? We don't need any dead weights." Danny looked over his shoulder. No sign of Kleinman. He was clearly still on the ground like Danny had instructed. Danny hesitated for a moment. "We take him with us. He can enter the hacienda once we've secured it." He looked around the airfield again. The team had collected their chutes and appeared to be waiting for instructions. "Get them moving," Danny said. "I want the vehicles unloaded and ready in 5 minutes. We make the assault before dawn." Chapter 28. The drop zone was a sudden flurry of activity. Danny accompanied Brooker and his men as they ran to the jackals, unfastened them from their landing pallets, and drove them down onto the hard-baked Mexican ground. They were fearsome-looking machines, heavily armoured, enormous sturdy wheels, heavy blast shields under the driver and navigator cockpit, sturdy rugged bars covering the headlamps at the front, more metal bars covering the open top. Each one had a compact but sturdy shovel attached to it in case the vehicle needed digging out, but Danny didn't foresee that happening. Super mobile, super strong, they were designed for extreme mobility, fire support, and rapid assault. Danny saw the silhouette of 2 guys unloading a box from one of them. Within 10 minutes, he realized this was a general-purpose machine gun. The guys fitted it together and attached it to the firing post on the jackal. 2 guys opened up the equipment case. Brooker handed Danny everything he needed, and which he'd been missing since the firefight in the Nuevo Laredo compound. Camouflage gear, body armor, a Kevlar helmet, a boom mic, and radio equipment already patched into the unit's comms. A Demaco C8 SFW carbine. Sights and surefire torch. An ops waistcoat, fully loaded with a complement of fragmentation grenades and flashbangs, and enough space to stash extra ammunition for the Demaco. Danny suited up in his heavy battle dress as Brooker gave him a rundown of the equipment they'd airlifted into the drop zone. "We've got 2 G3 SG-1 sniper rifles, a javelin," he pointed toward one of the jackals, "only 1 Jimpy." "Drones?" Danny asked. 4 Black Hornet nanos. They've got a range of about a mile, so we can dig in at a safe distance and get eyes on." He spoke with terse, brisk military efficiency. Danny felt his confidence grow. "Body armor for the spook," Danny said, clipping his Demaco to a lanyard round his neck. Brooker nodded, and Danny found an extra set of plate hangers among the rest of the gear. He closed the equipment case. "Load it up, guys," he said to the 2 regiment men who were checking over the nearest jackal vehicle. 3 minutes later, the jackals were manned. 5 guys in one, 4 in another. Danny and Brooker in the third, the one with the machine gun, with Brooker behind the wheel. Brooker took the convoy lead, and on Danny's instruction drove the couple of 100 meters to where Kleinman was still lying on the earth. Brooker made no comment as the aging CIA man limped up to the jackal and took a seat. but he didn't need to. His slightly frosty silence said it all. Danny handed Kleinman his body armor, which the CIA man donned with the efficiency of someone who had worn it before. They travelled in a single line, 20 meters apart, Brooker leading, no headlamps. Danny had taken the top gunner's position behind the Gympie. He was glad to take a role that occupied his mind. The events of the evening were haunting him. Spike's treachery, and Danny's self-loathing at not having seen it coming, was like a weight pressing down on him. Tyson dead, and Spud. Danny set his jaw at the thought, clenched his teeth, focused on the one thing keeping him together, attacking Z1 and making the bastard pay. He scanned the surrounding countryside carefully as they drove. They were well back from the main highway and travelling over rough, bumpy terrain that no civilian vehicle would be able to manage, but that was no reason not to be on high alert. Both vehicles behind him had 3 guys scanning for threats with their rifles. If they were to encounter any Zeta patrols, the regiment unit would clock them immediately. But they didn't. The SAS convoy moved unchallenged toward their target. Expertly driven, the Jackals made a minimum of noise at the relatively low speeds at which they moved, no more than 20 miles per hour. The moon rose higher in the sky as midnight approached. The terrain became bumpier and more treacherous, but the Jackals and their drivers were up to the task of closing the miles between them and the hacienda without problems or delays. They'd trained for situations like this until they were second nature. They'd been going for an hour and were in the valley between 2 inclines when Kleinman, who'd been following their location on his GPS unit, covering its faintly glowing fascia with his hands, called, "We're about a mile out." Brooker came to a halt and turned round to Danny. "You know the terrain," he said. "How close can we get?" Danny considered that for a moment. They were heading to the south side of the hacienda, the position from which he'd viewed the target by himself. He'd been able to get eyes on from a distance of 500 meters, but it would be risky for a mechanized convoy to approach that close too early, especially when they had the advantage of drones for surveillance purposes. "We'll dig in here," he said. "Get those nano drones up, make a strategy." Brooker gave instructions over the comms, before making a 3-point turn so the Jackal was pointing south in the event that they needed to extract quickly. The driver of one of the other vehicles did the same. The third positioned his Jackal facing east. Together, the vehicles formed 3 sides of a protective square, the open side facing south. Danny told 6 of the guys to surround their lying-up point in defensive surveillance positions at a perimeter of 50 meters. They melted silently into the night. After a minute, even Danny was unable to tell they were in the vicinity. A heavy quiet descended on the convoy, as the remainder of them, Danny, Kleinman, Brooker, and the 2 remaining regiment guys, positioned themselves in the protective square of the 3 Jackals. None of them spoke unnecessarily. They used no torches. Comms were totally quiet. Even Danny's breathing sounded too loud to him. He found himself taking shallower breaths as he crouched down inside the protective ring of the Jackals. One of the guys, on Brooker's quiet command, took up a firing position facing south. While they did this, the other unit member retrieved a nanodrone base station, it looked like a chunky beige iPad, and charging unit from the equipment case. He fitted the base station to his chest in a tactical pouch system. He clipped a robust external antenna to the base station, then opened up the compartment on the right-hand side. It contained 2 drones. He removed one and held it at head height. The Black Hornet nanodrone was tiny, only about 10 centimeters long. It resembled a miniature helicopter, with both top and tail rotors. That minuscule package contained a lot of tech, however. Each drone had 3 cameras, forward-facing, downward-pointing, and one tilted at a 45-degree angle. Each camera had night vision capability. 150 grand's worth of kit right there, Brooker commented to nobody in particular as the drone operator powered up the base station. "Buy half of Nepal with that." The rotors of the drone started to spin, and the device made a buzzing sound like an angry wasp. The operator released it into the air and started piloting it using the base station. The buzzing sound disappeared almost immediately. After 10 seconds, Danny couldn't even see the device itself. At its cruising altitude of 500 feet, it would be invisible even during the day, especially in a sunny climate like this, where people rarely looked up. At night, there was no chance of it being spotted. "Tell me when you get eyes on," Danny told the operator. He turned to Kleinman, who was staring up the incline in the direction of the hacienda. "When we hit them," he said, "it's going to be hard and fast. You'll need to hold back. We'll call you in when the threats are neutralized." Kleinman looked at him, his head slightly inclined, as if Danny didn't quite understand something. "Have you any idea," he said, "how long I've been waiting to get this close to Augusto Chavez? If you think I'm going to take a back seat now, I can't guarantee your safety." "Safety? You think I give a shit about my safety, boy? You think I care if I die tonight? He killed my boy, Danny Black. Do you know what that means? If you were this close to the man who killed your child, what would you do?" Danny narrowed his eyes. The truth was he had been in such a situation, or one very like it, and the men who'd threatened his daughter, they wouldn't be threatening anyone ever again, not after what he and Spud had done to them. Spud. The thought of Danny's mate pierced him again. "We have a visual," said the drone operator. "In any case," Kleinman said as Danny turned away from him, "I know how to fire a weapon. Ask your friend Spike." They exchanged a long glance. Danny broke away and approached the drone operator. Brooker joined him. The drone operator unclipped the display from its tactical sling so they could see it properly. The men stared at it in silence for a couple of minutes as they assimilated everything the drone's camera was telling them. The drone cameras were on night vision mode. Despite their tiny size, the image they gave was sharp, affording Danny and the others a distinct view of the compound and its surrounding area. It was clear Danny had been right, that there was only one entrance, the gate he, Tyson, and Spike had surveyed on the north side of the rectangular perimeter wall. He could clearly see the road that headed north from the gate and past the guardhouse 50 meters from it. There was no sign of any targets outside the guardhouse, though Danny was certain there would be at least 3 guys inside. He could, however, see the 2 perimeter wall guards. They were at the point of crossing over at the middle of the southern wall before continuing their circuit. The hacienda itself, which Danny had not been able to view from his OPs, was situated exactly in the center of the compound, its shape precisely congruent with the rectangle of the perimeter wall. There was a terrace along the eastern side and an illuminated swimming pool. There was movement in the pool, a single person taking a midnight swim. Danny watched the person carefully. He or she emerged from one end of the pool just as a second person exited the hacienda and wrapped the swimmer in a towel. "One male, one female," Danny said. "Roger that," Brooker replied as they continued to watch the screen. 3 vehicles were parked neatly in the northeastern corner. It looked like 2 pickups and a large transit. There was only one other structure inside the compound. This was a rectangular building half the size of the hacienda itself. It was positioned against the southeastern corner of the perimeter, and the perimeter wall itself formed its 2 external walls. Danny tapped that area of the screen. "We need to establish what this building is," he said. Brooker nodded his agreement. "When do we need to get another nano-drone up?" he asked the drone operator. "We've got another 15 minutes left on this one. I'll send a second one up in 10. Danny and Brooker kept eyes on the screen. The swimmer and her companion had retreated into the hacienda. Danny's attention was drawn to a region beyond the pool, against the western length of the perimeter, where there was an area of foliage. "Can you switch the camera to thermal?" he asked the operator. The drone operator nodded and made an adjustment to the display. The picture changed to a vibrant heat map of the compound. The 2 buildings glowed yellow. The swimming pool was orange, as were the 3 cars, although there was no distinct heat spot near the engine, which suggested the chassis was simply radiating the heat they had absorbed during the day. However, at either end of the area of foliage by the pool were 2 distinct heat spots. "Concealed shooters," Danny said. Brooker nodded. "Get the impression our guy's on the paranoid side." "So he fucking should be," Danny said, glancing over at Kleinman, who had his back to them and was staring out across the silent Mexican night. The drone operator pointed out a particular hotspot at the northern end of the main house. "I can't be sure," he said, "but I think this is an electrical generator." Danny stored that information. "How do they keep this place a secret for so long?" Brooker said. Danny shrugged. "By threatening to kill the families of anyone who grasped them up, and nailing a few of them for good measure, just to show they're serious." He turned back to the screen. Everything was still, apart from the 2 guards making their circuit of the perimeter wall. "I already timed them," Danny said. 17 minutes, give or take." The 2 guards had almost completed a full circuit when the drone operator engaged a second nano-drone, which flew wasp-like from their location 5 minutes before the original was brought in. The operator plugged it into the charging station. Danny left Brooker keeping eyes on the screen for a moment and stepped to the edge of the protective ring of jackal vehicles. It was utterly quiet, unnervingly so. Danny reminded himself he was surrounded by a cordon of regiment shooters, each of them invisibly watching the surrounding area for suspicious movement. Nevertheless, he found himself wondering how accurate Hereford's intel was. Could Z1 be expecting an assault? Was he relying on Spike to have dealt with Danny and Tyson? Was he expecting to hear from Spike? Any offensive strategy they formed needed to take these possibilities into account. "We've got something," Brooker said, his voice quiet but urgent. Danny quickly returned to where Brooker was crouched with the drone operator. He looked at the screen. 5 figures had just emerged from the small building in the southeastern corner of the compound. They stayed close as they headed north toward the exit gate. When they reached it, they paused, evidently waiting for the 2 perimeter guards to meet on the other side. Danny checked his watch. 0100 hours. "They did a stag change at 2000 hours, Danny breathed. 5 hours ago. That means the next changeover is likely to be 0600. We'll hit them halfway through the stag at 0330. "Good," Brooker said. He didn't need to explain himself. The small hours of the morning were an efficient time to launch an assault like this. People were more likely to be asleep, especially halfway through a stag. Off their guard, even if they were expecting a nighttime attack, by 0330 their assumption would be that it wasn't happening. But Danny was disinclined to be too blasé. "Remember, these guys are SF trained," he said. "If they're like the Zetas I've seen before, they fight well. We need to put the fuckers down very quickly." As he spoke, there was more movement. The gates had opened. The 2 perimeter guards entered the compound, replaced by 2 of the newcomers. The 3 remaining guards walked to the guardhouse. Only when these fresh guys were in position did the existing 3 guards walk back to the entrance and through the gate, closing it behind them. Danny, Brooker, and the drone operator watched the 5 guys who'd been relieved walk back to the corner building, while the 2 new perimeter guards started their circuit. At the same time, another 2 guards emerged from the smaller building and headed over to relieve the shooters hidden in the bushes. It was Brooker's turn to tap the screen. "That's the fucking staff house," he said. "We hit that, they're neutered." Danny nodded, but he was already a couple of steps ahead. "We should plan for 3 sets of 7 guards," he said. "That means there could be a minimum of 14 guys in the staff house, plus the 2 in the bushes and the 5 guarding the exterior." He glanced toward the equipment case and went through his mental checklist of the equipment Brooker had listed. Sniper rifles, javelin missile, GPMG, 3 armored vehicles, 10 guys, plus Danny and Kleinman. He turned his attention back to the screen, and as he watched the changeover guys enter the staff house, another part of his brain was observing the hacienda from the 2 OPs at the north and south. Tactical possibilities started presenting themselves. Even with the arrival of Brooker and his men, the Zetas likely outnumbered the regiment. But that was okay. It just meant Danny and the others had to fight harder and smarter. They had to stack the deck in their favor and make sure that when they made their strike, it was so brutal and so swift that the Zetas would quite literally not know what had hit them. If Danny and his men played it right, Z1's entourage would be dead before they'd figured out what was going on. "Keep eyes on," he told the drone operator. "I want to know if you see any movement of personnel." The drone operator nodded. Danny turned to Brooker. You got pencil and paper?"
Brooker fetched a pad and pencil from his pack. He handed them to Danny, who spent 30 seconds drawing a quick sketch of the hacienda and its surroundings. When it was complete, he drew sets of arrows pointing toward the perimeter from the east and the north. Then he showed it to Brooker. "This is the assault plan," he said. "We divide into 3 teams, a 2-man javelin team, a 2-man sniper team, and a 7-man assault team." 7 plus 1, Brooker said, glancing at Kleinman. "Roger that," Danny said flatly. 7 plus 1. "Does he have combat experience? He can't get in the fucking way." "He knows to hang back until we've secured the hacienda." Brooker clearly didn't like it, but there was no argument. The line of command was clear. "When we get in there," he said, "we can't leave any survivors, women, kids. We're under the radar. No witnesses. Orders from the head shed." "Just the boy," Danny said. "The hostage. We get him out." Because Danny had made a promise to Anna, and he was damned if the Zetas were going to stop him keeping it. "It's your call," Brooker said. Danny nodded. "Let's get moving. We got 2 hours to set this thing up." 2 hours, he thought to himself, to show Augusto Chavez and his Zetas exactly what happens when you pick a fight with the regiment. Chapter 29. 0200 hours. The regiment was moving again. The Jackal vehicles were crucial to their assault plan. Danny and Brooker led a convoy of 2, Brooker driving, Kleinman sitting next to him, Danny top-gunning at the Gympie. They'd left 2 guys back at the southern side of the hacienda, along with the 3rd vehicle, and crucially, the Javelin missile and its Command Launch Unit, CLU. Their job, to position themselves overlooking the eastern edge of the perimeter, in line of sight of that section that formed the outer wall of the staff house, then use the CLU to light the target. That Javelin could take out a lot of wall and a lot of guys. When Danny gave the word over the unit comms, it would do exactly that. In the meantime, the convoy headed east, moving very slowly, so that the engine noise was kept to a minimum, driving with the benefit of night vision goggles. The nano-drone operator surveyed the route carefully to ensure the convoy didn't have any unexpected surprises, but the terrain was deserted. When they were a click to the east of the hacienda, they turned north, and after 20 minutes, the road that curved down toward the hacienda's entrance came into view 500 meters away. They stopped in a protective dip in the ground. Now it was time to set up the principal flank of their attack at the northern end of the hacienda. 2 guys dismounted from the 2nd unit of the 2-vehicle convoy. They were each carrying a G3 SG-1 sniper rifle, telescopic sights attached, bipods folded up underneath the body of the weapons. Accompanied by Danny and Brooker, they prepared to advance to their firing position, while the remaining 5 guys silently put in a defensive ring around the Jackals, disappearing into the darkness just as they had on the southern side of the hacienda. Led by Danny, the sniper team started moving into position. A thick silence had settled over the area, broken only by the faint crunch of their footfall as they moved stealthily in patrol formation toward and up the same incline where Kleinman had taken out Spike. Danny tried to keep that moment from his mind as they headed toward the OP that he, Spike, and Tyson had used. At the brow of the incline, they crawled into position. The hacienda came into view. There was the glow of electric light behind the outer wall, although they couldn't quite see which parts of the compound it came from. They saw no personnel guarding it, but that didn't mean anything. The 2 perimeter guards were simply out of sight, and the guardhouse guys were in their little building 50 meters along the road from the entrance. It had no windows, but Danny could make out a strip of light at the bottom of the door. They were in there, no question. The 2 snipers set up their weapons, swiftly, quietly, efficiently. By the time they were in position, their bipods down and their eyes to the sights, the 2 perimeter guards had reappeared at each corner of the outer wall. Distance, 300 meters. They walked at a steady pace toward the main entrance, blithely unaware they were being precisely tracked by the 2 snipers, who were ready to take them out in a moment when that moment came. But it hadn't come yet. "The perimeter guards are Tango 1 and 2, Danny said. "The guys in the guardhouse, Tangos 3, 4, and 5. When I give you the go, you need to wait until Tangos 1 and 2 have each moved approximately 15 meters from the corners of the perimeter toward the main gate. When you confirm their position, we advance to contact. Understood? Roger that, came the reply from the two snipers, who didn't take their eyes from the sights. Danny and Brooker left them in position before returning to the two-vehicle convoy. Time check, 02:45 hours, 45 minutes till the go. A lone cloud drifted across the moon as Danny and Brooker reached the others. A night bird called somewhere in the distance. The SAS were still in their defensive positions, silently scanning the surrounding area for threats. In the shadow of the Gympie, Danny spoke quietly into the comms. "Javelin team, what is your status?" There was a momentary pause before a crackly voice came back over Danny's earpiece. "The target is lit. Repeat, the target is lit." "Copy that." He turned his attention to the sniper team. "Sniper team, what is your status?" "We have eyes on." Danny turned to Kleinman, who was still sitting in the Jackal. His fingers were pressed together. He looked strangely as if he was praying. "Do you understand what's going to happen, Kleinman?" Kleinman nodded calmly. He pointed to the other Jackal. "When you give the go, that vehicle approaches first. This vehicle will approach once the perimeter guards are dealt with." "And what do you do as it approaches?" Danny said. Kleinman gave him a long look. "I stay down, boy." His reluctance was evident. Danny and Brooker exchanged a look. "If it was my call," Brooker said, "he wouldn't stay down. He'd stay here." Brooker was right. In any other situation, Danny would hate having a guy along who didn't know the drill. But Danny hadn't told Brooker about Kleinman's very personal reason for wanting to be in on the assault. He was prepared to cut the guy some slack. "Just don't get in the fucking way," he told the CIA man. "Where do you think the target will be?" Brooker said. "Best guess, first floor," Danny said. "But he might move when he hears the attack. I reckon he'll keep the kid close to him." He checked the time again. 02:55. 35 minutes to contact. Danny engaged his comms and addressed himself to the lead assault team. "Assault team, preliminary positions," he said. "That's a go." There was no comms response, but within 30 seconds, the remaining 5 guys in the assault team emerged from the surrounding darkness. They silently took up their positions in the vehicles. Kleinman remained in the Gympie Jackal. Danny and Brooker changed vehicles, taking the second Jackal with 3 other members of the assault team. They engaged their rifles as the vehicle started up again and moved north, very silently, up an incline and across the undulating terrain toward the road. Danny's every sense was on high alert. He felt like a silent predator, skirting round a dangerous animal. Occasionally he looked up, trying to spot the nanodrone he knew was keeping eyes on the area. He couldn't, but he told himself that was a good thing. Their plan of attack relied on suddenness and on the element of surprise. The Javelin team and the Sniper team were dug in and covert. But the assault team's vehicles were potentially the weak link. If anyone saw them approaching, there was a chance the Zetas might preempt their attack. That was unacceptable. As Danny well knew, the secret of a successful assault was to make damn sure it wasn't a fair fight. To do that, you had to be in complete control. They stopped, out of sight of the road again, 50 meters south of it. Time check, 03:12 hours, 18 minutes to contact. Danny made some mental calculations. He estimated it would take 45 seconds to get to the road. Once there, approximately a minute to make it to the guardhouse, for 30 seconds of which they would be out of sight of the guards if they happened to have emerged. He made contact with the Sniper team. "Sniper team, what is the position of Tangos 1 and 2? Repeat, what is the position of Tangos 1 and 2? "Out of sight for approximately 15 seconds, a voice replied. It took them approximately 17 minutes to do a full circuit, which meant that next time they appeared in front of the hacienda, the op would be a go. "Javelin team, is the target still lit?"
Roger that.
We'll advance to contact in approximately 14 minutes. Sniper team, advise when tangos 1 and 2 reappear. Time check, 0314 hours. Assault team, we advanced to the road at 0326. The comms fell silent. Everyone in the assault team was deadly still. A slight breeze blew from the east. Danny knew the snipers would be taking that into account, adjusting the trajectory of their fire in compensation. He felt sweat on the nape of his neck in any case. 0317 hours. Time was ticking slowly. It felt to Danny as though this night had lasted forever, and although it was silent and still, inside Danny's head it was noisy. He heard the gunfire that killed Spud, Anna screaming for her boy, Spike justifying his betrayal, his voice trembling. He tried to empty his head, to focus only on the op in hand. Easier said than done. 0319 hours. In his mind's eye, he saw the guy with the tattooed eyelids, the man who'd nailed Spud. He wondered where the bastard was now, and felt his blood run hot as he started to calculate how hard it would be to hunt him down. Do for Spud what he knew Spud would do for him. Focus, one thing at a time. 0323 hours. Assault team, that's 3 minutes, he breathed into the comms. No movement from the guys around him in the Jackal, but somehow an escalation in the tension. Danny found himself breathing slowly, reducing his heart rate. He looked to his left and saw Kleinman sitting in the Jimpy Jackal. Their eyes met. Kleinman nodded. Danny didn't nod back. 0324 hours. Assault team, positions, Danny said. Immediately the drivers of the 2 vehicles turned their engines over. They moved slowly across the rugged, arid terrain, keeping the engine noises as low as possible, headlamps off. The road came into view again. Danny's estimate of 45 seconds to reach it was good. Both vehicles turned left onto the road. Danny checked his watch. 10 seconds later, 0325 hours. Assault team, approximately 1 minute to the go. Javelin team, check.
Check.
Sniper team, check.
Check.
Silence descended again. The same nightbird called in the distance. Danny felt his pulse thumping in his neck as he waited for the sniper team to announce that Tangos 1 and 2 had appeared at the front of the hacienda. 0325 hours. No word. Everything was still. Then...
This is Sniper Team. We have Tangos 1 and 2 in our sights.
That's a go, Danny announced. There was no hesitation. The lead Jackal turned over its engine and illuminated its headlamps. It accelerated to a steady 30 miles per hour as it followed the road that wound down toward the hacienda. Danny's calculation was that the headlamps would obscure the military identity of the vehicle and that their approach would encourage the 3 guys in the guardhouse to emerge to investigate, which would put them exactly where the regiment wanted them, in the line of fire.
Sniper Team, Javelin Team, stand by!
He shouted over the noise of the engine as the road wound south and the hacienda came into view. Distance, 100 meters. Danny focused not on the perimeter guards, he knew the sniper team would have them covered, but on the guardhouse. The driver of the Jackal was using a low gear to ensure that the engine now made as much noise as possible in order to attract the attention of the guardhouse guys. With 75 meters to go, it became apparent that the strategy was working. The door of the guardhouse opened, light spilled out, and so did one of the 3 guys. He wore an assault rifle across his chest, but did not have it engaged. He squinted toward the vehicle as a second guy emerged. "Wait for it," Danny said, and he could hear the tension in his own voice as the vehicle advanced. He didn't want to give the go until all 3 guardhouse guys were out in the open. Distance, 65 meters. No sign of the 3rd guy. 50 meters. A figure appeared in the doorway. "Take the shot," Danny instructed. The response to his order was immediate. The snipers fired in unison, so the sound of their double shot, which came from their firing position approximately 200 metres to Danny's 7 o'clock, sounded like a single report. Danny didn't have his eyes on Tangos 1 or 2. He had complete confidence that the snipers would have put them down. Instead, from his position in the Jackal, and with his assault rifle switched to automatic, he opened up on Tangos 3, 4 and 5, his fire accompanied by simultaneous bursts from Brooker. The guards hit the ground with dull, lumpen finality. No screams, no showers of blood, just instant death, exactly as Danny had planned it. The driver killed the Jackal's headlamps. They'd served their purpose, and now the unit was driving blind again. One of the guards had stepped out onto the road. His corpse was lying directly in the path of the Jackal, but the driver didn't swerve as he headed straight for the hacienda. Over the comms, his voice perfectly calm, Danny gave his next instruction. "Javelin team, go." Moments later, the wheels of the Jackal rumbled over the corpse of the dead Zeta on the ground. There was an unpleasant crunching sound as his bones splintered under the weight. At the same time, a distant fizzing sound filled the air. It came from the southeastern corner of the hacienda, and Danny knew exactly what it was, the thrust of a Javelin missile as it made its way toward the target. Less than a second later, it hit. A ferocious explosion resonated across the hot Mexican night. The Jackal was no more than 20 meters from the hacienda, but Danny could still see a brief orange flash light up the sky from the southeast. As the brutal detonation of the Javelin died away, it was replaced by the distant sound of rubble and shrapnel raining down onto the earth. Danny knew the impact of the missile had been considerable. Anyone in the demolished staff house, if they weren't dead, would be seriously fucked up. The Jackal was accelerating toward the gate. Danny quickly glanced back. He could see, 75 meters behind him, the moonlit silhouette of the second Jackal, the outline of its jimpy harshly visible. It, too, was accelerating fast toward the hacienda. Danny faced the front again and braced himself for impact. 2 seconds later, it came. The Jackal smashed hard into the front gate of the hacienda. The jolt was shocking. Danny's whole body juddered hard, but the vehicle itself, well armoured and designed for forceful impact, inflicted more damage with the sturdy bars and bumpers at its front than it received. The heavy gate splintered inward. The Jackal driver reversed hard. Danny braced for another impact, aware of the engine of the second Jackal maybe 20 meters behind. The first Jackal rammed the gates again. They crashed open. Danny caught a glimpse of the main house, attractively lit from below, vibrant flowers creeping up its side. There was screaming from somewhere inside the perimeter, male voices, agonized. Danny figured they came from injured guys in the staff house. He blocked them out and tried to focus on any other sounds. For now, nothing. The Jackal reversed hard again and swung to the left, allowing the jimpy vehicle direct access straight through the broken gates and into the hacienda. Danny and the other guys in the vehicle jumped out, while the jimpy Jackal positioned itself at the entrance. The gunner swung the jimpy round to his 2 o'clock. Danny knew he was aiming across the swimming pool, directly toward the bushes where the nanodrone had picked up the heat signals of 2 hidden guards. As Danny moved, weapon engaged, toward the entrance, another ear-splitting noise ripped the air. The familiar bark of the general-purpose machine gun spewing rounds across the compound toward the bushes. The report lasted for a full 10 seconds. By the time it had finished, each member of the assault team, with the exception of the machine gunner and Kleinman, had gained access to the inside of the hacienda. Kleinman was still huddled in the back of the Jackal. The others had spread out at 3-meter intervals, down in the firing position, weapons engaged. Danny quickly took in his surroundings. The ground was covered in chunky gravel. A simple security measure. It was impossible to walk on without making a sound. The parked vehicles, 2 off-roaders and a large white transit van, were in position to his 3 o'clock. The main house was 50 meters to his 1 o'clock, underlit on both sides he could see by lamps in the ground. Positioned against the closest wall of the house, exactly where the nanodrone operator had pointed out an intense heat spot, was a wooden housing about 4 meters wide by 2 meters high. There was a faint hum coming from it. Danny was sure this was an electrical generator, as the hacienda had shown no sign of being attached to any kind of grid. The house itself somewhat blocked his line of sight toward the swimming pool, of which he could see only the first few meters to his 2 o'clock. The pool lights were on. To his 11 o'clock, the Staff House. A thick pall of smoke hung over it, and the devastation the javelin had inflicted was evident. The roof had collapsed, and so had substantial sections of the front wall. The air was thick with the choking stench of burning rubble, and there was a faint orange glow of flame from one section. Danny's ears were ringing from his proximity to the gympie, but he could still tell that for now the only other sound came from the direction of that Staff House. It was the same screaming he'd heard from outside the perimeter wall. It was weaker now, however. He reckoned that whichever injured Zeta was making the noise, he was bleeding out good and fast. He turned his attention back to the main house. 2 stories, a pitched roof, rambling plants covering the near end. No movement. Yet. The screaming faded away. A sinister silence fell over the whole hacienda. The noise of their approach and assault had lasted no more than a minute. Danny spoke quietly into the comms. "Hit the generator." The machine gunner responded instantly. He fired a burst of rounds into the wooden housing at the end of the building. It exploded noisily into a short-lived fireball, reverting after a couple of seconds to a smoulder. Instantly, all the lights in the compound died, including the uplighting of the building and the pool lights. Somehow, the silence that followed seemed all the deeper. Danny lowered his night vision goggles and was aware of the others doing the same. Immediately, his view of the compound was as good as daylight, though tinged with green. A beam from his IR laser sight cut across the compound, and he saw 4 more beams from the other guy's sights, all fanning out to cover different parts of the space. Sudden movement. A figure emerged from the smouldering staff house. He was staggering, but not for long. The soldier to Danny's left didn't even have to alter the trajectory of his IR beam. The figure simply limped in its way. Danny heard the sound of a single suppressed round. The figure went down. Silence again. Danny spoke into the comms. "Assault team, advance." Danny, Brooker, and 2 more guys got to their feet. The machine gunner stayed in position, as did the remaining unit member, who was covering the staff house and the vehicles to the left. Danny led the advance, the others fanning out behind him. He kept his footfall light to keep the crunching on the gravel to a minimum, but there was no doubt the occupants of the hacienda knew he was coming, so he was ready to fire at the faintest hint of a threat, the butt of his rifle pressed hard into his shoulder, the weapon ready to move with any turn of his body, his finger lightly on the trigger. Distance to the external wall of the house, 20 meters. Danny was aware of 2 of his guys peeling off to the left to move round the back of the house to its far end so they could have it surrounded. He moved relentlessly forward, Brooker on his right shoulder, another guy on his left. There was a sudden sound of screaming. A different pitch and timbre from the previous scream. Higher. Danny stopped and held up one hand. The guys behind him halted immediately. It was either a woman or a child, stressed and tearful. It lasted no more than 2 seconds. There was the dull thump of a weapon from inside the hacienda. The screaming stopped, terminally. Danny felt a knot in his guts. Had that been Miguel? He didn't want to think so. The voice sounded different. He tried to figure out what just happened. Had one of the women in the house lost their head, only to be silenced by Chavez or one of his guys? He continued his advance. When he was 5 meters from the wall, he altered his trajectory to advance along it. With the extended field of view of his NV goggles, he could see the 2 jackals to his right, the gunner carefully covering the swimming pool area. The compound had been plunged into silence again. He could hear nothing but the crunch of his footsteps and the beating of his heart. He reached the corner of the house. The swimming pool came fully into view. There was no sign of the 2 bathers, and although there were faint ripples in the water, Danny knew they'd probably been caused by the aftershock of the javelin strike. There was no sign of enemy personnel, at least no live enemy personnel. Danny picked out 2 corpses butchered by the gympie, each lying on their front on the far side of the pool. There was a terrace between the house and the pool. Several heavy wooden tables were dotted around, as well as sunbeds and large closed umbrellas. At the front of the house, a raised covered veranda with 3 steps leading up to it. Opposite the steps, the main entrance to the house. The front of the veranda was a raised wall. Danny was about a head taller than it. Distance to the steps, 20 meters. At the far end of the terrace, Danny could see movement, but quickly identified it as one of his guys who had made the circuit of the house. Danny held up one hand and jabbed a forefinger toward the terrace steps. He advanced, Brooker at his shoulder, the wall of the veranda to his left. The guy opposite did the same. They were 10 meters from the steps when the main door opened. Danny instinctively moved his body so that his weapon was pointing up and in the direction of the door. He was in time to see a small, oval object tumble out onto the veranda itself. "Frag!" he hissed into his comms. He threw himself against the veranda wall, keeping his body low. Brooker and the other guy did the same. 2 seconds later, the fragmentation grenade exploded with a sharp crack and shower of shrapnel. But it was impotent. The regiment guys had protected themselves well. Danny stood up to his full height again and saw the main door was still open. He continued advancing toward the steps, reaching them at the same time as his opposite number. "Covering fire," he breathed. His unit mate nodded, then turned his weapon up toward the open door and let loose 3 suppressed rounds. They splintered into the door, which swung a little further open. Danny advanced, moving up the steps with his weapon aimed directly at the open door, the beam of his IR sight cutting through the opening. He knew Brooker was on his shoulder because there was a second beam parallel to it, distance 10 meters. Through his night sights, it appeared to open not into a corridor, but into an open room. No sign of movement. 5 meters. 3. A figure suddenly appeared, framed by the doorway, approximately 5 meters beyond it. He was carrying a pistol, held two-handed like a pro, raised at shoulder height. He wasn't pro or fast enough, however. Danny's IR beam was already squarely on his chest. Danny fired a single suppressed round, putting the target down before he had a chance to fire. As the figure hit the ground, Danny was immediately aware of movement inside the room beyond the door. Danny jabbed one finger to indicate positions on either side of the door. He and Brooker took those positions, then Danny removed a flashbang grenade from his ops vest, pulled the pin, and lobbed it into the room. Seconds later, an immense crack spliced their hearing, and the flash of the grenade seeping out from the doorway illuminated the veranda as light as day. There was the noise of several men shouting in confusion. Danny held up 3 fingers. 2. 1. He and Brooker swung round, aiming their weapons into the room. Danny went left, Brooker right. He saw 3 targets, all adult, all male. They were armed, but plainly disorientated from the shock of the flashbang, staring blindly across the room, not knowing where to aim or fire. Danny and Brooker had them down in less than 5 seconds, the single rounds from their assault rifles completely unerring. Silence again. In his peripheral vision, Danny saw a 4th body, female, face down on the floor. He remembered the scream and gunshot he'd heard a minute before. The room itself was large, luxurious. There was an arty marble statue of a naked woman in the middle, taller than Danny. Comfortable chairs and sofas all around, bookcases and ornaments. A door on the left-hand wall and one on the right. On the far wall opposite Danny and Brooker, an elaborate staircase was winding up to the 1st floor. Danny became aware of 4 more of his guys entering the room. He couldn't identify them because of their night vision goggles, but he knew the sniper team and javelin team would have made their way to the hacienda by now, bolstering their numbers. With another jab of his finger, he indicated that the new arrivals should clear the rooms to the left and right. All Danny's instincts told him, however, that at this hour Z1 would be upstairs in his bedroom. But approximately 4 minutes had passed since they'd breached the perimeter wall, plenty of time for Chavez to put himself on a war footing. Danny told himself to expect the unexpected. He and Brooker advanced past the statue toward the staircase, weapons engaged. Danny took the lead, his rifle pointing up toward the 1st floor, the way ahead bright and sharp, but tinged with green through his night vision goggles. Halfway up the stairs, he heard something. He stopped and listened hard. It was a whimpering sound, faint, distressed. It sounded like a child crying. Danny advanced carefully. The staircase wound to the right. As he followed it round, the landing came into view. It was 15 meters wide, perhaps 20 meters long, marble floor, art on the walls, mirrors, several doors on either side, and one at the end. And Miguel, Anna's son. The boy was on his knees in the middle of the landing, 10 meters from Danny's position. His hands were behind his back, though Danny couldn't see if they were tied. His face was not only streaming with tears, but also bruised and beaten. His lip was cut. He was wearing his pyjamas, which seemed to hang off his thin frame. His face was etched with terror. Approximately 5 meters behind him were 2 open doors, one on either side of the landing. Danny understood the setup at a single glance. Behind one of these doors, maybe even behind both, was a gunman with Miguel in his sights. The kid was their collateral. Come any closer, the situation was telling Danny, and the kid gets it. The little boy was staring blindly into the pitch black of the landing, but everything about his demeanor suggested that Miguel fully understood his predicament. Except Miguel didn't have the situational awareness of Danny Black, who had trained for these moments until they were second nature. Like a chess player, he found himself thinking 2 moves in advance. If Danny advanced to grab the kid, what then? He knew the Zetas were equipped with fragmentation grenades. He was certain that these trained soldiers would use 1 or more if Danny put himself in the kill zone, and to hell with the kid's life. And if the Zetas were calculating that he would simply kill their hostage to remove their collateral, they would use the same method of attack, throw frags the length of the landing the moment Danny made his presence known. Danny crouched on one knee at the top of the staircase. He remained very still. The boy didn't seem to have noticed his arrival in the total darkness. He was still staring blankly over Danny's head. With one hand, Danny gestured to Brooker that he should crouch next to him. His unit mate stealthily took that position. Miguel's head suddenly tilted in their direction, as if he'd sensed them. Danny willed him not to say anything or give any indication that they were there. The boy's breathing became a little more panicked, but he said nothing and didn't move. Danny indicated the 2 open doors, then silently flicked his weapon to automatic. Brooker did the same. Danny put the leftmost door in his sights. Brooker took the right. The kid must have seen something, a shadow in the darkness, a faint movement. His night-blind eyes focused directly on Danny. He screamed. "Take the shot!" Danny instructed. He and Brooker fired in unison directly at the open doors, aiming approximately halfway up, head height for anyone kneeling in the firing position, abdomen height for anyone standing. The rounds ripped through the solid doors as if they weren't even there. 2 figures crumpled forward. Danny and Brooker rose immediately, and weapons still engaged advanced along the landing. The kid collapsed in terror. As they reached him, Brooker leaned down, and with no concession to gentleness, manhandled him roughly off the ground and bundled him back toward the back end of the landing. "Hostage acquired," he said over the comms. "He's at the top of the staircase." Danny, in the meantime, was advancing toward the 2 targets. Distance 5 meters. The guy on the left wasn't moving. Danny's instinct told him the target was dead. The guy on the right, however, was shaking violently, as though he had no control of his limbs. His weapon was hanging round his neck, and sure enough, a fragmentation grenade, the pin still intact, had rolled away from his hand. Danny felt a prickle of recognition. Almost nonchalantly, he fired a precautionary shot into the body of the dead man to his left. Then he advanced on the live one. Brooker's rounds had peppered the left-hand side of his target's torso through the door. He was bleeding heavily from several entry wounds. His breath was coming in short, sharp gasps. But it was his face that Danny focused on, in the clear, green-tinged aspect of his night vision. It was the same face he had seen leaning over him in the compound at Nuevo Laredo. The same face he had seen beyond the burning vehicle. The face of the man who had killed Spud. His eyes flickered closed momentarily, revealing the fake eyes tattooed on the lids. They opened again, and Danny could tell that, despite the darkness, the wounded man knew there was a figure standing over him. A single shot to the skull would do it, but somehow for Danny that wasn't enough. He wanted this bastard to have a bad death, worse than it already was, and he wanted him to know who had inflicted it. "Trust me," he breathed, echoing the tattooed man's own words to Danny. "It's going to fucking hurt." His target's eyes narrowed in contempt. He clearly understood who Danny was. Danny altered his angle of fire so his Demaco was pointing at the target's knee, and without hesitation released a single round in the most sensitive of body parts. The target didn't shout, but his agony was evident from the increased uncontrollable shaking of his body. Danny moved his weapon back to point at his target's face. Hate was burning from the Zeta's tattooed eyes. Danny aimed at the left one, waited a moment, and released a single round into the eye socket. The explosion was obscene. A quarter of the man's skull came away as the round slammed into and cracked the tile beneath it. Blood and brain matter spattered across a metre radius, and the body fell still. "Finish playing with your food," Brooker said. He was 2 metres to Danny's 7 o'clock. Danny didn't have time to answer. A fresh scream emerged from behind the door at the far end of the landing. Distance 5 metres. Both men aimed their weapons directly at it. A voice over the comms.
"Ground floor clear. Moving upstairs."
"Watch the kid," Danny instructed, without taking his eyes from the door. He and Brooker remained immobile for a moment.
"The big guy's bedroom,"
Brooker muttered.
"Could be,"
Danny said. He was aware of his team members emerging onto the landing behind him. He and Brooker advanced toward the door. Danny stood to his right, where the doorknob was, Brooker to the left. Gingerly, Danny tried the doorknob. Locked. He stepped back, aimed his rifle at the door, fired a burst. The area around the doorknob splintered, and as Danny stepped aside, the door swung ajar. There was more screaming from inside, a woman's voice and maybe a kid's. Danny prepared a second flashbang grenade. He kicked the door wider open, preparing himself for gunfire from inside. There was none. He threw the grenade into the room. He closed his eyes to protect his own vision. Seconds later, the deafening crack rang out, accompanied by the blinding light. Danny opened his eyes and looked into the room. It was indeed a bedroom, a lavish one, with a large bed directly opposite the door beneath an ornate mirror on the wall. A sitting-room area to the left, a further open door to the right, presumably leading to a bathroom. On the bed were 3 people, a woman and 2 kids. The woman was screaming and pulling the sheets up to hide her nakedness. Danny could see a large diamond ring on her left hand. It had to be Chavez's wife and kids. The children, who were wearing pyjamas, were clinging to their mother, one of them crying, the other one staring into the darkness in perplexed, disorientated, silent terror. Danny and Brooker entered the room, checking all the corners before advancing any further. There was no sign of Augusto Chavez, but there was a noise of someone moving around in the adjoining room. "Watch them," Danny said. He strode across the room toward the open door, his trigger finger ready to fire at the first hint of a threat. As he approached the open doorway to the bathroom, his target came into view. Augusto Chavez, Z1, the man they had been hunting since their arrival in the Americas. The man who had outwitted them at every turn was dressed only in a pair of underpants. He was standing in the darkness on the edge of a roll-top bathtub, trying to reach a high window on the far side of the room. He was overweight, and his fingers were slipping on the ledge just in front of the window as he tried to escape. Danny didn't shoot him immediately. It wasn't enough. All his hate and anger demanded something else. He moved into the room, grabbed Chavez by the ankle and yanked so his target collapsed into the bathtub. Chavez cracked the side of his head against the porcelain, and a trickle of blood dribbled down the side of his face. Danny stood over him and aimed his weapon at his chest. "You made a bad mistake, fat boy, fucking with us." Chavez curled his lip in the darkness. Danny could tell he couldn't see anything because he was staring just to his left. "How is your young friend?" he spat, his Spanish accent very strong. "Little Spike, how many of you did he kill in the end?" Danny's cheek twitched. "You can ask him yourself in a minute." He prepared to take a shot at Chavez's knees. Before he fired, however, a voice came over the comms, unimpressed.
"We've got your CIA boy demanding entrance."
Danny hesitated. "Are the house and grounds secure?"
"Roger that."
He looked at Chavez again, and remembered just why Kleinman hated this guy so much. He owed Kleinman one, no doubt about that. "Send him up," he said. He raised his NV goggles and switched on the surefire torch on his rifle, directing the beam straight at Chavez, who winced in the bright light. "Get out of the bath," he said. Chavez scrambled out of the bathtub, without taking his eyes off Danny, who kept his rifle firmly directed at Chavez's chest. When the semi-naked man was standing, Danny ordered him into the bedroom. The woman and the 2 kids were still whimpering here. Brooker and one other guy were still covering them. They too had turned their torches on, so Chavez's family were now illuminated, their tearful eyes blinking in the bright light. Danny ordered Chavez himself to his knees on the ground 2 meters to the right of his bed. The drug lord looked up defiantly, jutting out his chin, seemingly unaware of how ridiculous he looked or not caring. Danny felt his intense hatred of the man double. Movement at the door. Kleinman arrived. He was brandishing a Hetler & Koch handgun. Danny caught a glimpse of his face in the torchlight as he limped past. The face was hungry. He stood directly in front of Danny, whose torch lit up Kleinman's back, which cast a long shadow over the kneeling drug lord and the wall beyond. The threat of extreme violence hung over the room. Danny turned to the 2 regiment men at the door. "Leave us," he said. There was a pause. With a definite reluctance, Brooker and the other SS guy left the bedroom and closed the door. "Do you know who I am?" Kleinman asked. There was no answer from Chavez, just the sound of him spitting. "I am the father of El Puerco Espin," Kleinman said. "I am the father of the porcupine." There was a heavy silence, broken only by a sob from one of the kids on the bed. "I'm going to kill you," Kleinman breathed. "Whether it's a good death or a bad one is up to you." "Whatever you do," Chavez said defiantly, "it won't be as bad as what we did to your idiot boy." Chavez spat again. Silence. Kleinman took the shot suddenly. It made Danny start. Chavez wasn't his target. The woman in the bed slammed violently back on the headboard. The sheet she was holding up to preserve her modesty was splashed with red. The 2 kids screamed. A voice in Danny's head asked if he should stop Kleinman. Another voice reminded Danny what he himself had once done, when his own child had been threatened. "His name is Mikey," Kleinman said, "and you are going to tell me where my boy is buried." "What does it matter now?" Chavez said. He was trying to remain defiant, but there was a definite quaver in his voice now. "It matters," Kleinman said. "In a hole," Chavez said, "where you'll never find him." Danny hardened himself for what he knew was about to happen. Kleinman's second shot was as accurate as his first. The little girl in the bed grumbled. Danny heard Chavez exhale heavily. The boy started crying. "So," Kleinman said, "just your boy left, your son and heir, Chavez. Are you going to let him live, or shall we send him off to see his mom and his sister?" No answer. "You got my lighter, boy?" Kleinman asked Danny. Danny still had it. He pulled it from his pocket and handed it to Kleinman, who lowered his weapon to take it. Danny covered Chavez with his rifle. "Funny how simple things become precious," Kleinman said. "Mikey gave me this the last time I saw him." Kleinman sparked the lighter. For the first time since Danny had met him, he allowed the flame to catch. He stepped forward and held the flaming lighter under Chavez's chin. The narco was pretty tough. He endured the pain for a good 7 or 8 seconds. The room filled with the stench of burning skin. Chavez shouted out in pain and pulled his head back. His scorched chin burned and blistered. "My son," Kleinman pressed, still holding the lighter. "Where is he?" Chavez breathed deeply. When he finally spoke, his voice was broken. "By the road, heading south from the village of Guayalejo," he whispered. "Behind the roadside shrine to the Virgin. That's where my men buried him and the others." He paused. "Just do it," he spat. "Oh, I will," Kleinman said. He killed the lighter, put it in his pocket. Then he raised his weapon again. He fired, not at Chavez, but at the whimpering boy on the bed, whose desperate crying immediately stopped. Kleinman stepped to one side. Now Danny's torch was illuminating Chavez himself. He was still kneeling, but Danny had the sense that it was taking all his strength to remain upright. His face was contorted, a gruesome mixture of hate and grief as he looked from Kleinman to the bed, then back to Kleinman.
"I've finished with him," Kleinman said. "Do what you want."
He turned his back on the kneeling man and started limping toward the door. Danny, however, still had the target in his sights. Augusto Chavez, Z1. The narco's shoulders were shaking. He knew what was coming. He knew he was about to experience the consequences of taking on the regiment and losing. There was nothing to say. Danny released a single round. It drilled into Chavez's forehead. The drug lord crumpled into a semi-naked, blood-spattered heap on the ground, a mundane, ignominious, unpleasant death, and no more than he deserved. Danny turned his back on the scene of bloodshed and followed Kleinman out of the room. Epilogue. The ops room at Hereford was tense. For the past couple of hours all eyes, including those of CO Dominic Hardcastle and Ops Officer Ray Hammond, had been on an electronic map of a small patch of Mexican terrain. The GPS signals broadcast by D Squadron's comms unit had appeared as dots on the map. They'd watched them appear after the hard drop, divide into 3 units, and move in on the target compound. It looked like everything was going as it should, but you can never be sure until the communication comes in, which it did at 1100 hours GMT. "Sir, we have contact," one of the guys dressed in camo with a headset and boom mic told the 2 officers. "Put them on," Hardcastle instructed. The guy nodded and spoke into his boom mic. "Go ahead," he instructed. A familiar voice came over the line. Danny Black.
"All targets down. Hostage acquired. Over."
"Survivors?"
"Negative."
Hammond and Hardcastle exchanged a look of hard relief. It was Hammond who spoke. "Do you have the means of extracting to a safe pickup point?"
"Roger that. We have enemy vehicles we can use."
"We have an RAF Merlin on a boat approaching the Mexican coastline. Stand by to receive coordinates for a pickup at 0000 hours tonight." He nodded at the guy with the headset. "And Black?"
"Yes, boss."
"Leave no trace."
"Roger that, boss,"
said Black. Miguel was terrified. He was shaking, unable to talk. There was no time to mollycoddle him. The regiment had done what they came here to do. Now they had to bug out, fast. One of Brooker's men moved the kid to where the 3 Zeta vehicles were parked in the corner of the compound, and having located a blanket in the hacienda, wrapped him in it. The grim-faced soldier left him crouching by the wheel arch of the white transit van and went to help the rest of the team with the housekeeping. Having made contact with Hereford, the unit silently and efficiently swarmed over the hacienda, checking there was no one still alive, and dealing with anything that might point to the involvement of a British unit in the carnage that surrounded them. The big giveaway was the Jackals. The armoured vehicles had served their purpose. The regiment couldn't risk sending in choppers to undersling the Jackals and extract them out of country, and the guys could hardly drive them up the Mexican highway without being noticed. They would have to be destroyed. The guys stripped them of all weaponry and accessories, which they loaded into the back of the transit, then drove the Jackals up alongside the demolished staff house end to end. Each Jackal carried an anti-tank bar mine, a metre-long strip of high explosive. They put a bar mine in the middle of each Jackal on a timed charge, cleared the area, and detonated them. The Jackals went up like a bonfire, filling the air once more with the thick stench of smoke. Anybody arriving here would find nothing but 3 twisted, burned-out metal frames. While this was happening, the guys opened up the back of the transit. There were several pallets of brown powder on wrapped pallets. They pulled out the drugs, then loaded up every last piece of gear and weaponry into the back of the vehicle. There was still just enough room for most of the unit to secrete themselves in the back for an uncomfortable journey to the pickup point. Within 20 minutes, they were ready to get out of there. As the guys loaded themselves into the back of the vehicle, Danny looked around for Kleinman and the kid. He saw them standing at the entrance to the hacienda. The kid was still wrapped in his blanket. Kleinman was down on one knee, talking to the boy at his own height. As Danny approached, the CIA man looked up.
"I was telling him his mom's okay," Kleinman said, "that you guys will look after him until he can see her again."
He sniffed.
"You will look after him, right?"
Danny stared at Kleinman for a moment. He'd just witnessed him kill Chavez's children in cold blood. Yet here he was acting all concerned for his enemy's nephew, his flesh and blood. He tried to understand what was going through Kleinman's head. He thought maybe he did.
"He's coming with us,"
Danny confirmed.
"We'll make arrangements. When it's safe," Kleinman said, "I'll contact Anna. Tell her to be in touch with the British Embassy. They'll take it from there."
Danny nodded.
"And you?"
he said. Kleinman looked out from the open gate of the hacienda.
"I'm going to need my car," he said. "I've got a journey to make."
Brooker strode up to them. "We're ready to go," he said. Danny led the kid to the transit and entrusted him to the care of his unit colleagues, who'd climbed into the back among all the hardware. The kid mumbled something in Spanish and pointed at Danny.
"He wants to stay with you," Kleinman translated.
Danny shook his head. They had a long journey to the pickup point, and he wanted the kid out of sight. Danny, Brooker, and Kleinman climbed into the cab of the transit. Danny took the wheel and drove out of the compound, past the dead perimeter guards, and along the road that snaked away from the hacienda. He didn't look back. It took them 5 minutes to reach the point where Danny had taken Kleinman's old saloon car off-road. Danny turned off the road and onto the rugged, hard-baked terrain. A couple of minutes later, Kleinman's Lexus came into view. Danny parked the transit alongside it, and the three men climbed out of their vehicle. Removing the bodies of Tyson and Spike from the Lexus was rough work. Somehow, Danny felt the need to do it himself. Liquid had begun to seep from their noses, mouths, and eye sockets, and their limbs were rigid. While Danny manhandled them out of the saloon, Brooker prepared 2 body bags. There was no question of leaving their guys behind, not even Spike. It was hardwired in the regiment guys for them to bring their dead back with dignity. No man left behind. When the corpses were zipped up in their body bags, Danny and Brooker carried them, one end each, into the back of the vehicle where the guys received them. The vehicle would be high by midnight. Only when he'd dealt with the corpses did Danny turn to Kleinman, who was staring toward the west as the sun rose behind the mountains in the east. "You can come with us," Danny said. "We're heading to a deserted area near the coast. A Merlin's picking us up at midnight. We can get you out of country." Kleinman shook his head.
"Out of the country," he said. "I don't think so, son. I'm heading south. I have a grave to visit."
"What then?" Danny asked. Kleinman shrugged.
"Then," he said, "it doesn't really matter anymore."
Danny stared at him. Then he turned to the transit again, opened up the rear doors, and removed one of the sturdy, compact shovels that had been fitted to one of the jackals. He closed up the van, then handed the shovel to Kleinman, who took it with a curt nod. Neither man needed to explain what it was for. "The CIA will start looking for you if you don't get to Langley in the next few hours," Danny said.
"They can look," Kleinman said. "Finding me, different matter. I'm not going back."
His eyes narrowed.
"I thought it would feel different," he said.
"What?"
"Revenge. I've been hunting Augusto Chavez for years. Now he's dead. It's not as sweet as they say."
Danny thought about that for a moment. He relived nailing the tattooed Zato who'd killed Spud. Plugging Z1. Did it make him feel any better? Not really.
"We don't do it because it's sweet," he said. No, we don't."
Kleinman nodded grimly, then held out one hand.
"Good to know you, Danny Black," he said. "I guess we'll never see each other again."
"I guess not." Danny shook his hand. "I hope you find what you're looking for." Kleinman walked toward his saloon, but stopped halfway there.
"I'm sorry about your friend Spud," he said.
He pointed toward the van.
"Sorry about them too, of course, but Spud, I've lost friends before. I get it."
He pulled his lighter from his pocket, looked at it for a moment, then threw it to Danny. Danny caught it one-handed. Kleinman nodded at him, then limped back to his vehicle, climbed in and turned over the engine. Danny pocketed the lighter, then he and Brooker returned to their van. They led the way over the bumpy terrain back to the road, Kleinman following in his Lexus. Danny was twitchy. He wanted to get the hell away from the area as quickly as possible. They had a long journey to the pickup point, and early morning was the best time to make it, because there would be fewer authorities on the road, and morning was when the bad guys slept in. Nobody was in a greater hurry than Kleinman, however. As soon as they hit the road, he accelerated past the transit, and his battered old saloon disappeared in a cloud of dust, illuminated gold by the rising sun. Danny watched him go. An image entered his mind of a battered, bearded older man standing at the side of a mass grave marked by a gaudy shrine to the Virgin Mary, his head bowed. "Black?" Brooker said. "You with us?" Danny nodded. He could no longer see Kleinman's vehicle. He fished his sunglasses, which had miraculously survived the assault, from his pocket. "Let's go," he said, putting them on. "We've got a chopper to catch."